Good morning, everybody, and I now declare open this public hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 and related documents for the agriculture, water and the environment portfolio, excluding the environment. All questions on the environment go to the department's appearance before the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has before it a program listing agencies relating to matters for which senators have given notice, and the proceedings today will begin with an examination of corporate matters within the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment. The committee has fixed Friday, the 20th of May 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretariat as soon as possible following the hearings. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the department and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of this officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. And I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate from the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Could I please remind everyone present to switch off their mobile phones or render them inaudible? Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the Budget Estimates 2022-23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Jonathan Duniam, Assistant Minister for Forestry and Fisheries, Mr Andrew Metcalfe AO, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, and officers of the department. Minister Duniam, do you or Mr Metcalfe wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
No, Chair.
Not at all. Thank you very much. So we are now going to start with corporate matters, and Senator Sheldon, I believe you have questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everybody. I just want to go to some questions regarding freedom of information requests.
Thanks, Senator. It's Andrew Metcalfe. I'll just ask the relevant officer to come to the table.
Thank you, Mr Metcalfe.
We're right to go, Senator.
Good, thank you. How many requests were received in 2021-22?
Alice Lineker, Chief Counsel, Senator. As at 14 March 2022, we've received 122 requests.
And how does that compare with the average over the last 5 years?
That's pretty consistent. For the financial year 2020 to 2021, we received 248, so we would assume that if you double 122, that's about consistent.
Your maths is as good as mine. If we were looking at the average over the last 5 years, how would that compare?
The average over the last 5 years I don't have with me, but from memory there has not been a substantial increase, Senator. I can take on notice the actual numbers, but we haven't seen a huge increase.
Senator, the only issue might be that, of course, our department was formed just over 2 years ago, and so the figures that date back before February 2020 would be from the two predecessor departments, and there may be some glitches associated with that, but it sounds like the numbers have been relatively steady.
Yes,
that
Senator,
period.
our sense is pretty stable numbers.
Good, thanks very much for that. So have responses been provided in accordance with statutory deadlines?
We have 100% of our decisions delivered and made within the statutory timeframe, Senator.
Thank you. And how many have been subject to requests for internal review? Any?
To date, so if I take the 21 to 22 numbers, we've received 12 internal review requests this financial year, so I think we work on the basis of around a 20% review rate.
Right. And how many have been subject to the Information Commissioner's review?
So if I take the numbers from, again, the 21 to 22 financial year 3, we've received 3 OAC reviews this year, so around 25% of internal reviews.
And have any gone to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal?
We have a number of matters on foot before the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, but those matters may not relate to decisions, to requests for review within this period. The Information Commissioner has referred a number of matters under the powers under 54W of the Freedom of Information Act for the AAT to review, so we don't have any on foot where there has been a decision that is subject to review by the AAT.
Righto. And you're saying for this period that, are you aware of any from this period, this 21-22 period?
We have had a number of new FOI matters before the AAT, but those relate to decisions made in previous financial years where the Information Commissioner has referred them to the AAT under section 54W for review rather than conducting a review themselves.
All right, thank you. That's clear now. Yeah, thanks for that. I just want to move to staffing levels.
Again, Senator, just give us a second while we swap witnesses over. So.
Thank you, Secretary.
Yep, we're good to go.
Good, thank you. Just there's a note in the budget that there's I understand correctly, a higher allocation for staffing levels. Can you just take me through that, where that's what areas that there is changing patterns of staffing?
Sorry, Senator. Cindy Briscoe, Deputy Secretary. Could I just clarify, was your question about in the budget? I missed the first part. Was it this budget announcement, increased staffing levels?
That's correct, yes.
We also have our Chief Financial Officer on video conference who may have that number at his fingertips.
Mr. Poe, is it? He has that.
Yeah, Paul Packboy. I'll hand over to Paul.
Good morning, Senator. Paul Packboy, Chief Financial Officer for the department. The staffing numbers, the ASL numbers in the portfolio budget statements for outcomes 3 and 4 can be found on page 77. The average staffing level number for 22-23 for outcome 3 is 614. Sorry, Senator, I'll just go to the right page. And the average staffing level number for outcome 4 for the department can be found on page 85 of the portfolio budget statements. And for 22-23, that's 3,857.
Thank you. Just Mr. Secretary, is there additional shift in this projected financial year of those staffing positions increasing in regional Australia?
Sorry, Senator, I couldn't get all of that. I thought you asked, are those staffing numbers in regional Australia?
And what shift there is into regional Australia? So what parts of regional Australia is those staffing levels going to, and has there been a increase in staffing levels in regional Australia?
Senator, just while Mr Pakpoy sees if we can provide more detail, I can point you to the fact that there was a decision taken by the government to provide better pathways for Indigenous employees in the parks part of the department. That's of course covered by the Environment Committee, but that's a very positive development to ensure that we are able to increase Indigenous employees and create better career pathways to more senior roles for them, and that is obviously one impact in regional Australia. The other aspect is that as a department, indeed like many other departments and employers, we are far less focused on whether or not the job has to be physically occupied by a person located in Canberra, or whether it can be done in some other way through some other locality. And so many parts of the department in their recruitment decisions now are looking for the best person, and if that person happens to be located other than in Canberra or isn't prepared to move to Canberra, we go ahead and employ them using virtual working techniques. That's proving very positive for us. I'm not sure if that level of information is being picked up in the data, and we'd probably have to do some further work to provide a picture. But I can say that for a couple of reasons, including the fact that the Canberra labour market is virtually at full employment, for us to actually fill vacancies, we're just looking for wherever we can find people and working out ways of working with them and bringing them into teams. The final point I'd make is that I think we've previously reported on recruitment activity across biosecurity, and particularly we brought on board a large group of new biosecurity officers over the last few months and trained them, and they of course are primarily located outside Canberra, both in capital cities and in other regional locations where biosecurity staff are present. But having given you that context, I'll see if Mr Pakpoy, who's in isolation, so he's sort of remote from the room here in Canberra as well, whether he can add any further detail to what I've said.
Thank you, Secretary. Really, that was going to be the gist of my answer as well, because the budget papers and the way the budget is allocated to the department doesn't include any, differentiation between whether an ASL will be based in Canberra, in the region, or indeed offshore if necessary.
So how do we track movement of labour into regional areas? How does that work? Company Secretary, you could.
So, Cindy Briscoe here. So we have 112 locations across the country. So following on from the Secretary's comments, each of our areas has a workforce plan, and they have options in terms of where they can recruit those staff. So they can choose to advertise a position to be located anywhere in Australia, and they can locate them in one of our current locations. In terms of tracking, I've got some data on where our people are currently located. if you'd like me to touch on that.
Yeah, if you could touch, probably from the point of view as well, what's the increase from last year? So, or decrease, hopefully not, but what's the increase or decrease?
I think I have to take the second part on notice. In terms of location, we have 1,138 staff in our what we call our regional and remote locations, and another 231 in external territories. As the Secretary mentioned, we have National Parks and AAD, which are in locations which we call external territories. I'll have to take on notice the increase. So that data is as at the 30th of November, unless Miss
I have
Blackwell has an update.
I'm Yasna Blackwell, the Acting Chief People Officer, and the data I have at the moment, as at the 31st of January, has 1,111 staff in regional and remote Australia, and we have 253 employees in the external territories that Ms Briscoe just referred to, so a slight increase in those two areas.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you may be able to put me to somebody who can also assist with this answer to this question, but mentioned pressures which of finding staff. What private sector is offering in wages adding to those pressures on finding staff?
Look, I think that's possible to an extent, Senator. We are a very big department, and as Ms Briscoe has just indicated, we have a highly distributed workforce. The majority of our staff are here in Canberra, but we are literally in many small towns and regions across Australia because of our work with export meat processing establishments, or through the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder or the Office of Water Compliance. All of those have staff located, as well as biosecurity staff, park staff, Antarctica, and whatever. So there's a lot of people outside Canberra. And then, of course, we have a lot of staff in capital cities other than Canberra as well. So any comments I make, it's not really possible to say that there's sort of one factor or the other. What we do know is that the Canberra labour market is what I describe as pretty hot. We find that staff do move between departments, and that when we advertise roles here in Canberra, quite often we don't get the number of candidates that we normally want. And that led to this workforce planning that I described earlier, where we are far more less worried about the location of an individual and more worried about their ability to do the job. Because what one of the silver linings in the last couple of years has been the ability, as we are right now, to work virtually and to sort of really do your job from wherever you happen to be. So I don't think one particular factor, whether it's pay levels in the private sector or pay levels from state governments or pay levels elsewhere, would be a determining factor. Probably in some places it is, but in others I suspect a bigger determining factor is where people want to work, the contribution they want to make, the flexibility that they have in their working arrangements, and we're very proud of our flexible working arrangements, and a range of other factors as well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That's probably all I have for corporate matters, but I just want to double check. I just wanted to ask about some budget measures regarding the supporting agricultural shows and field days. Is that maybe an outcome 3?
Yeah, that really comes under outcome 3, Senator. So up next, I think. So.
Good, thanks very much. I'm good, thanks, Chair. Back to you.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Senator McCarthy, do you have any questions for corporate
Thank you,
matters?
Chair. Yep,
Thank you.
I do have a few questions. If I can just follow up Just on the figures for remote and regional locations, are you able to break that down into First Nations people employment in those numbers that you've provided?
What we do have is numbers of First Nations people, but I don't think we'll have it broken down by location. We would have to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you can. I know we spoke last week about the Ranger program, but I am interested in other areas of the Ag department. For example, your scientific branch, would you have First Nations people in that branch?
To be accurate, I'd have to take that on notice as well. I would assume we do, because the majority of our First Nations people are not in Canberra, are outside Canberra, but the breakdown by sort of division and function and location, we could take on notice.
Okay, and just with your external territories, 253, was that right, in remote external territories staff?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and how many of the 253 would be in the Indian Ocean territories of Christmas and Cocos Keeling Islands?
I don't have that level of detail before me, but I would take that on notice and I could come back in the
it's
break.
the sort of detail we can probably come back to you through the course of this morning.
Okay.
That will be a small number of staff associated with our parks function there, Senator, and of course, as I'm sure you're aware, we've recently added to that area by the declaration of the Indian Ocean Territories Marine Park, which is a wonderful development. So.
It is a fantastic development, and we've certainly been lobbying very hard behind the scenes on that one, Mr Metcalf, so really happy for that region to come under that. Can I just pass you to a couple of questions on budget measures? Thank you for that. I'd just like some further information about the 15.4 million over 2 years that was included in the budget to extend the supporting agriculture shows and field days program and support for ag shows. Can the department provide a breakdown of this funding by agriculture show and field days, along with which year the funding will flow and the purpose of the funding?
We'll be able to answer that, Senator. That is in outcome 3. I think Senator Sheldon just flagged that he had questions there as well. So when we get there, we'll be happy to talk with you about it. So.
All right, well, I've given you a heads up on what the question is.
Thanks for the advance notice. There's no excuses for not being prepared. Thanks, Senator. So.
That's right. No worries. Well, I'm happy, Chair, to move to the next section.
Terrific, thank you. Well, with that, we will release the corporate matters part of the department and move to outcome 3. Those people could come forward, that would be terrific.
Yeah, thanks. Just Senator McCarthy, Senator Sheldon, we just have to sort of swap over some colleagues from the next room, so we'll be with you in a minute or so.
We might just suspend the broadcast while we do that, please. Terrific. All right, welcome back, and we are up to outcome 3. Senator Sheldon.
I might just go back to that question that were indicated before from both myself and Senator McCarthy. Is there some further information about the 15.4 million? over 2 years that was included in the budget, which we just raised. This goes to the extending the supporting agricultural shows and field days program, supporting for agricultural shows. So if you can give us a breakdown by agricultural show and field day along which year the funding will flow and the purpose of the funding.
Certainly, Senator. Rosemary Denninger, Deputy Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment. So as you've indicated, a new budget measure was announced in the budget in relation to the Agricultural Show Development Grants Program. The total funding is $15.4 million. $14 million of that is administered funding and then 1.4 of that is departmental funding. The breakdown of the administered funding is $5 million in so that's the breakdown in terms of administered versus departmental.
Thank you. So I just want to go to, are you able to give us a breakdown of where the specific funding is going to specific shows?
So this is a grants program, Senator Sheldon, and so what we will now do, that the budget announcement has been made, is that we'll run a grants program. So there's not been any decisions in relation to the successful applicants in relation to that funding of $14 million. I should just say as well, the breakdown you asked over the financial years, so $8 million is expected in 22-23 and $6 million in 23-24. That's for the administered funding, the $14 million that I mentioned.
Thank you. Just for my knowledge, do you have a funding objective by state and by region out of that funding, out of that pool of money?
So there's
I
not.
appreciate people making application. I appreciate people making submissions and application, but is there an aim for how it will be broken up?
The way that the grants are awarded is based on the applications. I'll go to Ms Stanion, but I don't believe that we have a proportional allocation, if you like, between jurisdictions.
No, that's correct. Joanna Stanion, First Assistant Secretary, Agricultural Policy Division. The original round, Senator, was heavily oversubscribed, so we received 424 eligible applications for almost $70 million, and we're only able to support 122 grantees. So we'd be aiming to support the shows that were not able to be supported last time, but as Ms Denninger mentioned, it is an application process. So we would be looking to support as many as we can from the applicants that we received.
So, and just can you step me through what the merits process would be on the allocation of those funds? You've said that you'd be looking at those shows that weren't able to be funded because it was oversubscribed. As a obviously one of the considerations in your allocation for the future. Can you step me through the merits-based process that's followed?
You were breaking up a little bit there, Senator Sheldon, but I think we'll actually, just to be clear, we will be running a new grant program. So we won't be, for example, going back to the initial applicants and revisiting those. We will be running a new process and assessing those applicants. We do have a fact sheet that we could arrange to be tabled, which provides some additional detail about why why these measures are important, and it really goes to the importance of shows and show societies as significant events in regional areas and significant points of infrastructure.
Yeah, if you could table that, that'd be helpful. Okay. Thank you.
We'll do that. We'll table the fact sheet. Thank you.
I'd like to some further information about the $12 million of funding that was included in the budget to support agricultural trade events. Can the department provide a breakdown of this funding by agricultural trade events, along with which year the funding will flow and the purpose of the funding?
Senator, we have not yet made final decisions about which large shows and events will be supported. The Prime Minister did make an announcement about Beef Australia 2024 and that would be receiving $6 million. But beyond that, we are not at the point yet where we have developed guidelines or made decisions about the events that will be supported.
So the Prime Minister made a decision without any guidelines for the events that would be considered. So prior to that, those guidelines being established.
Beef Australia, Senator, as you know, has been supported by the Commonwealth Government over many years and is the premier event for the beef industry. So.
Yes.
And there was some, just building on the Secretary's comments, there was some funding that the government previously provided to Beef Week for the most recent conference. I'm not sure if Ms Stanyon is aware of that amount.
Not off the top of my head. Sorry, Senator.
It is certainly, it's in that 5 to 6 million amount, I believe, but I'll see if we can get that before the end of the session.
Great, thank you. When would the outline on what the processes would be for when processes for decisions to be made? What's that timeline?
Within the next few months, Senator. We're starting work on that now.
Thank you. Just wanted, for me, there may be some other questions from my colleague, but otherwise I would chair if I'd like to go to the Regional Investment Corporation's plantation loan program.
Could I just ask, Senator McCarthy, you had some questions for agricultural shows as well, didn't you?
Yes, Senator Sheldon has been able to get some of that information for me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. No, I just thought while we had the right people at the table, we'd cover off on that as well. Sorry to interrupt you, Senator Sheldon. Back to you. We're just bringing the Regional Investment Corporation department officials to the table.
Yeah, so who we have at the table, Senator Sheldon, just so you're aware, is the Deputy Secretary who has sort of policy responsibility and the division head who has policy responsibility for the RIC. But the RIC, of course, is a separate entity, but I don't think it's been called by the committee today.
So Senator Lynn O'Connell, Deputy Secretary, will be able to assist with policy-related questions, but we might have to refer to the actual Regional Investment Corporation.
Right, thank you. I just think there's a question on notice from additional estimates. The question date was the 25th of February 2022, and the question was SQ 22 000 185. So I just wanted an update on the questions that were asked. How many eligible businesses have now applied for loans from this program and since it was launched in December last year?
So Senator, this is the plantation loans product?
Yes, that's correct.
Karen Crossthwaite, First Assistant Secretary, Drought and Farm Resilience Division. So, Senator, the answer to the question on notice was that there had been one application for plantation loans, and it's my understanding from the RIC that the answer is still that there has been one application for plantation loans.
And Senator, just to put that in context, the plantation loan product was launched in December last year.
Yes, thank you. So has that loan been approved, or what's the timeline for that loan's consideration?
That would be a question for the Regional Investment Corporation, Senator.
We're aware of. No, thank you for that. I might now hand back to my colleague. I think we're back to my colleague about. So I think we're to ABARES. So.
Senator Sheldon, thank you. Senator McCarthy, you've got questions for this section?
Yes.
Terrific.
Yes, I do. I have questions on ABARES, if we've got the right people at the table.
just coming forward now, Senator. So.
Thank you.
The head of ABARES is a apology for the committee this morning, Senator, because he is substituting for me at the National Farmers Federation conference. I was due to be on a panel there this morning, but I'm here instead with you. But I asked Dr. Grenfell to represent me, but we do have the relevant Deputy Secretary and one of Dr. Grenfell's colleagues, David Cadenzo, to be with us. So.
No, thank you, Mr Metcalfe. I think there's a lot of people who want to be at the NFF right now, including in this committee, and there's certainly a lot of senators there too. So who do we have at the table? Sorry, I didn't hear the name.
So David Galliano, Assistant Secretary at ABARES.
And Rosemary Denninger, Deputy Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment.
Okay, thank you. Just some questions with ABARES workforce. Is ABARES undertaking any further work on the impact of the workforce shortage and the cost of fresh produce?
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. We canvassed that a little bit last time, so last week rather, when we appeared. So the ABARES survey staff are currently out in the field to survey farmers and producers around their labour needs. So we expect to get that data in the coming months, but that work is currently underway. That survey.
Okay, so coming months, so just the financial year ends, or?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry, I didn't quite catch you.
Just your timeline in coming months.
Sure. So the current survey of the horticulture sector is for the current financial year, and the idea is we'd publish that towards the middle of this year.
Okay, thank you. And can you provide an update on the latest figures on the value of agriculture, forestry and fisheries as a total breakdown across each of those industries?
Yeah, sure. So the last outlook we released was back in March, and it had total ag fish forests of, I think it was $86 billion, $86.8 billion. So I can give you a breakdown, if you like, by cropping and livestock and fish and forests, if you like.
If you can.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Thank you.
So 21-22, the value of crops we forecast to be about $46 billion. The value of livestock, $35 billion. Fisheries, $3.5 billion. And forestry, $2.2 billion. So you add all that up.
Sorry, how much was the fisheries?
Fisheries?
I just missed the fisheries.
3.5.
Okay, thank you. So, will there be a $12 billion fall next year?
Apologies, Senator McCarthy, I couldn't hear the question. Will there be a fall?
Oh, sorry. Will there be a $12 billion fall next year?
Oh, right. Sorry, I see what you mean now. Yeah, so we have also released our forecasts. In March, we released our forecast for 5 years out. And I think, I'll just find the number for you. The number for 22-23, we're projecting $76 billion. So, yeah, that's around about a $10 billion fall to this year, but still, really quite high. I think it's the second highest on record, so still pretty high.
So why would there be that fall, projected fall?
Yeah, so two main things. Probably the main one is the assumed return to average seasonal conditions. So this year has obviously been exceptionally good seasonal conditions, and so we're projecting we're going back to more average seasonal conditions next year. So that obviously takes the top off production, and we're also projecting that prices probably likely to come back a little bit from the highs at the moment. So put those two things together, that's why we're coming out at 76 billion.
Yeah, Senator, I think that ABARES have described this year as being quite an exceptional year, while of course some agricultural districts have done it very tough. As a nation, there have been excellent seasonal conditions off the back of the sort of double La Nina weather that we've had. And of course, global commodity prices are the other major factor, and many of them are at very significant levels. One of the byproducts of the tragedy unfolding in Ukraine is, of course, the impact on global wheat prices, which were at record levels. So when you aggregate all of those issues across an entire continent, it has produced an exceptional response. But the figures in the out years sort of are conservative in that they predict a sort of more normal pattern, but still do represent an industry that is significantly growing. And as you know, there's a big focus on how we can continue to help agricultural producers produce greater value and continue to profitably perform. So.
Can I just ask, in terms of the expectation of that seasonal change impacting how much for future years, is there any particular area of the industry that will see that hit more? I should say, I don't want to say the hardest because I know it's tough out there anyway, but when you've given me the figures on crops, livestock, fisheries, are any of those going to be worse off?
Yeah, so I mean, I've got a table here that I'd be happy to share, or we can point you in the direction of. It's on our website, and it goes through for all the out years by each of those categories I mentioned before, our projected gross value and export forecasts and so on. So I'm happy to read them out now, but I wonder whether maybe tabling the table might be a bit more efficient.
Yeah, we'll table that, Senator McCarthy. It's a very comprehensive table.
You can table it. I'm actually on the website now, so where are you looking at?
Well, I can, if you like, when we go to another line of questioning, I can actually fire my laptop up and I can find the link for you, and I'll give you the exact link. I don't have the link name in the top of my head.
The title of the table, if this helps, Senator, is Major Indicators of Australia's Agriculture and Natural Resource-Based Sectors.
Mm-hmm. No, that's okay, Mrs. Denninger. Please table it if you wish. I'm certainly on your website, so I'll keep looking through. But for now, I'm happy to return to my colleague while I keep looking at some of these. Thank you.
It was major indicators for agricultural
and natural resource-based sectors. Chair, if I may also advise the committee that the government provided $3.9 million in funding to Beef Week 2021 in 2021. So I just wanted to provide that figure because I mentioned earlier that the government had provided a grant to Beef Week previously.
And Beef Week just won the Queensland Award for Best Regional Tourism Event, I think is the right title. And for anybody listening, or members or senators who haven't yet been to Beef Week in Rockhampton, I can highly recommend it. And as a disclosure of my conflict of interest, I was a director of Beef Week and I was the Tent City Ambassador. Thanks very much to Minister David Littleproud's promotion of that.
And Chair, I see that Beef Week 2024 is being held from the 5th to the 11th of May. And so I suggest that people make accommodation bookings now because it's very hard to get a bed in Rockhampton around that time.
And also, tragically, budget has often been scheduled for that week. And so...
let's get into the Treasurer's Ear now.
Yes. So the member for Capricorn ensured that didn't happen during the last Beef Week, and I think it would be a good idea that the Treasurer took advice of that. 5th to the 11th would not be good dates for Beef Week. Well, we can only start make the voices loud. All right, thank you. Senator McCarthy, did you say you had more questions for this section?
I'm handing over to Senator Sheldon.
Promotion. Senator Sheldon, I might just quickly share the call with Senator Rice and then come back to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. And I want to ask some questions about forests in Victoria and the Regional Forest Agreement in particular. Senator Minister, you look surprised.
I've got to practice my poker face.
Are we off policy?
No, we're still in coming through.
And I have had the advantage of beginning this discussion with Ms Campbell in environment estimates just yesterday. So some of it is sort of picking up on where we got to there. And in particular, look, I wanted to start with the meeting that I understand occurred with Victoria about the Victorian Regional Forest Agreement, and just wanted to cover off some of the things that were discussed at that meeting. So, Ms Campbell, were you able to sort of talk me through the various issues that were discussed at that meeting?
Emma Campbell, First Assistant Secretary, AgVet Chemicals, Fish, Forest and Engagement Division. Senator, yes, I can at a high level. So early last week, we had one of the regular annual meetings with the Victorians on the implementation of the Victorian RFA. Under the refresh of the RFA, the annual meetings are I think new, but certainly refreshed commitment of both parties, and really what we're looking for is increased transparency and accountability and awareness of the RFAs. We will, and we're working with Victoria on a detailed summary report. My team, who's the secretariat for the annual meetings, are drafting that, and I haven't seen it yet, and we haven't shared it with Victoria, so it'll be available shortly, I hope. The things we talked about were, we talked yesterday in the Environment Committee, but to reiterate here, the changes to the Victorian Code, where that code was updated. My recollection is in February, and that included development of compliance standards, an increased role for the conservation regulator, a plan by Victoria to develop best practice guidelines to recognise and provide guidance to practitioners on the ground for clarity on complying with the law. The conservation regulator was also at that meeting and talked about some of their work that has been done and been planned, for example, looking at steep slopes, and there were allegations. There was a paper released, I'm going to say in November, but certainly last year. I think maybe you tabled that at the last estimates. So there's some allegations in that paper. The conservation regulator talked about their investigation of that, those allegations, and their plans going forward, which include more regular compliance checks. We talked about deforestation, and again, the report that I think it was, sorry, it wasn't steep slopes you tabled.
After the logging, that's right.
Yeah, it was the deforestation report. Using that one as an example, Victoria, I think, recognised that regeneration has been an issue in their forests. They've provided some additional funding to support that post-timber harvesting work, including, again, best practice guidelines for regeneration, developing procedures, and the Chief Conservation Regulator is also looking at a more, I'll say, proactive compliance checks earlier in the process. So when regeneration fails, they'll know sooner rather than the long lag times that we've seen previously.
Okay, look, a couple of those things I wanted to ask further about, but in particular in terms of, you know, this timing of that meeting, it's at the time when the interim protections that were put in place under the threatened species and communities risk assessment are about to become permanent protections. At least that was the timeline. Can you tell me where things are at in terms of that timeline of the permanent protections coming in place, which was scheduled to be this month?
The interim protections were discussed at a high level. Victoria is still working through its process on establishing the permanent protections, which are due in April. They've assured us that they are on track to have those permanent protections in place by April, but they weren't in a position to talk yet at I think the meeting was still in March about what those permanent protections would be. So we don't have the full detail of that, but we're assured that they're on track for coming into place in April.
So can you tell me what engagement the Commonwealth has had with Victoria about the adequacy of the interim protections, and whether you have engage with them about the need for changes from those interim protections for permanent protections?
What I will say is we have discussed those interim protections, and they've advised us, including in that letter that I think we've tabled for you previously. I think it was in this committee, but it may have been in the Environment Committee, that are in place now. Their process running through the final protections, as I say, is underway. In terms of detail of us looking at the adequacy and conversations about that, I don't have that with me. I'd have to take that on.
But have you actively engaged over the adequacy? I mean, for people who weren't at the Environment yesterday, where we talked about the fact that the Victorian Government has declined to, in fact, it was a question that I'd put on notice in this committee as to asking for further details of the risk assessment, which informed their interim protections, and the Victorian Government has declined to provide us with that further information, either me or the Senate or the Department. So I'm just interested to know what further engagement the Department is having then, given that information hasn't been provided, and further engagement then as to whether the permanent protections are going to be different from the interim protections.
Senator Ross, if I might, Rosemary Denninger, Deputy Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment. We are continuing to engage with Victoria in relation to the provision of that document. We understand that the Senate and you in particular, Senator Ross, have sought that. We are continuing to engage with them on that. So I just wanted to mention that. I think we did discuss that yesterday.
Go on,
Sorry, in terms of the permanent protection, because we haven't seen what those are yet, we haven't engaged in that. In terms of...
So you haven't seen them, but they're meant to be in place in April. It's the 5th of April today. That gives us, 26 days, and there's Easter and Anzac Day and everything in between.
And again, Victoria has assured us that they will make their decisions, and under the RFA, it's Victoria's forest management system. Victoria makes their decision, and then they inform us.
So you don't get a chance to have a look at a draft and have put any input into them?
Not to my knowledge. My team will let me know if that case has changed, but there's been other, for example, the code we did not see before it was done, so I would expect that we haven't seen this one, and we will see it when Victoria has resolved their decision.
Since yesterday, and sort of just looking at what I see are pretty inadequate interim protections, I mean, has the federal government expressed concern to Victoria that in their action plan they only cover priority species, not all of the listed species, and whereas, I mean, the Regional Forest Agreement says that, would undertake a risk assessment and where necessary use reasonable endeavours to implement interim enforceable protections. And they haven't given you or I information as to why of the 79 species or communities that are potentially impacted by logging, they've only put in interim protections for 32. So have you expressed concern about that, and particularly in the light of them not giving any further information as to why that risk assessment only resulted in interim protections for 32 species or communities?
So, to clarify, my understanding of that risk assessment is it focused on additional measures that would be needed for species with a focus on bushfires, and this is in the context of the RFA being extended effectively in parallel with the bushfires. And so I don't think it's reasonable to read the risk assessment as the only actions being undertaken in the RFAs. It's an additional action, and so looking at the risk assessment along with the conservation advices, along with a range of actions that are, for example, long-standing practices, I think is a more accurate way to look at the RFA.
It's not just the bushfires, it's the impact of logging operations on threatened listed species under the EPBC Act. And in particular, say for example in the Central Highlands Regional Forest Agreement, the Central Highlands largely weren't impacted by the fires. And in fact, it's the Central Highlands that I noted, if you look at the action plan, there is only one species that has got that is covered off in the interim protections, and that's the bawball frog, which is great. Yes, we need to be doing a lot to be protecting the bawball frog, but there are many other species that are also being impacted. Obviously, the critically endangered leadbeater's possum being one of those. and no information. Just wondering why the Commonwealth haven't raised this with Victoria.
Again, we continue to raise with Victoria, as flagged yesterday, and I think this just recently. Today, we are continuing to look for that risk assessment from Victoria, so we are continuing to raise the issues. Again, the risk assessment and action plan that you're talking about is not the full extent of the RFA. It is a specific action which was done partly for the response to the bushfires, which is why Central Highlands is less prominently featured. We shouldn't read from that there aren't actions in place to support.
No, there are actions in place that so far, as we discussed in the Environment Committee yesterday, have not resulted in a change for the better in the conservation status of many of the threatened species that are present within RFA regions. So clearly, given the trajectory has been negative, we're going to have to do something different if we're going to tackle the fact that we have got species that are becoming more and more threatened. Can I move on to the Code of Practice? And since discussing the Code of Practice with you in Environment Committee yesterday, I've been aware of concerns that have been expressed about the code by various environment advocates and forest protection advocates, and in fact I've got a couple of documents that I'd like to table, which we have copies of. Excellent, pre-organised. One was a letter from about 20 different environment and forest protection organisations across the country, across the state, across Victoria, to the Victorian Minister for the Environment. And the second was a briefing note on the importance of the precautionary principle in environmental and natural resources law. And clearly the biggest concern about the changes to the code is what it does to the interpretation and implementation of the precautionary principle. So can I just start by just getting the sense of the Commonwealth feel that the precautionary principle is important in our forest and environment law?
Yes, the precautionary principle is important. It's embedded in the EPBC Act and it's important in the RFAs.
Yeah. And if you go to the briefing note on the importance of the precautionary principle in environment and natural resources law, on the second page of that, I just wanted to get your response to the statements that are made there about the precautionary principle in the code, and that so the second paragraph on the second page, that clause 2.2.2.2 states that the precautionary principle must be applied to the conservation of biodiversity values, and that the application of the precautionary principle will be consistent with relevant monitoring research that has improved the understanding of the effects of forest management on forest ecology and conservation values, and that VicForest must conduct its timber harvesting operations consistently with the code, including the precautionary principle. And so you'd agree that they're important measures that need to continue to be included in the code.
I think just Senator Rice, in fairness to the officials, these documents have only just been presented to them now, and I think as a general proposition, Ms Campbell's outlined the very high-level views around the precautionary principle. I note the documents you've provided are authored, I gather, by legal academics, are they, from Environmental Justice Australia?
Yes. Well, legal practitioners from Environment Justice Australia.
Of course, and as we know, legal practitioners, you find two lawyers and you'll have 7 opinions. I think it's important for the officials to perhaps digest the information you've provided in the documents tabled, and then perhaps on notice they can answer some of the questions you're asking.
Look, I think those two statements that I've read out, which are essentially, one is a clause from the Code of Forest Practice in Victoria, which Ms Campbell is obviously very familiar with. She's just been telling me she's been discussing it with the Victorian government just last week. Mm-hmm. And in fact, the second statement that I'm wanting to get a response to is the same. It's included in the code.
Again, I'll I'll have to take it on notice again, looking at that and comparing it to the language in the code. I'll need to
Can I just, I mean, those two statements are pretty straightforward and, you know, talking about that the precautionary principle must be applied and that Vic Forest must conduct its timber harvesting operations consistently with the code, including the precautionary principle. I wouldn't have thought they were controversial statements.
So I think Ms Campbell makes a good point. This is a statement replicated in this document, and I think you would expect any Commonwealth official to apply a bit of due diligence in assessing documents tabled by anyone here to make sure they give you a full and proper response, not just here, take me at my word, this is it.
I think you've been pretty obstructionary there, Minister Dudley.
No,
I mean,
they've agreed to take it on notice, Senator Rice. I think that is entirely within the standing orders, and I think a very reasonable thing. If anyone was serious about the issues they were raising, they would allow that to be the path.
Even if they weren't in the document, let's just say that I was putting these statements to you, Ms Campbell, and you, Minister, as well, that you agree with the statement that's in the clause of the Victorian Code of Forest Practice that the precautionary principle must be applied to the conservation of biodiversity values, and that the application of the precautionary principle will be consistent with relevant monitoring research that has improved the understanding of the effects of forest management on forest ecology and conservation values.
So where are you quoting that from?
That's the second paragraph on page 2, which is basically just outlining that's where the precautionary principle is outlined in the Code of Forest Practice.
So is that a question?
Yes, it's just, I just want to state that, and just clarifying that the Commonwealth thinks that agrees that that's in the code, it's important, and it's important for forest management.
I will refer to my previous answer, which is yes, we agree that the precautionary principle is important in the RFAs and it is important in the EPBC Act. And again, it's important that Victorian forest industry complies with the code, and that's why when we talked yesterday we welcome clarifications of the code and that practical guidance I talked about that allows the forest industry certainty for those on-ground practitioners to comply with the code, including in relation to precaution.
Okay, so look, then I do want to go to people's concerns with the changes to the code and take you to the letter that I just tabled. Again, I could summarise this and put it to you if you're, concerned about responding to a document that I have just tabled. But the proposed amendments to the Conservation Forests and Lands Act, introducing a God power into timber harvesting, and that the new clause proposes to incorporate into the Act provisions under a new subsection enabling a code of practice to include discretionary authority on the Minister or Secretary and effectively defer to the Minister or Secretary on any aspect of the content or administration of a code of practice. And the latter power is broad, largely unfettered and extraordinary. When we talked about the code yesterday, this wasn't a concern that you had with the code. It's certainly a concern that has now been raised with me, that I'm very concerned that rather than having sort of the independent assessment of whether the code is being complied with, that now that the Minister can basically call it in. Is that a concern that the Commonwealth have with these changes to the Code of Forest Practice?
Again, I'll take the comments that I've just received on notice and look at that in more detail and respond on notice.
Okay, I mean, just noting in the paragraph there that this would have the effect of permitting the exercise of practically unchecked executive or administrative power, potentially without any recourse, even to decisions or conduct being informed by appropriate science.
Senator Rice, I'm not sure we can direct those questions to the department officials on policy. Unless there's anything else to add, the official has taken it on notice.
Yes, Yep, I'd take the official taken on notice. So, Minister, are you concerned about the changes to the Code of Practice in Victoria?
Well, again, as I might have mentioned last time we met, just 5 or 6 weeks ago, obviously there's a group of organisations represented here who have a particular view on the forest industry and all those who participate in it. They've got a specific view, and of course they are entitled to express it as they do, certainly through you at Senate Estimates. I would, as Ms Campbell has already said, want to go and just check this. I mean, this is a collection of individuals' views on what they believe is contained in the proposed amendments. I don't know whether that's what Ms D'Ambrosio is doing. I know Ms D'Ambrosio is no fan of the forest industry. She's the one who's shutting it down in Victoria, and so I'm pretty concerned about the Victorian government's approach to forestry on that side of the ledger. They're actually not pro-forestry. So I thought you would have been cheering them on, but clearly not. They must be getting everything wrong.
Well, basically, there's still not enough provisions being made for protection of threatened species, animals, plants, communities in our forest areas. And the science is very clear, Minister. And you look at the science is very clear. We've got the Auditor General that's just done a report on the measures to be protecting our threatened species. That was absolutely damning and showed that there has been, lack of measurement, and where there is measurement, we have a decline in our threatened species. And in our forest areas, it's an absolute case in point of
when
where
I'm
we
going
have
to
failed
retire
to be protecting
from
our
the Senate, I'm going
animals
to
and
write a
plants
book
in forest
about
areas.
phrases the Greens use. We know the science is
No,
clear.
the Auditor General has got. Have you?
On
have
an
you,
So
issue.
I do need to interrupt you because this isn't a time for debate.
No, look, I'm just going to ask the Minister a question about
Right,
whether he
terrific.
has read the Auditor General's report on our threatened species.
No, but I have read documents that reference parts of that report.
I suggest to you, Minister, as the Minister for Forestry and the interaction of threatened species in forestry, that it is a very important report for you to read.
Absolutely. Highly engaged in the reforms to the EPBC Act to make sure it's actually fit for purpose and doesn't constrain economic activity in this country and take away jobs.
Can I now go to the report that Ms Campbell mentioned that was discussed at the meeting with Victoria, after the logging report that we discussed at last estimates, where, Minister, you said you wanted to interrogate the findings of the after the logging report. So have you now done an assessment of that report?
So I think, as Ms Campbell has said, the interaction with the Victorian officials, who are the jurisdiction responsible for their territory you claim, and as we discussed last estimates, states and territories are responsible for on-ground management of the forestry industry. That work is ongoing with Victorian officials, and we'll see where that takes us. So we take our role seriously, and I know you do too.
But for you, I mean, you personally, Minister, you said at last estimates that you wanted to interrogate the findings of that report. So have you done any further assessment of the issues that were raised in that report about the failure of regeneration, and that we in fact don't regrow a very significant area of forest after they are logged?
So again, that's your assessment and assertion, and part of what I do as a minister is ask experts like our departmental officials to engage with their counterparts at a state level on claims that are made, so I can be fully apprised. I'd love to fly down to Victoria and spend my time investigating all of these things, or the claims made about the salmon farming industry, for example. I'd spend all of my time heading down rabbit burrows on claims made by various groups. But my trusted officials here are doing that work, and I have every faith that they will ensure that our obligations under the RFA, under the EPBC Act, are all discharged, and we're on the right.
Have they given you a briefing
Senator
on
Rice,
that
can I
report?
make this your last question, please?
Have they given you a briefing on the report since we last discussed this at estimates, Minister?
Yeah, I've had several discussions with.
Have they given
officials.
you a briefing? Is there a briefing paper that's been prepared for you to what the?
I'd have to take that on
views-
notice whether there is a specific.
Ms
briefing
Campbell,
paper.
have you briefed the Minister?
No, our intention is when we have the outcomes from the Victorian meeting last week, that we would brief the Minister with the outcomes of that meeting, which would include the discussion on the deforestation issues, which I've outlined in this hearing, and that were discussed at that meeting.
That's a bit different to the Minister, you saying to me at last estimates that you wanted to interrogate the findings of the report.
Well, as I've already said, the officials who are well equipped to actually do what I've asked them to do, and on a matter I take seriously, because every claim made about this industry, I think, does need interrogation. And as I say, I have the highest level of faith in Ms Campbell, her team, and the rest of the department to make sure that the information I'm provided on this and other areas of our primary industries that I look after, a stress test. And so that interrogation is underway.
I've got one last question about a different issue that probably won't be as controversial, which was there was
That
a question.
disappoints me.
A question on it was about pallets, the supplies of pallets, which there was quite a discussion of. And in response, you said that work was being undertaken as part of the Agricultural Trade and Market Access Cooperation Grant Program. Can you update me as to what the details of work that's been undertaken in regards to this?
Senator Rice, could we just get a reference number, if you don't mind, please, for that? It might actually not be in our area, it might be in a different area, if it's under the ATMAC program.
Right.
Do you have the reference
I haven't
number?
got the number here in front of me, I'm sorry. So-
But it was about an ATMAC grant
Yes,
in relation to pallets.
in relation to pallets.
Okay, we'll see if we can get the question. Oh, Mr. Tinning may be able to assist you, Senator Rice.
Hello, Mr. Tinning.
Hello, Senator. Chris Tinning, Head of the Trade Market Access and International Division. So you were asking about the ATMAC grant for forestry, is that correct?
It was basically regarding the supply of pallets, and work was being undertaken as part of the ATMAC that may assist the industry in overcoming challenges preventing the use of plantation hardwoods to manufacture pallets. And so I wanted to know whether there's any further details on what work's being undertaken and whether any grants have been awarded.
Yeah, so Senator, that particular program is around export diversification. My understanding is that there is an active consideration of a grant for the forestry sector, but there's been no announcement at this
So
point.
can you give me more details about what that would be?
About the grant program or about this particular
about that
grant?
specific grant that
yeah,
there's active consideration of.
Yeah, there's been no announcement at this point.
So
of
was
any
it
grant.
relating to pallets?
It's relating to support for the forestry sector to diversify their export markets.
Right, but that's not going to be addressing the issue with supply of pallets here domestically, which
No,
is what my question, I mean, basically that there is a problem with pallets. My question was relating to the use of plantation hardwoods for pallet use.
No, that's not the purpose of the ATMAC program. The purpose of the ATMAC program is for a range of agriculture and forestry
Well, then it
industries.
was quite misleading, the answer to my question, which was taken on notice. And so in response to the question, I was told that work's being undertaken as part of the ATMAC grant program that may assist the industry in overcoming challenges preventing the use of plantation hardwoods to manufacture pallets. So it doesn't sound like anything is actually happening in that regard.
Senator, let's just over the break check what was said, what we know, and we'll come back to you on that point.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Rice. Senator Mirabella.
Oh, thank you, Chair. A broad policy question for the Secretary and possibly the Minister. If there were to be a change of government in the near future, what programs, projects, policy areas under the umbrella of forward estimates would be affected that you are planning for?
Oh, I can't really answer that question, Senator. One, it's very hypothetical, but secondly, I have no information, and it's not the department's role to sort of comment in relation to any announcements that may or may not have been made by the federal opposition about these areas. So I direct you to any statements that have been made by the opposition and sort of invite you to reach your own conclusions. So.
Okay, Minister.
Thanks, Senator Mirabella. I think it is an important area of contrast as we head to the election, obviously. There are a range of measures that we have announced, that we have in train, and I'm sure there'll be much more to be said between now and election day, obviously. And the biggest concern I think we have is that there is no commitment from the federal opposition about the measures that have been announced. We understand that the opposition will have a budget of their own should they win the election, whenever that is to be held. So that puts a big question mark over things that are already out there, and in the absence of a commitment to those things being funded, one can only assume they won't be continued. And so that's my real concern. And obviously in the area of native forest policy, I think that is going to be a significant area of concern too. We've already seen in Western Australia and Victoria, two state governments of the same political persuasion of the federal opposition that have shut down those parts of a very important, vibrant and sustainable industry. What's going to happen at a federal level? In the absence of a commitment to protect that, I expect that we will see them go down the same path as their state counterparts. So a few questions there that need answering, and as we head to an election, I'm sure that the opposition will put some meat on the bone, much needed information to assuage the concerns of those in the industry and the communities it supports.
So you anticipate that the opposition spokesperson or shadow will be announcing policy?
Well, that's
I'm confused on who the opposition shadow is.
The Shadow Minister for Forestry, for example, is the Shadow Minister for Agriculture, and that is Ms Collins, the member for Franklin. And to date, there have been no announcements on forestry. And if there are none, I expect there will be zero support for policy or budgetary measures for the forestry sector.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Mirabella. Senator Rice has found the question on notice that she was looking
Yes.
forward to refer to.
And so what the answer, so my question on notice was about the use of hardwood plantation logs for timber purposes such as pallets rather than just being chipped or being shipped offshore. And the answer said that the department has had preliminary discussions with industry about the potential to use plantation hardwood in the manufacture of pallets. And the government is providing $1.4 million in support through the Agricultural Trade and Market Access Cooperation Grant Program to Forest and Wood Products Australia to explore the production of higher value hybrid engineered wood products. While the program is focused on adding value to and diversifying export markets, work undertaken as part of this project may assist industry in overcoming some of the challenges preventing the use of plantation hardwoods to manufacture pallets for domestic use. So it sounds to me from what you've just said that in fact the work that is being undertaken through the ATMAC program isn't directly relevant to overcoming the issues with turning plantation hardwoods into pallets.
Senator, sorry, I think you read out the wrong number or a different number than I had, so we didn't track it down, but we've got the question now. And Mr Tinning and I are just trying to explore more about what the actual grant and the detail, and we can certainly take that on notice. My understanding is that the grant is much broader than just pallets. It's about higher value wood uses for the forest industry, which could include pallets. So it's not a specific pallet question. It's about how do we use the resources, use innovation and use the resources to the best effect we can.
Okay. Could you provide me then with some further details about that grant and that overall? Yeah.
We'll take that on notice.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Rice. Senator Sheldon, back to you, or Senator McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just want to now go to the International Trade Assistance Mechanism.
Yes, Senator. Chris Tinning from the Trade Market Access and International Division.
Good, thanks very much. The department confirmed if the budget included any funding to extend the International Freight Assistance Mechanism?
That program is managed by Austrade. We work closely with Austrade on that initiative, but yeah, there was no funding announced in the last budget in terms of DOR or Austrade for an extension.
So there's no intention for support to exporters to give them some level of certainty on air freight until international border restrictions are removed completely? and a new normal is established? I mean, we still do have some restrictions, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, we are very conscious of the impact of high freight costs on exporters and work actively with them. The IFAM team works actively with them on a daily basis to make sure that we are facilitating the air transport that facilitates our exports. But in terms of an extension, we are expecting air freight to return to a new COVID normal, post-COVID normal over coming months, and we are noting that the number of planes coming in and out of Australia is increasing, and that is reducing freight costs.
Are you able to give me a breakdown of the funding by the financial year, of the funding for the International Freight Assistance Mechanism?
I will be able to get that for you, Senator. But you might need to give me a couple of minutes.
If you can, it'd be great.
Yeah, I'll be able to come back to you in the course of the day.
Thank you. Just how much of the funding has been allocated from the agricultural budget as well?
Yeah, as mentioned, the funding for this initiative comes from Austrade. We provide support in a range of ways, including through seconding departmental staff to the initiative, but the funding is through Austrade.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair. I've got another line of questioning regarding future drought fund.
You have that as Chair.
I think you are the chair.
I think I am the chair.
I'm the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Sheldon. Would you repeat that question?
I think I'm right with the line of questioning I was doing. I now want to move to the future drought fund. So someone up for that.
Okay, we'll pass.
Unless there's a question, so my apologies, unless there's a question somebody has in the room, online.
There are no.
No, I don't think there are any questions in the room.
So do you want to keep going, Tony, or does Mary?
Yeah, we just go to the future drought fund would be great.
Do we need?
Yeah, we can do the future drought fund, Senator. So just give us a minute to
Thank you very
change
much.
witnesses.
The chair is coming back.
I do apologise.
No, we're under control.
Of course you are.
We're doing a sterling job, Chair.
Excellent. So
Senator
good to
Sheldon
hear.
proposed an early adjournment, I think I heard him say. But
Like that scene from Monty Python about a self-managing collective, I think.
Terrific. So we've just...
It wasn't pretty, Chair, but we got there. We're at the future drought fund.
Yep. Senator, we're here for your questions on the future drought fund.
Good, thanks very much. Which areas of Australia are still defined as being in drought?
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat the question?
Which areas of Australia are still defined as being in drought?
Thank you, Senator. There are parts of Australia that are still experiencing some dryness. So to be clear, the Commonwealth doesn't have a threshold by which we declare that there are areas in drought. There are parts of southwest Western Australia, some parts of northern South Australia that are still experiencing some significant dryness, and also I understand there are still some parts of Queensland that the Queensland government still considers to be drought declared.
But Senator, in relation to the future drought fund, that's really about building long-term resilience. So notwithstanding that we don't have many areas of Australia in drought now, although we do have some, the future drought fund still remains, and it's focused on long-term resilience for the next drought.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm just deeply interested about where. Just on the, can you just explain to me very briefly? So the states make a decision about which part of the state is in drought, and then the federal government reacts to that. But part of the future drought fund and what the requirement amount of funding levels in there is about having what those projections might be from state to state. Is that accurate, or is that, you might describe it to me in a clearer way?
Yeah, so, Senator, I think what you're asking is about the purpose of the Future Drought Fund, so I might just articulate that for a moment, if that's okay. So the Future Drought Fund...
And sorry, so just hang on for a second, just how you allocate funds as a result of state considerations about what's in drought, if that makes sense. Yep.
So firstly, the Future Drought Fund does not make allocations for funding to provide drought support. Its purpose is to provide funding for programs and projects and initiatives that build drought resilience and preparedness. So the funding made from the Future Drought Fund is not dependent on whether a particular region or state is currently in drought. It's actually irrelevant, because the intent of the Future Drought Fund is to develop a level of resilience and preparedness across the entire system. So there may be parts of Australia that are currently participating in programs funded by the Future Drought Fund which are not currently in drought, and we would suggest that, if anything, the best time to be engaging in those types of activities is when you're not in drought, when communities and businesses are in a position to be able to actually participate in activities that will help them prepare for the next drought. So I guess what I'm saying is there is no link between when a state jurisdiction declares a region in drought and when the Future Drought Fund might fund activities.
Thanks, I very much appreciate that. I just thought I'd let you continue on, because you're doing such a sterling job, and I appreciate that was said to me at the beginning, and I also am very much aware that that's how the fund operates. What I was suggesting, if this makes, I might respond to this comment, and that is that the government, in making a decision about how it allocates funds, I would have thought would be considering where future drought stress is likely to occur. And I would suggest, and correct me if I'm wrong, that part of that consideration of future drought stress would be advised by the state governments because of the information that they correlate. And I'm just then asking about how much funding do we have at the moment in the drought fund right at this moment? If you just provide some details of it. And also the $100 million available annually from the 1st of July 2020, like a breakdown of how much of the money has been spent for each financial year, and what that funding was allocated to by water infrastructure, drought resilience projects across each hub and state and territory.
Okay, so I might respond to the first part of your question first, which was about the extent to which looking ahead of what areas may become drought prone is factored into the decision making about how funds are allocated under the Future Drought Fund. So the funding under the Future Drought Fund is informed by, decisions are informed by consultation which has occurred by the consultative committee, which is established via the legislation. So it's part of the Act. It's a requirement. They did very extensive consultation to inform their 4-year funding plan, which is a legislative instrument which is disallowable. That's available, a publicly available document. And then decisions about individual programs are informed by reference to that funding plan, with consultation occurring with industry and with state and territory governments. And the link between what I've just said and your question about the states and territories is that there is a particular program under the Future Drought Fund called, it's about regional drought resilience planning. And so the Future Drought Fund provides funding to each of the states and territories to undertake regional planning for drought resilience at the regional level. And what that means is that those, at the moment, that funding is being used by those regions to do some really deliberate planning and consideration about what they might need for future droughts. So for some places that would be about water infrastructure, for others it might be about community capacity. That then will inform what those regions may may need in order to be able to build their drought resilience going into the future, and that will be taken into account through our ongoing consultation process in providing advice to government about what the Future Drought Fund should be doing for its next 4-year funding plan. So that, I guess my response is saying that yes, we certainly do take that into account, and that's happening at the regional level, so that those decisions are relevant to the regions that are seeking to do their own planning for drought resilience. Does that answer that part of your question, Senator?
That's very helpful, thank you.
Okay, and the next part of your question was about how much of the funding has been spent, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if I might, I have a table which explains this, so I'll refer to that. So, Senator, as of this financial year, there has been $325.5 million allocated from the Future Drought Fund, and what that means is that these are programs that have been decided and announced. Of that $325.5 million, we have $151.57 million currently under contract. So that is through grants, procurements, payments to the states and territories. And then of that, $95.21 million has been spent, so has actually left the Commonwealth's coffers and has been expensed. The reason that there's a difference between those is that all of those contracts have milestones that the project proponents need to meet before we will pay them. So whilst there are contracts in place, some of that funding is still to flow because we need to see that they've delivered on the things that they've been contracted for. Now, you asked about the split between spending for things like water infrastructure versus drought resilience, etc. I don't have that kind of split with me, so that's something that I could take on notice. But if it would be helpful, I could let you know how much has been allocated by each program. But that would probably take me about...
That would be helpful, and taking on notice, you could also just include when you're looking at water infrastructure and drought resilience projects, if you could break them up into each hub and state and territory as well.
Certainly. So, Senator, if this will take me a couple of minutes, are you okay for me to read from... Yes, okay.
By all means.
Certainly. Thank you. So we have a program called Research and Adoption Program, which has a number of different components to it. $66 million has been allocated for the adoption and innovation hubs, which are the 8 drought resilience hubs around Australia. Of that, it's all under contract, and $32 million has been spent. We also have $4 million for hub projects, $9 million for adoption officers, $34.17 million for innovation grants, and another $7.8 million for national enabling activities, which includes things like the development of a knowledge platform and that sort of thing. So in total for the research and adoption program, we've got $67.38 million under contract and $32.63 million has been spent.
Thank you.
So, Senator, that was the first.
That was the first. I have 4 more.
Yep.
Happy for me to continue?
Yes, that's great. Yeah, please keep going.
I will. So under the broad umbrella of better risk management, we have the Farm Business Resilience Program, which is a program that we deliver through the states and territories, whereby farmers are able to access training workshops for developing their business plans. Of that, $75.97 million has been allocated, and we have $15.97 million which has been spent, so sent to the states and territories, and the rest we are just awaiting the execution of the extension agreements by the Minister, by the states and territories. The other program under the Better Risk Management umbrella is Regional Drought Resilience Planning. That was that program that I was just talking about, where regions do their own drought resilience planning. That's a $40.85 million program. Of that, $11.61 million has been contracted and $9.85 million has been spent. And similarly, we're just awaiting the rest of that money to be under contract, awaiting the return of the contracts by the states and territories. Better climate information. So we have 2 programs under this, Climate Services for Agriculture and the Drought Resilience Self-Assessment Tool. These have $32 million of funding allocated to them, and of that, $31.98 million is currently under contract, and $12.13 million has been spent of that. I've just got 2 more to go. Under the Drought Resilient Communities program, we have 2 separate programs. One is Drought Resilience Leaders, and one is Networks to Build Drought Resilience. $19.2 million has been allocated for those 2 programs. $11.2 million is under contract, and $11.2 million has been spent, so that's everything under contract has currently been spent there. And then the final program umbrella is the Better Land Management. So we have 3 programs under this: Drought Resilience Grants, Drought Resilience Landscapes, and Drought Resilience Soils and Landscapes. $36.43 million has been allocated for the 3 of those programs. $13.43 million has been spent from that.
Thank you. Just want to go to this question about how the funding relates. But the $100 million funding allocation for each year.
Yep.
Can the department interpret these figures and why there isn't $100 million per year being spent? I'm just trying to be quite clear about the $100 million allocation, but is all that money being spent each year, and how's that being devised?
So as I explained in one of my earlier responses, Senator, the underpinning authority for there's the legislation, there's the Future Drought Fund Act, and then there's the 4-year funding plan. In accordance with the 4-year funding plan, the consultative committee develops proposals which are presented to the government, to the minister, and the minister decides how the $100 million allocation for each year is going to be spent. For some of those programs, they're spent over several years, so it may be that a program has a funding allocation that goes over 3 or 4 years. But overall, that's the way that the decisions are made on the funding. I'm assuming you're not asking a technical question about how the money goes from the Future Fund to the Future Drought Fund?
No, that's fine.
So,
thank you.
Senator, I think in short, there's $100 million each year. Some of the detailed programs that Ms. Crossway ran through are not amenable to single-year funding. They actually require more than 1 year of allocation to really make the program work, and that's why it's now the 2nd year of the Future Drought Fund, and yet we're saying the allocated funding is $325.5. And that's because some programs are more amenable and really need to sustain them to have more than 1 year funding. So it's very dependent on each individual program and how it's best to manage and deliver it in terms of that allocation of funding.
The only thing I would add is that money that is allocated under the Future Drought Fund can't be used for anything else. So it's not like if it's not spent, it could be repurposed. It must be spent on drought resilience funding under the Act.
Right, thanks. Yeah, that was quite interesting because we were going through questions earlier today. The Minister raised a question about forestry, and I'm very mindful that in the discussions we had in this and an earlier estimates last week that, for example, the 1 billion trees that the government keeps pronouncing is going to failed projects, failed timelines. And we've got less hectares under new timber plantations established in 2019-20 than it was in 2018-19. So I just want to see whether the government's actually following through on its project plan. And so thank you for that information. Just want to go to drought
Senator,
resilience.
just before you do, Senator, just on that, the Future Drought Fund did put out a report late last year which, stepped through the programs, the allocations, the reasoning, etc. And I commend that to you as a document that explains and, if you like, acquits the work of the Future Drought Fund for its inaugural year.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. It's regarding the drought resilience adoption and innovation hubs. The Minister announced $86 million for 8 adoption and innovation hubs across regional Australia back in September 2020. How much of the $86 million has now been allocated?
Yeah, Senator, that was in my previous response. So at this,
sorry, I might have missed
yeah,
that.
no, you're okay. $32 million has been spent so far.
All right, thank you. Sorry, thanks for that. Can you just take me through you've touched on some of this, and thank you for your answers so far. Can the department provide an update on the establishment of each of the 8 hubs? So, are all the hubs now fully operational?
Yep. Certainly, Senator. Just give me 1 second and I'll turn to the right page.
And I've got some additional questions on the basis of the hubs as well.
Okay. Yeah, so, Senator, the hubs are all established. There are 8 around Australia. They were launched in April 2021. The initial $66 million investment in setting the hubs up has leveraged an additional $114 million in co-contributions from partners who participate in those hubs. There are over 140 industry and research partner organisations across the 8 hubs, and as of right now, the hubs have received $32 million in funding from the Future Drought Fund, as I just mentioned. The hubs are really starting to take off in terms of their activities, and one of the key rationales for establishing these hubs was to provide a local convening point for people across different sectors. So whilst all but one of the hubs are set up by and within a regional university, the intention is that they will bring together people from across the research, farming, community sectors to work together on projects and also to provide assistance to participants within the hubs for applying for drought resilience grants. And some of what we've seen is that a number of the hubs have been doing that and have been participating in some of the innovation grant rounds that we've run through the Future Drought Fund, and have really been providing a benefit to those, and the quality of the applications and the projects that they're proposing has really increased based on their involvement. So generally, yes, they're established. They've been very busily setting up their nodes, which are their shopfront locations in regional communities, staffing those up and working together with their partners to develop their activity plans, which set out what the hubs will be doing for their first 12 months in operation.
Thank you. And how much funding has been provided to each of the 8 hubs?
Each of the hubs gets the same amount, so $8 million each.
And how many farmers? Thank you. Sorry, you go on. I'll cut you off.
Oh, you're right.
How many farmers are assessing information through each of the 8 hubs?
I don't have that information yet. That's something that we've certainly asked the hubs to be tracking. It's one metric, I suppose, that you could use is how many farmers have contacted the hubs. But I do know that each of the hubs have been carrying out workshops which have had a number of attendees that have been farmers. So that's a question that I can take a notice.
Yeah, Senator, it's Andrew Metcalfe. Just to add to that answer, I'm actually going to be in Toowoomba on Monday at the Darling Downs hub based at the University of Southern Queensland. And so I'll be interested as to now that they're sort of moving from the start-up phase to the sort of normal running phase, how that is going. But certainly one of the absolute intentions is that the hubs work very closely with farmers, and that's the reason that they're based in key agricultural areas around Australia, and are very much a hands-on and practical way, effectively linking the great science and research that's been undertaken by universities and research and development corporations and others, and then extending that and adopting that at the farm level, both in relation to farming practices, business practices, as well as sort of networks being established. So now that we're sort of moving beyond that start-up phase into the sort of business as usual phase, I think we'll see a lot more farmers getting direct contact and using the value that the hubs will create. So.
Thank you. How many farmers are assessing, that question I asked about how many farmers are assessing information, if you can take that on notice, but you mentioned that also in your answer that there are other metrics. Just briefly, what are the other metrics and headlines? And I appreciate the detail will be likely to be on notice if you haven't got them readily there.
Yeah, each of the hubs is in the process of developing their own monitoring, evaluation and learning plan. So once those are available, they will be published. But in the interim, we do have a monitoring and evaluation framework for the entire Future Drought Fund and also for the research and adoption program. So I will take on notice providing that, and that provides an indication of the measures of success for the hubs.
Does that measure the metrics for each of the hubs? Does it go to, just so I understand your answer clearly, is it broken down to each of the 8 hubs, or is it just the entire 8 hubs together and without it being broken down?
Each of the hubs will have their own, so they'll set their own success measures, I suppose. And from our perspective, looking at the system as a whole, we're more interested in whether the hubs as a whole are having an impact. So the things that we would be looking at measuring may not be as simple as how many farmers have accessed. It's more likely to be whether there's been an increase in, for example, adoption of new practices in a particular region.
Right. And I appreciate that the metrics need to have some degree of depth. I'm just trying to get clear in my mind what are the metrics. So the metrics are being decided by each hub, is that what you're telling me?
They're being, so for their own evaluation plan, then yes, they're being decided by the hub, but the department does need to approve their monitoring and evaluation plans. It's one of the milestones under their contracts with the Commonwealth. So they're required to do it, and they also need to be consistent with the guidelines under which they're funded. So there is certainly some clear expectations about what we're asking of them.
Yeah, you touched on this before, but just the evaluation of the hubs. What's the timeline for the evaluations? I know you touched on it before, just so I'm clear in my mind.
So there'll be constant evaluation through the reporting and monitoring that I guess I'm describing monitoring, not evaluation, that we require of them. But at a higher level, in terms of evaluation of the program as a whole, there's a number of different timescales that we'll be using for that. One of them is the Productivity Commission under the Future Drought Fund Act is required to do a review of the Future Drought Fund before the end of the funding plan. So that will probably be kicking off at the end of this year. That is one way that evaluation will be done, but at the same time, the department under the monitoring and evaluation framework for the whole Future Drought Fund, each year we'll be reporting through the annual report about the progress of each of the programs, including the Hubs program, and so that's a place that you can look for that evaluation. But it's going to be an ongoing monitoring and evaluation process so that we can learn from it and make changes to programs as we go if necessary.
And Senator, just to help, I know we'd focus on the 8 hubs, but with the 8 hubs, there's over 40 nodes. So I'm just expressing there that the reach and the immediate presence is greater than perhaps you'd get the impression with 8 geographic hubs. With 40 nodes, and as the Secretary mentioned, he's visiting one of those, you get a much greater reach than just what you might think of when you hear 8 hubs.
Yeah, for example, the Toowoomba one that I'll be visiting on Monday, I think, has nodes in Roma, and there's probably a number of other places as well that you could mention.
Longreach.
Longreach.
Yep.
Yep.
Actually, I need to correct my answer. I said that each of the hubs receives the same amount of money, $8 million. The Southern Queensland hub has an additional super node at Armidale at the University of New England, for which it has received an additional $2 million. So that has in recognition of the very significant diversity and strength, I suppose, of the agriculture sector across a very big region. But that's another node.
Yep.
Thank you for that correction. Will the funding for the hubs be allocated from department money, or is it part of the 86 million?
Funding for the hubs was set up from Future Drought Fund money, which is administered from the special account for the Future Drought Fund. However, there is an extension of the role of the hubs, which will be funded from the departments, so not from the Future Drought Fund. That extension is about the hubs not. So that's an additional $20 million. And the intention is that each hub will receive $2.5 million to do work that is broader than just drought resilience. Drought resilience is a relatively, not constrained, but a defined area of particular research and adoption focus. And the intent is that the additional $20 million, which has been made available, will be provided to the hubs to do work that is not strictly drought resilience, and that is to be very clear that Future Drought Fund money is only being spent on drought resilience purposes. So the additional funding will not come from the Future Drought Fund.
So the $20 million comes from the department money, does it?
No, actually, it does not. It's a budget measure.
A separate budget measure. Essentially, in this budget, the government's building on the existing hub network to deliver other extension and adoption activities, but not funded from the Future Drought Fund because it's not necessarily directly drought related.
Thank you. Just on the evaluation, just back to the evaluations, thank you for those answers. Who carries out the evaluation of the hubs? Is it internally in the department? Do you have someone contracted to do that? Just very interested.
In terms of a formal monitoring and/or evaluation or even audit role, we haven't yet decided how that will be carried out. It's likely that we'll engage someone external to the department to undertake that work, but we haven't yet decided exactly how that will look yet.
Have you got a timeline for that decision?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, it's a critical part of evaluating success or otherwise. I appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely.
We haven't got metrics yet. We haven't got them broken down clearly into hubs. And who's doing the evaluation is pretty critical for making sure that people have money's been best spent. Obviously, money in this area is well spent, but it needs to be best spent.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, there's been a lot of media releases from the Minister for Agriculture of recent times about drought resilience and other funding under the Future Drought Fund. Is there a go-to document that the department can provide that summarises all the funding that is being allocated for drought resilience and other projects?
So, Senator, every funding decision that has been made under the Future Drought Fund is listed on our website by program, by recipient and by amount. So that's all publicly available as soon as the information is available and the contract has been signed. So I can direct you to that. There's a lot there because there have been a lot of funding decisions made, but that information is all available.
Thank you. If you can direct me where all that information is available, that would be of a great deal of assistance. Thank you.
Would you like us to give you the link address, Senator? from our website?
It's on our website.
I can give it to you, or you can.
If it's the one that you think gives us all the information in one go-to spot, then I'm very pleased to
Yep,
see it.
and I think in the search bar, if you do future drought fund, that'll take you to the right place. But for help, it's www.org.gov.au/agriculture-land/farm-food-drought/future drought funds. There you go. And then it's got all the various programs underneath it.
I'm glad you asked.
But if you just go to the search
Glad you
button,
made it easy.
yeah, the search button and Future Drought Fund works.
I'll admit I usually Google Future Drought Fund.
Yeah.
And go to that page.
Yeah.
The
Google helps.
good old-fashioned Google way.
Right, thanks. I've got no further questions on this line of questioning, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Senator Mirabella.
I have a couple of questions.
Terrific, thank you.
So what is the projected life of these hubs under current funding?
The hubs are currently funded for 2 years. And future funding decisions will be made and announced.
The reason I'm asking is there is a general difficulty doing when you start talking about metrics, when you start talking about business cases, with things that are highly qualitative. So surely any examination of metrics or performance really, we don't know what that will be, the success of these things, until the next drought, will we?
I think you're right, Senator. One of the real challenges of measuring the impact of any program or spending which has the impact is measured by how do you manage it next time, and the next time is going to be, some number of years in the future, which we don't necessarily know. Setting up programs and the things that we're monitoring and counting right now in a way that is going to actually be able to answer that question has been a challenge. We've invested a lot of time and energy in a monitoring and evaluation framework that we hope will get us there. And if you're interested, it's a very detailed document on our website, which we've put together with great care and thought. Because you are right, it's when we get to the next drought and we're able to identify, for example, regions that experienced drought significantly last time and were severely impacted, whether that's by the impact on reduced agricultural production, the length of time taken to recover from the drought. If those metrics are more positive after the next drought, you would hope that you'd be able to say that the spending under the Future Drought Fund had contributed to that. However, there are questions around attribution and the degree to which you can say that it was.
Look, I know it's early days, but when we are in the midst of drought, the effects on agricultural output are clear, obvious and well known. The effects, particularly of recent droughts, certainly in my part of the world, have been very much on communities, families, mental health, survival of small business effectively. Are those sorts of areas, areas of study for these hubs, or are they just sticking to the nuts and bolts of dirt and seed and water?
The hubs, so the Future Drought Fund as a whole has social resilience as one of the pillars of spending, and certainly a number of the programs that I've already talked about have that building social and community resilience as one of their goals. The hubs themselves are also, whilst they're in the very, very early days, they are turning their minds to how they might contribute to those, that part of their, the resilience of their region. So whilst the focus, because they are set up as a adoption and development and extension function, which really is a bit more about the agricultural science, the impact of what the hubs are doing by bringing people together within a region is also going to have one could hypothesise would have an impact on the social resilience of that region as well. So whilst it's not an explicit function of the hubs, many of them are looking at that as part of their reason for existing. And it's also the way that they're able to get some of their partners to the table is to promote that side of what they're able to offer.
And surely, and this goes back to my earlier concern, if any of these hubs are involved in longitudinal studies, for example, rural mental health and so on, then there is the real, a likelihood that these will be rendered, incomplete should these centres...
one other aspect, Senator, is of course, given that Australia is an entire continent, it's quite likely that we'll have drought in one area and not in other areas. In fact, we've really seen that to a certain extent at the moment, and therefore the lessons and the experience that's been gained in a particular hub, is transferable and able to be shared and whatever. And of course, this is building on decades of federal government programs and policies around drought, everything from farm management deposit schemes and the rural financial and drought. In fact, you could argue that the Murray-Darling irrigation system is part of a response to the inevitability of drought in our climate. So the drought hubs don't seek to be a complete answer to preparedness for the drought. That's what the Future Drought Fund, together with those many other programs, is about. But I think they will play a very important role in the linking of the science and the research that already exists and is continuing at a place-based level with farmers, and also provide those networks, because, as we said earlier, it's not just about farming methods, it's about business methods and preparedness, and it's about communities, and it's about personal resilience. And so across the breadth of the programs that Ms Crosswade's been describing, those are the areas that we're trying to focus on. But the hubs are certainly a key component of the whole.
Yes. Look, and the background of my questions is concern that for some people, if it's all about metrics, then, the bean counters at some point will say, well, let's just chop that because there's nothing to report. Does the department have an accepted definition of drought?
So the Commonwealth has not taken a position that there is a particular definition. However, we do tend to refer to things like the bottom 15% of rainfall deficiency on previous periods. So there's a number of different metrics that you can rely upon.
But you still rely on the states. It's actually up to the states to declare particular regions in drought. Just broadly, I'm not asking for specifics here. In the period leading up to 2020, a lot of the country was in drought, and that ultimately culminated in Black Summer. So much of Eastern Australia was so dry. What was of concern to me was that in Victoria, over that time, 2018, 2019, I think, a certain amount of work being done by the Victorian government came under the heading of unseasonal dry conditions. Is that nomenclature new to you, or have you heard this before? Is this something new?
I've heard that be a term used to describe conditions experienced in a particular
Is that the same as drought?
Region. It probably is. I guess from our perspective, there aren't any drought support programs that are run by the Commonwealth that rely on a definition, if that makes sense, a threshold or a trigger. So it's not something that we have as part of our policy suite, I suppose, in terms of things that we...
Well, I flag it might be an issue. As a farmer, I wouldn't like to be relying on a declaration of unseasonal dry conditions if that nomenclature doesn't mesh with broader, definitions of what constitutes drought. To me, it's a, it's a euphemism.
Each of the jurisdictions does have its own way of defining when a region is or is not in drought. So, some jurisdictions don't have any drought declarations. Western Australia, for example. Other jurisdictions have different definitions that they rely upon. The dry conditions or unseasonably dry conditions, I suppose, is one way of saying that there is it's drier than expected, therefore
It's unseasonal?
Yeah. The other point I would make is that when we're talking about drought, dryness in and of itself is not necessarily a problem.
I know, and look, to me there's a funny element to this, but it's also a serious element. Because I had enough experiences, asking these questions, having people avoiding answering the questions, then maybe it's something the Commonwealth should be looking at as a glossary.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Mirabella. That takes us up to the break. We're going to have 15 minutes, and given it is now 11:07, we will come back at 11:20. We shape 25. 11:25. It's any better offers.
3 minutes extra.
Now that has also brought us to the end of outcome 3. So please, those department officials, please go with our thanks, and we will return after morning tea with outcome 4.
Chair, we have one or two. Comebacks that we can provide, so we might just do that straight after the break, if that's okay.
Or, well, whichever. Would that mean that you would be released if you were to do it now?
I think that'll. If we do it straight after the break, that'll be
terrific.
Great, so.
Thank you.
Oh, not bad. How about you?
All right, welcome back. And just as we went to the break, we identified some responses to come forward to the committee. So if you would like to take us away.
Thank you, Chair. Rosemary Denninger, Deputy Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment. Senator McCarthy was asking about the overall figures for production, so I just wanted to provide that in a consolidated way. So the forecast for 2022-23 financial year for the agriculture sector is $76 billion. And the forecast for that year, 2022-23, for agriculture, fish and forests is $82 billion. They both slightly come down in the next financial year, 2023-24. Ag is forecast to be $74 billion, and agriculture, fisheries and forestry, $80 billion. And as we discussed, that reflects changes in pricing and production. So I just wanted to put that in the record in a consolidated way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Was there anything else? Yes, Mr. Tinning.
Chris Tinning, First Assistant Secretary, Trade Market Access and International. Senator Sheldon asked about the breakdown of the International Finance Assistance Mechanism budget by financial year. So in 2019-20, the budget was $55 million. For 2020-21, it was $523.8 million. And for 21-22, it was $445.2 million.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
And finally, Chair, we took some questions from Senator McCarthy before about Indigenous employment,
Yes.
and I'm told that we should have those answers ready before the lunch break.
Oh, that's terrific. Senator McCarthy will be pleased. Yes, there she is. Mr. Metcalfe, I wondered if we could take the opportunity to hear from the Chief Vet about his knowledge of what's happening with lumpy skin in Indonesia currently.
Yes, Dr Ship is here, Senator, so I'll ask Mr Tung and Dr Ship to come forward, and Dr Ship, the Chief Veterinary Officer, was in Indonesia last week, so he might be able to provide a short briefing to you. So.
Terrific. It was certainly a major topic of conversation in the Northern Territory at the Cattlemen's Association conference, and it'd be great to get an update. Thank you, Dr Ship.
Senator Mark Ship, the Australian Chief Veterinary Officer. I had the opportunity to visit Indonesia and Singapore last week. Both countries have recently declared that they are infected with lumpy skin disease. In Indonesia, they have commenced a vaccination program. Australia purchased the vaccine for them to use in their immediate response, and that is being deployed in the affected province of Riau. I was able to meet with the Disease Control Centre in Riau and with Indonesian officials in Jakarta that are leading the response, and also with FAO and others that are also contributing to that response. My assessment is that they are unlikely to be able to meet the objectives of their vaccination campaign, which is to contain the disease to Riau province, and it is likely to spread to other provinces in Sumatra province. That is of concern to us from a couple of perspectives. Firstly, Australian cattle that travel to Indonesia largely go to Lampung province, where we have some very large feedlots, and there's also some dairy enterprises in North Sumatra. So those enterprises are at risk, and they're not yet able to access vaccine because the vaccine has only been approved for emergency use in the infected provinces, and they're in adjoining provinces. The second concern is that if Indonesia is not successful in containing lumpy skin disease to that province, or indeed to Sumatra, that with time we might expect it to spread through the Indonesian archipelago to Timor and to Papua, which would put it in very close proximity to Australia, and the possibility of it being carried into Australia through biting insects. Lumpy skin disease is a serious pox disease of cattle and buffalo that is transmitted by any biting insect, such as mosquitoes or biting flies, or perhaps ticks also. So that was the visit to Indonesia. I also visited Singapore. They have 2 dairy farms in Singapore, each with about 50 animals, so they're quite small concerns. They're up against the Malaysian border, within 1 kilometre of Malaysia. One of those has come down with lumpy skin disease, and I was able to visit that farm and see the disease and the cattle that are recovering from that infection. Singapore's not a big livestock producer, but they are an important partner in the region, and I was able to have day-long discussions with counterparts there on their approach to combating lumpy skin disease, and indeed a range of diseases across the region.
Tell me, in Singapore, did they use the vaccination once they'd identified that they had an outbreak, and was that successful?
They've not yet used the vaccine. Like Australia, Indonesia and Singapore, all 3 countries have not approved the vaccine, so they are going through the emergency permit process, just as Indonesia had done a couple of weeks beforehand. And Australia is in the same position. The vaccine is a live vaccine, so animals that are vaccinated cannot be distinguished between those that are vaccinated and those that are infected. And there are concerns about the quality of a number of the vaccines. Even those that are coming out of recognised laboratories are in some cases found to be contaminated or of impure strains. So some work needs to be done after permitting import of vaccine around ensuring its purity and then controlling its use.
Would you then recommend that, sorry, I don't want to ask you a policy question, but is the next step that Australia consider manufacturing the vaccine in Australia? And I appreciate that that's currently not Australia's position, but is that a solution if we had our own controls over the manufacture?
So we have a number of constraints in Australia. The virus is not able to be imported into Australia, so the high security laboratory that we have in Geelong, which was built for the purposes of working with diseases such as lumpy skin disease, does not have permission to work with lumpy skin disease. So that's curtailing our ability to run diagnostics. So Singapore, for example, asked about sending the virus to us to undertake genomic sequencing and comparison with known strains of lumpy skin disease in the region. They're not able to do that because we don't have approval to bring the virus into the laboratory. Secondly, it would be beneficial to have the vaccine in Australia before we need to use it, so that we can undertake that analysis about its purity and its effectiveness before we need to deploy it, rather than have the disease and not be able to immediately deploy the vaccine. So my advice would be that we open up permission for ACDP, the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness, to work with the virus to allow diagnostics and development of alternate vaccines, and that we also import the live vaccine so that we can examine it and assure ourselves that it's safe before we need to deploy it in the event that the disease comes into Australia.
Chair, Andrew Tongue, Deputy Secretary, Biosecurity and Compliance. I was also at the Cattlemen's Conference in the Northern Territory. We've been having extensive conversations with the Cattle Council and cattlemen and others, the NFF, about the question of bringing the live virus to Australia to do exactly what Dr Ship's talking about. And there seems to be a deal of support for a position that says, once in 2006, when the virus started moving out of Africa, it was a long way away and it didn't feel so pressured. We're in a different risk situation now, and we believe we need to take charge of our future here.
I'll just ask one more question before I pass to colleagues, but the cattle in Singapore that you said that were recovering, so is this a disease that the cattle do recover from? And I understand some can die, but what's the impact?
So the cattle in Singapore were in a dairy, so they were quite able to be individually managed, supported. The cattle that were badly affected in Indonesia were animals that were poor or weak initially, and once they go down, they needed to be then supported. So some animals were not able to walk and some were not able to feed, but in a smallholder situation that's manageable. In an Australian extensive northern cattle industry context, that's completely untenable. So we would expect that the consequences for the Australian extensive cattle industry would be quite severe.
Are you thinking the sort of scale of the BTEC program of the terrifying? Senator Mirabella.
In areas where this disease has existed for some time, such as Africa, is there any evidence that of livestock successfully developing resistance to this?
Yes, certainly. With most pox viruses, once you've had one exposure, then you've got immunity essentially for life, like chicken pox or other pox type viruses. So there's a strong immunity developed either through vaccination or through exposure. The difficulty that, as I said, we've seen with some of the vaccines is that they are reverting to a highly virulent strain rather than being a very attenuated strain. We want a vaccine that's going to offer immunity without disease, and in some cases the vaccine is not doing that. It's reverting to a wild type which is causing severe disease.
Is that something that we should be looking at, is sourcing breeding stock that have resistance to the strain or are immune?
Yes, so certain breeds of cattle are more immune and are known to be more immune also. So the northern cattle breeds are more resistant, more immune in that they'll still become infected, but they won't suffer to the same extent as southern cattle, the Bos Taurus type cattle that we've got in southern Australia, Angus, Hereford and the like. Dairy cattle are more severely affected than the Bos Indicus cattle that we've got in northern Australia.
Right. Is it the case that we're talking when, not if?
I think it's a case of when it reaches Timor and Papua, and all of the efforts that we can do to put in place to try and slow that arrival on our doorstep. So to that end, we're focusing efforts on providing vaccine support, providing biosecurity support, technical support, financial support to the Indonesian authorities, both in their interest and in our interest to try and keep it away from our doorstep for as long as possible.
And Senator, we'll be having further conversations with the northern cattle industry, have been very forthcoming in their willingness to work with us in Indonesia and have made numerous offers of support. Following Dr Ship's visit, we think there's practical things that we could work with the northern cattle industry to do to support the Indonesian government and the provincial government. And we're having those conversations sort of starting this week, immediately on Dr Ship's return. We'll continue to work with our colleagues in our international area of the department and also the Department of Foreign Affairs to do whatever we can to work to support our Indonesian colleagues.
Within the livestock industry in Australia, obviously the question for all livestock producers and particularly, I suppose, exporters, what effect this has when this disease gets you, and particularly in light of what you've just said for southern producers. So what are the implications for beef? So, cattle that are either immunised or infected and recover, what are the practical and marketing implications for beef?
So the disease impact is a loss of productivity. So for cattle, beef cattle, because they're losing so much protein through the open wounds in their hides, that takes a big production loss, something like a 30% production loss on those animals, and then they need to recover and get back on their feet and regain that weight. For dairy cattle, that is quite a severe impact. They lose the milk production capacity very quickly. But the more severe impacts are in terms of trade. So we would immediately lose our health status and not be able to export live cattle to all destinations until we had renegotiated trade requirements. Dairy exports would be similarly impacted, and a number of meat and meat byproduct exports. So some of those are obvious now because the accompanying health certification identifies lumpy skin disease as a disease to which we must attest. Others are not obvious as yet because countries will look at Australia and say, oh, your health status has changed significantly. We didn't include lumpy skin disease as a disease of concern, but it is now a disease of concern, so we'll suspend trade until we can renegotiate, and that could take some time.
Does it affect hides?
Yes, so the value of the...
Permanently, yeah?
Yeah, the value of the hide is significantly affected because it punches big holes through the full thickness of the hide.
All right. In practical terms, though, what does it do to meat quality?
In terms of meat quality, very little, except that if you have an animal that's fevered and not eating, then the quality of the meat of the infected animal is impacted, and it's probably not suitable for human consumption. But once the animal's recovered, then it's possible to regain that loss.
So an animal that's recovered long term,
yeah. Six months down the track, okay. It'd be suitable.
I asked this question last week, but you might be in a better position to answer. Do we have any data on the, we'll call it survivability or the rates of infection in colder climates? So the reason I'm asking is, are we likely to see this slow as it moves south in Australia?
Yes, because it's largely driven by biting insects, and biting insects are less common in southern Australia, and that's the main determinant.
Yep.
But obviously in warmer climates you get more biting insects, more infection, and more secondary infection as a result of those skin wounds.
Does that mean that it is less likely to cross to Tasmania?
We imagine that if the disease were to enter northern Australia, that we would be able to declare Tasmania as a free zone for quite some time, yes.
And if it does spread throughout most of the continent, what are the implications for New Zealand?
We haven't done an assessment on behalf of New Zealand, but I think their own assessment is that they have very few of the biting insects of concern that afflict Australia, particularly in northern Australia, so they are feeling far more comfortable about this than we are.
My last question, and this is, I guess, an answer it might be an educated guess, but what time frame are we looking at?
We anticipate that it would spread across the island of Sumatra in the next 6 months, and then the following 6 months through the archipelago if the current course continues to be followed. What we're hoping to do is to slow that spread through our interventions with Indonesian support.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Mirabella. Senator Davey.
Thank you. I've just got some questions while you're in the hot seat, Dr. Shipp. All on very similar grounds, because we have seen with Japanese encephalitis or encephalitis, I'm never quite sure which way you meant to
Both are okay, Senator.
Good. That the original expectation was it would also enter in the north and then progress south, but it seemed to have skipped the north and set up in the south. For a lot of these diseases, Australia has a range of sentinel herds. Where are those sentinel, and for the benefit of people listening, sentinel herds are herds that we monitor for these diseases. Where are they located predominantly?
Predominantly along the northern coast, yes.
So in the case of Japanese encephalitis, the sentinel herds were not impacted. By the time we discovered it was within our borders, it was within our borders.
Japanese encephalitis doesn't affect cattle.
No, it's pigs.
Yeah. And we don't have sentinel pig herds in northern Australia.
Right. Do we have any sentinel pig herds?
No.
But we do.
We do have sentinel chickens, and they're being used by our colleagues in the health departments to monitor for a range of vector-borne viruses that affect people and are carried by birds such as water birds and poultry.
Right.
And Senator, I think Mr Tongue was going to say we do testing though, or sampling on feral pigs in the north.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Right. With lumpy skin disease, that does not affect humans, does it? So it's not like any of the encephalitis that can be.
No.
That will reassure people. I think that's all I had then. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Davey. I've just got a last question. What would it take for Australia to be able to produce mRNA vaccination in Australia?
My understanding is that we have very little sovereign capability to manufacture mRNA vaccines. From my perspective, it would be something that would be highly desirable. An mRNA vaccine doesn't require use of live virus and would be a safe alternative to importing live viruses. It would be something that would also allow us to distinguish between an animal that's been infected and an animal that's been vaccinated. So we're hoping that capability can be developed and taken up.
Right.
And I would note, Senator, that there's conversations happening at a state government level and also with the cattle industry about utilising mRNA capability elsewhere, particularly Canada, and there's active investigation underway. So we're looking at all the possible candidates as promptly as we can to see what directions we can pursue.
Thank you. Senator McCarthy, I believe, has questions for you too, Dr. Shipp.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm just, and it's been good to listen to the previous questions on this issue because it is a real worry for our country, but also for our cattle industry here in the north. I'm just taking note of a ABC News story here, Dr. Shipp, which I just want to quote to you because I need to understand what you've said, and I just want to just read it out to you. And in relation to lumpy skin disease, if this was to occur in Australia, it would be much more challenging because the ability to nurse individual animals simply doesn't exist. So I'm just wondering what we need to do in that instance, should it come here. Is there a capability or is there something we should be doing to prepare for that?
So thank you, Senator. My comments were in relation to the extensive nature of cattle raising in northern Australia and the presence of a number of feral buffalo and cattle in northern Australia. So the opportunities for regular interaction with those cattle, to be able to see them up close and to see whether they have lumps on their hide is not frequent. Very different to being in a dairy where you're seeing the same animal twice a day and can very quickly pick up an infected animal, which was the case in Singapore, or the case in Indonesia, where animals are held in backyards and small holding and are getting daily interaction with their owners.
And Senator...
So is it fair to say that with that, just following on from that, Dr. Shipp, so would our dairy cattle industry be much more capable of dealing with this at the moment, should worst case scenario happen, as opposed to the Brahmins up north and all of that?
Yes, essentially a dairy is very much like a sentinel herd in that it's a population of cattle that are kept together and are regularly examined, and being a static population of cattle, it's also likely to attract biting insects and so act as an early warning system.
And Senator, as we discussed last week, the $60 million that the government's made available to increase funding to the Northern Australia quarantine arrangements. Part of that money is about increasing our surveillance effort across Northern Australia, working with the 3 jurisdictions, because if the disease was to come to Australia, what I'll call the combat jurisdictions are the states and territories, to work with the jurisdictions and the industry in Northern Australia to lift our ability to provide surveillance, and we're discussing that with industry and states and territories as we speak, but also to improve our preparedness to exercise and to ensure that we can respond really quickly should we identify the disease, and also improve our diagnostics so that there aren't big delays. If we identify the disease, we can identify it quickly, because speed to identify, diagnose is our friend. The longer we take, the more likely the disease is to spread across Northern Australia.
Thanks, Mr. Tongue. I know we went through that last week, but we didn't have Dr. Shipp, so I'm really keen to just touch base on a few of his observations. Can I just go to another quote that you provided in the ABC article, Dr. Shipp, where I'm not sure if you can explain this one to me. We need to be able to work with the virus, firstly, so we can diagnose it should it arrive in Australia, and secondly, so we can work on an effective vaccine rather than a live vaccine.
Yep, so in terms of diagnostics, if we were to suspect lumpy skin disease, we would not be able to send the sample to our own laboratory here in Australia. We would be needing to send it to the UK for that diagnostic confirmation. And obviously that would be present an unacceptable delay to get that diagnosis. In terms of...
So where's the...
Sorry?
Where in the UK would it go? Apologies.
To their high security laboratory in Pirbright. And then in terms of having the virus here, as I said, it would be desirable for us to be able to develop an alternate vaccine, one that is not a live vaccine, so that we could be able to distinguish between infected and vaccinated animals, and also to bring in the vaccine and work with the existing vaccines to ensure that they're pure and suitable for use in Australia.
So you said earlier in your response to the other senators that it was a case of sovereignty issues for us around not being able to produce that vaccine?
Yes, and that's the case for almost all vaccines in Australia, that we are reliant on importing them from other countries. Most other countries don't have the biosecurity requirements that Australia has around imported vaccines. And most other countries don't have the priorities that we have for diseases of interest and significance to us. So it's often difficult to get the attention of vaccine manufacturers and big pharmaceutical companies because Australia is a relatively small market with very high entry requirements, and as a consequence, we get very low priority in terms of vaccine development.
So what would be the next steps for our country to be able to produce the vaccine? You speak a bit about the Geelong lab, but what would need to happen?
As I said earlier, the laboratory at Geelong was built to handle this virus and other viruses, but it was excluded at the time of commissioning that laboratory. So I would be keen to explore the opportunity or the need to bring that vaccine into the laboratory and reverse the earlier decision so that we can work with that virus safely in the high security laboratory at Geelong.
And why was it excluded?
At the time of commissioning the laboratory back in the 80s, foot and mouth disease and lumpy skin disease were the two viruses that were excluded from the initial approval, given the concerns of the livestock industry that there may be an escape from the high security laboratory. In the 40 years of operation of that laboratory, there has been no escape causing disease, and therefore I think we now have sufficient evidence to address that concern.
Okay, and Dr. Shipp, have you been up here in the Northern Territory since you've come back from Singapore?
No, I only got back on the weekend. Yep.
Okay. Will you be travelling up this way? Obviously, we're very keen to know some more details on this. And I'm sure
very keen to do so. But in the interim, I've organised a number of briefings with a range of industry groups that have asked for that.
Senator, I think we have 900 people enrolled for a webinar on lumpy skin disease, which we'll hold shortly.
Is that here in the Northern Territory or across Australia?
It's a nationwide webinar.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator
Oh,
McCallum.
actually,
yes?
Sorry, Chair. I just thought while we've got the good veterinarian here, the Chief Officer, I did want to ask one other question, but I'm not sure if we're moving from lumpy skin, but I wanted to ask about ehrlichiosis.
Yes.
Dr. Shipp, can you just update us on where things are at with that? I know here in the Northern Territory that the government has provided or is providing $150,000 for a pilot program to look into that, but I'm really interested to know where are we in terms of the disease in the dogs in Australia, but especially here in the north.
So the disease situation continues to unfold as we anticipated, that the disease is widespread in rural and remote northern Australia. The funds that you've identified were also provided to other jurisdictions to increase awareness and also to conduct trials in some of those regional communities on effective approaches to reduce tick numbers and infection in dogs in those communities.
So do you know which communities they are, Dr. Shipp?
I don't have those.
We'd need to take that on notice.
We'd have to take that on notice.
Where the trials?
Because it's as I say, we've given the money to state and territory governments, and it's up to them to determine which communities they work with.
Okay, because I understand, I think in the last estimates, it was mentioned that the northern part of South Australia, so the Anangu-Pitjantjatjara lands,
That's right.
was a really strong area as well, and I'm just wondering whether it's spread anywhere beyond those areas, or are we still looking in the same locations as we have for the last 3 or 4 months?
So as you've identified, it is in northern South Australia. We've had confirmations also in Queensland and New South Wales, in addition to Western Australia and Northern Territory.
Oh, okay. Are they in regional areas or?
Yes.
Or in the urban? Okay.
Yeah. So we've had detections in Mount Isa, and we've also had detections in Western New South Wales.
And what about detections for people? Has there been any concerns or any incidents since we've sort of last spoken here at Estimates around infection of humans?
No infection in humans has been identified in Australia.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Senator McCarthy. Does that bring us to the end of questions for...
Chair,
Oh, Senator Faruqi, I'm sorry.
I had some questions for the Biosecurity Division, but on horse traceability. So I'm wondering if Biosecurity's division is here, then is this the right time to ask them?
It is Senator Faruqi, and I'll just check those. Senator Patrick, are your questions of the Chief Vet or...?
Well, Exports and Veterinary Services Division, so...
Different group.
Different group. Okay, so Senator Faruqi, if you'd like to go ahead, we're just letting the department officials come to the table, and then we'll go to you, Senator Patrick.
Thanks, Chair. And I do also have some questions for Export and Vet Services branch as well, so I can go after Senator Patrick.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Okay, thank you. So I'd just like a quick update on the commitment of the 1.1 million that we spoke about last time for the horse traceability register from the federal government. Has any of that money been allocated yet to specific projects or tasks? I remember that the department mentioned last time that you were allocating 300,000 for 2022, 23, and I'm just wondering if we know any more on how that's been allocated.
Thanks, Senator. Josephine Ledesco, I'm the Assistant Secretary of Biosecurity Response and Reform. Yes, pleasingly, we have just made a formal offer through the normal funding arrangements to Victoria to countersign, which would allocate money to Victoria in their role as leading national efforts on horse traceability. That funding would be provided to the next stage of stakeholder engagement on a proposed set of business rules for what horse traceability might look like going forward, potentially, and that was part of the communique you would have seen that came out from the National Horse Traceability Working Group very recently. The further funding has been offered to Victoria to support some next stage efforts to properly work through the costs and benefits of impacts of actually evolving a model that might be based on a national horse database with mandatory microchipping to make sure all stakeholders and all potential system participants are well informed on what the implications of that might be. So that has now been formally offered and will be a matter for Victoria to countersign.
So that's the 300,000. That's where that's going.
Yes.
To consultation and further costs and benefits of.
Yes, effectively, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. You mentioned last time that now that the Marsden-Jacob report has been provided to the working group, that there would be another cycle of consultation on its options. Has that consultation commenced?
It has not yet, Senator, and some of the funding we've provided will be used to facilitate that activity, and I think they're still going through the process of Victoria is still going through the process of putting someone on board to support that engagement process.
Okay, so the 300,000, I just want to get this right, is not just for the public consultation for the cost and benefits of a system for individual horses, but it also is for the public consultation on the options of the Marsden-Jacob report?
That's correct, Senator. I think the Victoria will probably put out a proposed set of business rules that they've contemplated from the result of the Markov-Jacobson report. For further comment from stakeholders.
Okay, and when do you expect the consultation to start?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. Obviously, some of that is a matter for Victoria and their own processes. But we're happy to take it on notice and get your response.
Because you are providing the money, so surely you have oversight on that. Do you plan to, are there plans to open up for submissions and public consultation during that period?
Not further to that, which I've set out here so far, Senator, that I'm aware of.
So there's not going to be any more public consultation, any more like opening up of submissions?
Apart from through the process that we're funding, that we've already talked about. That would be an
that's
open,
what I mean.
Yes, sorry. Yes, that would be an open consultation process. Yep.
Yeah, okay, because as you said in the most recent communique, the working group refers to a public consultation phase.
Yes.
And I'm just want to make sure that that will be open for submissions from
Yes.
the public? Okay. In an email to me in March, the chair of the working group, Mr. McLean, stated that as part of its work, the working group is progressing how best to quantify costs, establishing and maintaining a microchip-based electronic system and national horse database. And is this the work you were referring to earlier, that the $300,000 would be?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Yeah. Because from my perspective, that would be the crux of a meaningful national horse traceability system. Just my last question for you. Are you still anticipating a mid-year report to the Agriculture Minister?
I think I would probably seek some advice on that, Senator. Obviously, once you start the consultation process and depending on the feedback and how quickly some of those processes actually get going, it may impact the timing. But that's a pragmatic.
Okay. Mid-year is almost here, so
Yeah.
I'm expecting that there will be some delays. Could you give us, if you don't have it now, but on notice, what the new timeline is now?
Yep. Yes, will do, Senator.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Senator Faruqi, do you want to turn to your other questions before Senator Patrick does the same area?
Yeah, sure. So my other questions are for Export and Vet Services branch. Okay, thanks, Chair. And I'll start off with some questions about animal welfare in export abattoirs with departmental on-site vets. You've said to me in the responses that you've provided on notice that across 2020 and 2021, there was an annual average of 316 incident reports. So I just want to be clear that that's a sample of 2 years. So I guess what I'm thinking is 216 annually, then that means 632 incident reports in total, 2 years. Would I be right in saying that?
Senator Faruqi, you're breaking up a little bit. I'll just check. Were you able to hear the question, Ms Hinder?
Good morning, Senator Nicola Hinder, First Assistant Secretary of the Exports and Veterinary Services Division. I think what you're asking, Senator, and I do apologise, you are breaking up a little bit, is for the exact numbers for the 2020 year and the 2021 year. As we indicated in our response, we gave you the average, which was 316 incident reports. In the 2020 year, the exact numbers of incident reports that were tabled were $353 in 2020 and 278 in 2021.
Okay, thanks. You've also said and can you hear me now?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, mostly, yes, Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. You also said in those questions on notice that 39 of these incidents were recorded as involving mishandling or cruelty. Could you just explain what does that ordinarily involve, mishandling or cruelty? Give us some examples.
Senator, I'll just repeat the question back to you just to make sure that I've got that correct. I think what you were asking is, of those numbers, the department has categorised a number of them as involving either mishandling or cruelty. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that is correct, Senator. The animal welfare incident reports are produced by departmental on-plant veterinarians and or establishment workers. When the animals arrive at the abattoir, it is possible that some of them are arriving with things that are unrelated to mishandling or cruelty. So that would be animals that are presenting with incidents such as ingrown horns or lameness. They are still identified as an animal welfare incident. The issues that we've identified that relate to mishandling or cruelty range from things like excessive use of a prodder on dispatch, or on arrival to the export establishment, where there has been evidence that an animal has been mishandled at offloading, and that includes being potentially forcibly pushed down a ramp or injuring itself at point of offloading.
So the other things like you mentioned ingrown horns or non-weight bearing lameness or wounds, they are not recorded as cruelty.
They are actually recorded as an animal welfare incident underneath our animal welfare incident reporting. But because we work closely with export establishments to be able to minimise the amount of animals that are presenting as unfit for slaughter, we categorise them based upon the incident that they are being referred to. So, for instance, ingrown horn, being able to weight bear on all four legs, whether or not there is a cancer or other pathology that should have precluded them being loaded and transported to the establishment. Where there are issues such as mishandling, then they are categorised as mishandling, and when there are issues that are associated with cruelty, they are categorised as cruelty.
So that's what I want to make clear, that an animal that can't bear its weight, that's not animal cruelty according to how you record it. You record it as an animal welfare issue, but that still would come under this, the 353 and the 278 incidents that were recorded?
That's absolutely correct, Senator.
So when we last spoke, I had just successfully passed an order for documents in the Senate relating to these animal welfare incident reports. The Senate had asked for these documents by the 17th of February 2022. So could I just ask you, where are they?
I think.
So, Senator Faruqi, with regard to this order for the production of documents, I think you'd appreciate that it's a sizable request that's been made. I'm advised that the magnitude is something in the order of 7,000 pages, and work is underway to ensure and for the Minister to be satisfied that provision of the information won't breach commercial and confidence provisions, etc. But work is underway to comply with your request, but I think you would understand 7,000 pages is a significant one, but that's the information I have to hand.
2 months now, Minister.
7,000 pages, Senator Faruqi.
Yes, well, yes, so 2 months is a long time. I just want to ask the department, on what date was the department made aware of the Senate order?
Senator, we were made aware of the Senate order on the day that you moved the motion in the Senate.
And obviously the documents have, and you have provided these documents to the Minister or not yet?
Senator, we are in the process. We have actually provided those documents, and as Minister Duniam has indicated, the Minister is considering them.
So on what date did the department provide these documents to the Minister?
Senator, I'd have to confirm my understanding, but I believe that it was on Monday of last week.
Okay. So, Minister, could I ask you, what is the delay from your end if the department has provided you with those documents? Why aren't the documents being given to the Senate?
As I mentioned before, Senator Faruqi, the intention is to comply with your request. The Minister is satisfying himself that there will, in the provision of the 7,000 pages you've requested, there will be no commercial and confidence provisions, etc., breached. So that's the process that his office is going through. And as I say, though, there is an intention to comply with the order of the Senate and your request.
Could I go to the department and ask you, did you look at those documents for breaches of commercial and confidence and other issues or not? Have things been redacted because of the issues that the Minister raised already by the department?
Senator, the department has considered the documents. It has recommended a range of redactions. Those redactions have been based on engagement with the states and territories, particularly where regulatory or other enforcement action may be underway in the relevant state and or territory.
Yeah, so all that work, Minister, has already been done. So why is the department sitting on those documents? I mean, I think it's absolutely preposterous that Senate made an order 2 months ago. You've had those documents for over a week now, and you just don't want to hand them to the Senate. What on earth is going on?
Well, your characterisation is completely wrong. I've already outlined to you 7,000 pages. The Minister and his office are doing their bit to ensure that private and commercial in confidence information isn't inadvertently provided through this process. The intention is to comply with the order of the Senate and your request.
So when will it be complied with?
The Minister will provide you that documentation when that process is concluded, and that's all I am able to say at this point. I have no further information to add.
Waiting for the election to happen, aren't you? So you don't have to provide those documents.
Again, another incorrect assertion by you, Senator Faruqi.
I'm done, Chair. Thank you. I do have some questions, Chair, for the live exports branch later on.
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. Senator Patrick.
Some questions in relation to non-live stock exports. And with your permission, Chair, I just want to table a table from the department's website, just so I can talk to that and not have you blind to what I'm talking about.
Have the department officials received a copy of this document?
Just so I can check we've got the right people here, Senator, are there particular commodities you're focusing on?
Oh, I just got some questions about laboratory animals.
About?
Laboratory animals?
Laboratory animals. Thanks, Senator.
So, Ms Hutchinson, have you've got that document?
I do, thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to ask some just very basic questions about those documents. Those numbers of laboratory animals, that's actually numbers of animals. It's not a metric like kilograms or...
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Tina Hutchison, Acting First Assistant Secretary of the Plant and Live Animal Export Division. So laboratory animals could involve a whole range of animals, so they could be rodents, fish, insects, insect eggs, the mosquito eggs. So the numbers could be reported in slightly different ways depending what the commodity is. So you wouldn't be counting insect eggs or numbers of fishlings or things like that. So yeah, the numbers can mean slightly different.
So I note that if I look across the column, in 2016-17 it was 9,456. On 2020-2021 it was 54 million, and in the middle there's 192 million. It just seems a great variety. I'm not suggesting there's a scandal here.
Yeah.
Just wonder if you could sort of give some detail as to why those numbers vary so much.
The advice I have, Senator, is that from 2018 there were a significant number of mosquito eggs exported, which would account for a significant change. How exactly they're articulated, I would need to get more detail about, but it gives you a sense of why you can get significant jumps in numbers depending on what the item it is that's being exported.
And so the description laboratory animal, does that include any of those other categories that you've got mentioned there, like bird, cat, crustaceans? Just wondering if there's a distinction between those.
Bird being exported for laboratory purposes, and so where is it counted? Is that sort of the question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what the numbers actually mean.
So what the department does is looks at information, whether it's the importing country requirements or whether the exporter has obtained a specific permit that talks to what the purpose of the export is. And so we then make a determination on the purpose of of what the export is, to be able to then lay out what the...
So it's fair to say that down the rows you have different types of animals, but this one row is an exception in that it goes to the purpose for which the animal is exported.
As opposed to the species of the animal.
So directly above laboratory animal, we've got insect. So I assume that that's insect that are, according to our records, not being exported for laboratory purposes. The insects that would be reported for laboratory purposes are under laboratory animals. So
What I will do to make sure that I can be completely accurate in that answer, I'll go and check, Senator. So broadly, that's how we're categorising them, but specifically whether there could be duplication, because if a bird or a fish is used for laboratory rather than some other purpose, I'll get some clarification.
Okay,
on that.
and do you have a number for 21, 22?
Not yet.
Not yet?
what a progress number? Or?
Yeah.
Or an amount to date?
Well, yeah, okay, amount to date. Do you have that here or not?
Or maybe a half
I don't have
number,
here, but I can find out whether
maybe
I
if
can
there's
get
a half-year number or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it seems it was sort of 7 months into the new,
Yep.
8 months of the new financial year. I thought they may have been collated, but that's okay. All right, so
I want to meet the person who counts mosquito eggs, actually, Senator.
I want to know about that too.
And I just need to clarify exactly how that is presented to us in the export documentation. And
yeah, okay. Could you, you mentioned some of the species that fit within this category. Can you just sort of run through them again? You sort of said mosquito eggs.
so they could include things like rodents, fish, insects, insect eggs, or any animal being exported for research purposes.
So that could include a dog or a cat or any
if it was for
any
research
type of
purposes,
animal.
as I understand it. But I would like to go away and be very certain in that answer to you, Senator.
Yeah, okay. So on notice, and I'll just stick to 2020 to 2021,
Yep.
can you provide me with a breakdown of the species within that 54 million and also the destination for those species?
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And in relation to these sorts of exports, are they tied to government research facilities or are they tied to companies generally? Or is it a mix of both?
I have not got that information in front of me, Senator, so we'll certainly add that to the answer.
Yeah, if you could take on notice, the nature of these exports, whether they're, whether the export application, I presume, is made, whether they are made by companies or whether they are made by government institutions or a combination of both, and some idea of the sort of quantum percentage-wise.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Senator McCarthy, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions to the department on biosecurity dogs. I know we talked a little bit about them last Thursday, but there's just a couple of extra questions I'd like to just put to you.
Just 1 second, Senator, as the people come to the table.
Fire away, Senator.
Great, thank you. Just a couple of questions, just on costs with the biosecurity dogs. Can you confirm the cost of a biosecurity dog from puppy to retirement?
The cost of a biosecurity dog from puppy to retirement.
Senator Colin Hunter, First Assistant Secretary, Biosecurity Operations Division. I'm afraid I'll have to take that on notice or try and chase the answer to that question during the course of today.
No, all right. If you like, Mr. Hunter, I'll just go through a couple of the questions. These are just ones I didn't get to last Thursday. What is the cost of locating the right pup that will then be trained? How many breeders are there that supply puppies for the biosecurity duties? How much does a breeder receive for one puppy? And how much does it cost to train completely a biosecurity detector dog? And what is the ongoing cost to sustain the dog through its duties?
I'm confident that we have all of those figures that you referred to, Senator. I just don't have them to hand, so I will ask my team to see what I can get to you in the background. But can I just say, sorry, Secretary.
I was just going to say, my recollection is that we actually sort of obtained dogs through the Border Force training program, don't they? So some of those costs, I suspect, we'll have to ask them about unless we sort of pay for a fee for service or whatever. So.
Correct. We our sourcing program is specifically through Border Force, and again, it does come at a cost, but I don't have that cost to hand.
So is the dog allocated to one particular biosecurity officer?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Dog allocated to one particular.
Is the dog allocated to one biosecurity officer?
So we have what we call detector dog handlers, Senator. Detector dog handlers are first and foremost biosecurity officers, so they are trained as biosecurity officers through the Foundations program, just like any other biosecurity officer, and then we try and identify those people that are biosecurity officers that are interested in being detector dog handlers, and then we provide them with additional training on top of that. Is there a one-on-one relationship? Largely, yes, but the dogs are trained, as are the handlers, to be able to handle more than one animal.
The handlers are just about the happiest people in the department, Senator.
Oh, I'm sure. How long do biosecurity dogs stay in service for?
They'll stay in service for as long as the health scenario allows them to. And depending on the breed of the animal, so you know that we've sort of gone from beagles to now to Labradors, and that versatility does change. So again, these animals are under constant health supervision, so I wouldn't be able to put a figure on it, but I'm happy to get an average for you, which I would think would be something in the order of 5 to 6 to 7 years.
And what happens to the dog after it finishes its service?
We work through our handler network and other community networks to identify a really good home for the animals, and quite successful at doing that.
We saw photographic evidence of one racing along the beach the other day, Senator, after it had retired. It had retired well.
All right, look, that's my questions for the dogs. And I'd just like to go to the department, maybe to you, Mr. Metcalf, or Dr. Tung, Mr. Tung. Can the department provide an update just on the National Biosecurity Strategy?
We certainly can, Senator. As you know, the National Biosecurity Strategy is something that we are working on with the states and territories and with affected industries, and indeed have just been through a major public consultation process. It's something that Mr. Tung and I are very focused on, because as we've discussed many times before this committee, biosecurity has many governments and industries who have a responsibility and a focus on it, and trying to ensure that we're all agreed and heading in the same direction under a national plan is certainly designed to maximise the overall national effort. So I might just get Mr. Tung to make some more detailed comments. I must say, though, also, Senator, with indulgence, we were talking about detector dogs, and I don't know if we've responded to Senator Mirabella's question about the chocolate dog, Mr. Hunter, so you might be able to fill him in on that detail at some point as well. So.
Yeah, I have taken that on notice, as you recall, Secretary, and I did see Senator Mirabella earlier today, and I've now got some research underway, you'd be happy to know, Secretary, to make sure that I can inform the Senate in totality before I do offer an opinion, but they are somewhat of an aberration in our fleet, but...
I suspect they're worth more than we can pay for them, actually, but
Correct.
yeah, so... sorry, Senator, I'll hand back to Mr. Tung.
Thanks, Secretary.
Thank you.
So, Senator, as the Secretary outlined, we've been through a lengthy consultation process. The National Biosecurity Committee that reports to AGSOC, the Committee of Senior Officials chaired by Mr. Metcalf, has been working with a reference group drawn from at the agriculture and environment sectors to steer the development of the draft National Biosecurity Strategy. And that draft is pretty close to ready for circulation. Initially, we hope we might be able to get to Agriculture Ministers, who are the authorising body for the development of the strategy. I anticipate that we'll shortly be able to circulate the draft. Indeed, Minister Littleproud may choose to do that soon. We anticipate that the draft strategy will go out and provide a further round of opportunity for comment and engagement with states and territories and industry, and then we hope to land the final strategy as soon as we sensibly can, given where we are in the political cycle.
Senator, I've got
And how much?
Senator, I've got a hard copy of the consultation draft here with me. If senators wanted it, I could table it and we could provide a...
that would be great.
Yeah, we could provide a link.
That would be great.
I'm sure it's on our website or it's been otherwise circulated, so yeah.
So how many organisations, individuals and stakeholders in total participated in the consultation draft?
Oh, Senator, I know that number exists. I don't have it in my head. I'll try and get back to you during the next hour or so with all the detail.
And if the draft is ready, so it's basically a case of the Minister determining to release it, is that where you're
Senator,
at?
you're breaking up a bit, but I think you were getting to that it'd be something that would require ministerial sign-off. And yes, it's a joint strategy. It's a national strategy. Commonwealth has its own strategy. States and territories have their own strategy. What's been missing is the overarching national picture, and this attempts to... Senator, I do have that detail for you. We've received 136 submissions from a wide range of organisations on the consultation draft of the strategy.
And how much funding has been allocated to this strategy?
I'd have to take that one on notice, Senator. We have been working with PricewaterhouseCoopers to help us conduct the consultation process. So to give you a final number, I'd have to take that on notice.
All right, thanks, Mr Tongue. Chair, I've obviously got questions for our Inspector General for Biosecurity, but I don't believe we're there yet, so I'm happy to refer back to you.
Thanks, Senator McCarthy. I believe Senator Davey has some biosecurity questions, then Senator Faruqi, and unless I hear otherwise, I believe that brings us to the end of this outcome. All right, terrific. So, Senator Davey.
Thank you. I just want to talk about the Biosecurity Training Centre. It was announced this week that that is going to be in Wagga Wagga. Can you just tell us a bit about the aims of the training centre?
I'll hand to Mr Hunter.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator. So, as you'd imagine, biosecurity, as articulated in the Biosecurity 2030 strategy, is big business for us, as is the training of our some 1,200 to 1,500 biosecurity officers on an annual basis. So we've embarked on a program where we've looked to partner with an institution and have gone through an open merit tender process. We've identified Charles Sturt University as that partner. Delighted to be able to sign those contracts last week. Initially, the training centre will focus on the training of about 300 officers commencing from the 1st of July this year. So we're moving from contract negotiation into implementation, and indeed I'm off to Charles Sturt University in Wagga Tuesday next week to meet with them, to talk to them about how we move forward the implementation angle of this. But the focus of the centre initially will be on training of 300 biosecurity officers, whether they be new recruits to our organisation or existing recruits to our organisation.
And would that be across the whole gamut of biosecurity roles and protocols, so border security and then monitoring and, I don't want to say management, but response roles?
So we have what we call a biosecurity foundations program, which is core training that we provide to every single one of our uniformed biosecurity officers. It can be conducted over the course of quite a period of time or condensed. We're really looking to work with the centre on new ways of being able to adapt that. And I think one of the terrific things that the centre, being based in Wagga, does bring to it is that agriculture experience and the agriculture sciences program that's actually linked in with Charles Sturt University. We're really looking to how we can actually deploy that so that the biosecurity officer gets a real sense of meaning around agriculture and what biosecurity does in relation to agriculture.
And Senator, I should add, our aspiration over time is to work with Charles Sturt to grow the offering. We were talking about, for example, lumpy skin disease earlier. We would like to think that we can work with Charles Sturt to create offerings for industry, because we regulate every importer into Australia in some way. So the opportunity is there for us to create what we call authorised officer programs so that we can train industry to a higher standard, to work with countries in our near region, the Indo-Pacific region, to create offerings. And sometimes those countries need what we do at the border. They need a dosage of that, but they also need some of what states and territories do in biosecurity. So we're looking to work with our state and territory colleagues to have that offering so that over time we can build a more sophisticated approach to biosecurity training. It's always been a bit of a criticism that some of our training might have been a bit light on. This way we can double down. But our aspiration is to work with our partners domestically and internationally to really lift the quality of biosecurity so that we can deal with things like Japanese encephalitis or lumpy skin disease or Capra beetle, or there's a huge list of them. Yeah.
Great. So the initial offering, you're hoping to train 300 officers, but the long-term aspirations is that it can then potentially expand. It can become an exchange-type hub for international students.
Exactly. And the beauty for us is working in a regional location. We can take people to the locus of why they exist, basically, and engage with people in the local region. Charles Sturt has an offering in Wagga and also Orange, but it's also got centres in metropolitan areas. So we can mix and match and do a bit of online, but ultimately we can take people to a rural environment. And one of the great things about our staff is they know the significance of what they do. They know how important it is. But to be able to take them out to a regional location, just engage with the people they serve, including in the environment, I should add, because Charles Sturt does a lot of work across the environment as well as agriculture. We think that's a way of really building the capability of our staff and offering them all sorts of career options. And so it's a real investment in our people, Senator.
Yeah, Senator, the concept's a bit like the Australian Defence Force Academy, in which we've partnered with a tertiary institution, a training institution. ADFA, of course, is in partnership from memory with the University of New South Wales. So by partnering with Charles Sturt University, we get that academic educational expertise, and as Mr Tongue and Mr Hunter have said, we also get a university that is absolutely located in one of the major agricultural areas, the Riverina, has a very big vet school, has extensive connections across agriculture and environment.
It's got our regional drought hub too.
Absolutely.
For New South
So
Wales.
you can see these things all coming together, and then of course. And I have to really compliment Mr Hunter, who really came up with this whole idea. Rather than having our training sort of in each of our various locations, this will provide clear common standards across all of our biosecurity intake, but it will also provide people the residential opportunity to sort of get to know each other and to get to know people from elsewhere over a period of the training course and courses they may have. Because with so many things, networks are critical, and so it's not only providing the sort of the information, it's the relationships, the networks, etc. and then to extend it further, as Mr Tung says, over time to possibly the state governments, industry players and overseas partners. And again, something we've seen is just the value of our networks in the defence world, where officers or trainees from overseas have gone through, and those relationships have been in place for many, many years. So that's the concept. Mr Hunter and his team have done a great job in not only conceiving the idea, but now with Charles Sturt University bringing it to the point where it's about to come into operation. I'd also like to thank the Minister, who really has championed this, encouraged us to do what we can to further professionalise our biosecurity training work.
Fantastic. And just finally on that, you said it was a competitive tender process. How many applications did you get or expressions of interest, and who was responsible for reviewing them and coming up with the final decision?
So the process was advertised as all government tenders are in AusTender. We received two serious tenders. My team, I put together a probity team, an integrity team and an evaluation team in accordance with sort of the government's standards around how we're meant to go about that in a judicious, lawful sort of scenario. So one of my senior executives in my division led the what I call the evaluation team, and then subsequently took the issue into negotiations to the point where I concluded that with the signing of a contract.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks,
Chair.
Senator Davey. And now it's Senator Faruqi, I believe. I've still got that order right? Yes. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions for the live export branch.
Thanks, Senator. We'll just get the relevant officers to come forward.
Thank you. Okay, could you please advise whether the department has sourced and considered any evidence on the impact of increasing temperatures associated with climate change? And what effect will they have on sheep as part of your extended consultation period for the Northern Summer Order?
So sorry, Senator, can I just check, you asked, have we sought specific information on climate change and how that might impact on any changes to the Northern Hemisphere summer arrangements?
Yes, so you had an extended consultation period for the review of the Northern Summer Order, and I'm just wondering if you have sourced and considered any evidence the impact of increasing temperatures associated with climate change will have on sheep.
Thank you, Senator. We have spoken with the Bureau of Meteorology about how that might play out. The information that we have from the Bureau is taken from information of actual temperatures. It's not averages, it's actual temperatures over the past 40 plus years. It doesn't have predictive information in it. We have talked to them about the fluctuations in temperatures over time, whether how that impact will be picked up, but these patterns can be long run. So we're comfortable with the information we have been provided from the Bureau that gives us a good outline of the temperatures that have been experienced in the Middle East over the past 40 plus years.
You are aware that the seven hottest years on record have been this century. They have been since 2015. And so I guess what are you saying to me, that there has been no impact on your decision of these rising temperatures? Because that's what it seems to me like. There seems to be a movement, it seems, in terms of the extending the Northern Summer Order.
Senator, it's Andrew Metcalfe. What we received from the Bureau of Meteorology towards the end of last year, and which have informed the amendments to the export orders that I signed this morning, is very granular data from the Bureau of Meteorology. They were able to provide us with more specific information across particular areas of the Middle East over time. We obviously rely upon the Bureau of Meteorology for that data. As Ms Hutchinson has said, it's not projected forward, it is based on sort of historical data. What I can say, though, is if the data changes, then the Bureau of Meteorology, will of course update their information. So we certainly expect that the underpinning concept of the Northern Hemisphere summer orders is about the key concept of animal welfare and of temperatures affecting animal welfare. As you'll see in the order that I signed, the updated order this morning, we have taken that into account and will continue to do so in reviews into the future.
So this order that you've signed this morning, have you extended the northern summer period?
So in the order that was signed this morning, there was a change to the arrangements for the Red Sea, where there are 2 weeks in the Red Sea, in shipping to the Red Sea, where exports will be permitted, and there were conditions applied. There are conditions applied to a 10-day period at the end of May. So voyages going to the Gulf in the last 10 days of May, between the 22nd and the 31st of May, will now have to have additional conditions applied to that proportion of the voyage that goes to destinations in the Middle East other than the Gulf.
So other
than Kuwait and Oman.
So more than 3 weeks of the northern period order have been increased now. So I guess you all
no,
are...
No, that's not correct.
Senator, so why did you say a week, not 10 days?
Just for clarity, we haven't completed the review. We are still considering all of the evidence and feedback that we've received. We anticipate the review will be complete by June, but Mr Metcalfe this morning has signed an instrument relating to 2 changes at the beginning of the Northern Hemisphere summer. One to deal with a period of 10 days, which Ms Hutchinson just referred to, where for ports in the southern part of the Persian Gulf, the temperatures and the risk of temperatures above our threshold were greater than we'd previously understood. So this is a period in which currently there are no conditions. Voyages can occur without conditions.
Is this in May? Sorry, could I just clarify? Is this in May?
That's correct. That's the period from the 22nd of May to the 31st of May, a 10-day period, where additional conditions, which I can go into if you'd like me to, will apply.
If you could provide those notice, that'll be good.
Sure, happy to do that. We're also happy to table the instrument and explanatory statement that Mr Metcalfe has signed. And then there is a period of 2 weeks, which Ms Hutchinson referred to, relating to voyages into the Red Sea, where the risk of temperatures being above the threshold, we can go into that as well, but I know you're familiar with it, are lower than we'd previously understood.
What period is that?
That's from the 1st to the 14th of June.
Okay, so the period has been extended then. I mean, let's be clear about that. The period has been extended, and now basically you've signed an order for the death warrant of millions of sheep. And we know that this happened before, without even the review being completed.
Senator Faruqi.
It hasn't yet been completed, Chair. I'm sorry. My question is that why has this order been made when the review hasn't been completed, the report hasn't been published? Why has this order been made?
Well, Senator, I might just respond. Firstly, I categorically reject the assertion that you made, and indeed the entire public policy principles that I acted upon as the regulator were to ensure animal welfare and to avoid some of the issues that we've seen in the past. That's the whole reason for the Northern Hemisphere Summer Order to be in place. What we have done is used. What we have done, Senator, is used better data that's more granular about the particular temperatures based on Bureau of Meteorology advice in particular parts of the Middle East at particular times of the summer. At the beginning of the summer, we thought it was important to make those changes now so that the industry can proceed with confidence as to the regulatory environment. As Mr Hazelhurst indicated, we will now proceed to wrap up all aspects of the review, and there could well be further changes required for the end of this summer, but that's yet to be decided. But we did think it was important to bring into effect obvious changes, which in some places lengthen the period, bring it forward earlier with conditions applicable should there be any voyages, and to reduce the period slightly because that's what the data says. I would urge you to look at the explanatory statement to the order, which sets out in considerable detail the scientific basis and the evidentiary basis for the reasons that we have come to those particular conclusions in the order. But any assertion that I have signed a death warrant for millions of animals is frankly outrageous, and I completely reject it. So.
Where millions of animals are going to go into the heat of the summer, which they weren't going for the last couple of years. So that's pretty...
That's just not right, Senator. The Northern Hemisphere Summer Order does prevent any departures for the majority of the summer. We have made some minor changes at the beginning based upon much better data that we've now received from the Bureau of Meteorology. So.
When will the final review and report be published?
Senator, as I outlined earlier, we anticipate doing that by June.
By June, okay. And my understanding is that any changes, that whatever's been signed this morning is required, requires changes to the export control rule, which is a disallowable instrument. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. So the export control rules, as you've just confirmed, are disallowable instruments, and the Parliament theoretically can disallow changes to these rules. But as you know, we're about to have an election. We're not going to sit in the Senate before that happens. And I guess the upshot of the government is that the department delaying the consultation while pushing a swift amendment has given no opportunity to the Senate to disallow those rules when they come back.
Well, Senate, as with all...
That's the characterisation, isn't it?
No, it's not the correct characterisation, Senator. The department has been totally agnostic as to the parliamentary sitting timetable. The review has commenced. We discussed it when we were here at estimates some weeks ago. We had the opportunity, having received a very large number of submissions, but many of them campaign submissions for senior officers to, once the border restrictions with Western Australia were lifted, to actually travel to Western Australia and to undertake face-to-face consultations with a range of parties, including the RSPCA, but also, pastoral and other interests. And that significantly, I think, improved overall communication and understanding of the review. Since that time, the department have been working hard to eventually prepare the order that I signed this morning, and that's since the reality of timing. The parliamentary timetable and the election timetable are quite irrelevant, frankly, to what's been an orderly public policy process. As with all delegated instruments, the amendments to the rules will be in place unless disallowed. So.
But they can't be disallowed now before it happens. Just my last question. In 2018, you may recall that I had a private member's bill which banned the live export of sheep during the northern summer. It did pass the Senate with majority support, and it was quite conceivable that the same group would have disallowed the changes to the Northern Summer Order. So from where I sit, it looks a bit dodgy, to be really frank.
Well, again, I completely...
Undemocratic and haphazard.
Well,
And
Senator, I just can't let you reflect upon the professionalism of... I can't let you reflect upon the professionalism of the department or myself in that way. We are not dodgy, to quote you. We have been absolutely professional, scrupulous in undertaking this work. It's not an easy task. It's a task that does require the balancing of various interests. But as I said earlier, the public policy principles are very much based upon animal welfare and science-based information, not emotion or other aspects that might go into some people's view of public policy formation.
I'm afraid to say the interests of the animals always lose out on commercial interests. Thank you, Chair.
Well, Senator Faruqi, I think you've just finished on a statement, so all right.
An inaccurate one.
Senator McCarthy, you're waiting for the Inspector General of Biosecurity. Yes, good. We've got no more questions. Right, I just have a couple. Senator Canavan's plane was delayed, so I'm just going to ask questions for him. He has been asking questions of the department around the assertion that payments were made by Animals Australia to workers on the Awasi Express. And
I'll just ask the right people to come forward.
Thank you.
Chair. So.
Senator Peter Timpson, First Assistant Secretary, Compliance and Enforcement Division.
Thank you. Should I re-ask the question?
Please.
So Senator Canavan has been asking questions at previous estimates about the assertion that payments were made by Animals Australia to workers on the Awasi Express to obtain images, and he asked for the departments to investigate that.
Thanks for the question, Senator. For the purpose of our investigation as to whether there was cash for footage, we can say that the investigation found no evidence of that, and it didn't proceed through Commonwealth DPP.
Can I just ask, as a follow-up to that, is there any agreement, in writing or otherwise, not to disclose information that they've received from Animals Australia on payments that Animals Australia made to workers on the Awasi Express?
Senator, there's no agreement. We did ask to withhold information for investigational methodology, but...
Okay, so that withholding of information for that purpose for the investigation, that could not be misconstrued as being an agreement to withhold evidence on payments for
Absolutely
footage.
not, Senator.
Okay, so Senator Canavan will be able to watch the Hansard and be able to feel assured that you've fully investigated this matter, that there is no evidence of cash for footage.
Yeah, so the purpose of the investigation was to identify if there was cash for footage. The investigation found no evidence in that regard.
All right. Okay, I'll
and
pass
just
it on.
to reinforce the professionalism of departmental officers, Senator, the officer who's just given that evidence is a former federal police officer and a former senior officer in the Department of Home Affairs with an extensive law enforcement background. So I'm very satisfied that that the work that he's overseen is in fact quite proper and correct. So.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr Metcalfe. Thank you, Mr Timpson.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Secretary.
All right, that brings us to the end of this outcome 4.
We have a couple of comebacks that we could work in whenever it suits the committee, Chair.
Sure, okay. And then I'm wondering if we bring the Inspector General of Biosecurity in before lunch, or alternatively break for lunch early. And I'm looking at Senator McCarthy to get some guidance from her as to how long she might need with the Inspector General.
I think we've got 15 minutes, is it, before lunch?
Yeah, we just have a couple of responses from the department to deal with. So we'll do that straight away, and then we'll go to the Inspector General then.
Thanks. I'll ask
Yes,
Mr Hunter
I can
firstly,
certainly finish
and then Ms Blackwell.
Thanks,
Chair.
Chair. I took a couple of questions on notice earlier in relation to detector dogs. I'd just like to confirm that the average cost of us procuring the detector dogs from the Border Force breeding program is approximately $5,000, and that the animals' health and performance permitting last around about 8 or 9 years. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Mr Hunter. Ms Blackwell.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions on notice as well. One was in relation to the location of our Indigenous employees across the department, and in particular, how many were within the ACT. And we have 54.45% of our Indigenous workforce in the ACT. That's of 332 total Indigenous employees as at the 31st of January. I also confirm that we have 24 staff in our Indian Ocean territories. 2 are on Pulu-Keeling Island and 22 are on Christmas Island. And the department has 57 rangers as at the 31st of January across the country and some of our islands. And there was another question that we received about the change in our staff location profile in the last 12 months. And we've had a 9.5% increase in employees in the ACT. We've had a 6.19% increase in major cities outside of Canberra, and we've had a slight reduction of 7% in remote and regional locations.
And Chair and Senator McCarthy, just on Indigenous employment, we've recently formed the view that for Parks Australia, it's important that we had a Senior Executive Service Officer based permanently in the Northern Territory, given that our 2 major terrestrial parks are in the Northern Territory, Kakadu and Uluru-Katajuka. That has been reserved for an Indigenous Australian. That's a affirmative action position, and we are now undertaking a search through a search provider for a suitable candidate. So it's something I'm delighted about, but given the extraordinary significance of the joint management of the parks with the traditional owners, to have an Indigenous, a senior Indigenous staff member responsible for that relationship is something that we're really looking forward to. So.
That's terrific. Thank you, Mr Metcalfe. Mr Timpson, because you've made the mistake of not leaving the room...
That's a cardinal error, Mr Timpson.
Yes, one he will never ever make again.
I expected that he'd already be back at the office by now. So.
Indeed. I do just want to clarify my last question, that it wasn't just cash for footage, it was any payments at all.
So, Senator, in relation to the purpose of the investigation was to identify if cash was made for footage for the investigation. We didn't look at any other elements of that. So if that was identified, we didn't go down that path.
Okay, so there is a belief
it wasn't subject to our investigation because it would not lead to a prosecution. So we didn't look at if anything happened later.
Okay. So I'm just trying to... There is a belief within the industry that there was payments made by Animals Australia to lead to the disruption of the live export industry. The cash for footage was the obvious element, but I just want to make sure that I'm being perfectly clear that we are not allowing any other payments from Animals Australia to employees or to people working on the Alessi. I've got that wrong, haven't I? Awasi. Sorry, I was so close.
Awasi Express.
Thank you. That we are not missing this element that there could have been any payments made for the disruption of the trade, not necessarily just for footage of animals.
Well, The purpose of our investigation, as I said earlier, Senator, was to see if there was that cash made to provide that footage, and we didn't find any evidence.
Okay. All right, no doubt this will continue. Thank you, Mr Timpson.
I'll leave the room now, Senator.
All right, thank you to the department. That brings us to the end of outcome 4, and we're now ready for the Inspector General of Biosecurity, and who is online. Terrific. And Senator McCarthy, please start your questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Mr Delane as well. Since the previous round of estimates, the government's announcing appointment of Dr Lloyd Clump as the next Inspector General for Biosecurity. Are you able to detail for the committee the process the government went through in order to appoint Dr Clump?
Yes, thanks, Senator. I think I can do that. I was a member of the selection panel, so you would have to check with the department on the specific details of dates, etc. But I know there was an advertisement placed in January. There was a subsequent advertisement, I think it was in early February, to attract the best possible field of candidates. There was a selection panel chaired by a senior member of the department with myself and a number of eminent industry people and the Australian Public Sector Commission participating that worked through all applications and made a recommendation to the Minister as is required, and that appointment was subsequently made. I don't know anything.
How many candidates were there, Mr Delane?
Can I just jump in? Sorry, Rob.
I'm not at liberty to comment on that.
Yeah, Rob, I was just going to jump in. Senator, the department actually was responsible for the management of the process, and Mr Hazelhurst was the Deputy Secretary who read it. So it may well be the questions on that issue, Chair, are more appropriately handled by the department rather than the current Inspector General, who was part of the process but didn't run the process, so to speak. So.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr Metcalfe.
And is he there?
Yeah, so we can bring him back to the table if you'd like, Senator. So.
A bit later, okay, thank you.
He didn't leave the room, so.
No, I'll just keep going with Mr Delane while I have him.
Yeah, Mr Hazelhurst is available now, Senator. So.
Okay, all right. I'll keep going with the Inspector General while we've got you, because clearly we can probably go to some of the other questions in a moment. This morning you would have heard some of the evidence, perhaps, Mr Delane, just in relation to some of the biosecurity issues like lumpy skin disease and ehrlichiosis. Are you able to give your views on just how, well, not your views, but one of the things that Dr. Shipp said was the issue around vaccine, and I'm just wondering whether it's something that you as Inspector General have had to work on. I know you've worked on numerous reports. I don't think you've worked on one in regards to lumpy skin disease. So I'm interested to know, in the time frame that you have left, if this is an area that you are looking into.
Thanks, Senator. I haven't looked at those diseases. Inspector General works through a series of reviews. My current review program, I've completed 6 reviews. I've got 2 currently underway, one into the plant disease Xylella, and one into the application of detector dogs and X-rays. I hadn't intended to look at what is really a live issue, so a forward-looking rather than past-looking review. These are the sorts of issues that I heard Dr. Shipp raise are challenging, but decisions were made quite some time ago about what diseases would be allowed to come into Australia for the facility at Geelong. There are similar issues for plant diseases, and that's a matter that I've looked at in relation to the disease Xylella, an exotic disease of Australia. Should we have in Australia appropriate samples of that disease for diagnostic purposes, etc., not research purposes? So I haven't got plans to look at that for animal diseases. I think that would be quite a detailed piece of work, and I don't think I would have time to be able to do that. If I was requested by the Minister or the Secretary, as is provided for in legislation, then I would seek to do that. Or it may be a review that Dr. Klump picks up early in his term. That's up to him and at the time.
Okay, and is that the same for leishmaniasis too as well?
Yes, I think that's the same for all of the animal diseases. These are detailed technical areas which would require quite some work. I wouldn't be able to complete those before the end of my term on the 24th. Dr. Klump is a veterinarian by trade, and he may well seek to do that. The first review I did on request was to look at African swine fever preparedness back over 2 years ago.
Okay, and Mr. Delane, there have been ongoing concerns that the federal government has consistently not addressed funding for Australia's biosecurity system sufficiently. And I did note in a tweet this morning in relation to the Minister's speech to the NFF, which said that you've told him you believe funding for biosecurity to be adequate. What informs your view that the funding level is adequate?
I haven't seen that tweet, and I'm not going to comment on government policy matters. I have made a number of comments that the recent funding is a very welcome boost. It addresses a significant number of, or enables the department to address a significant number of, I think, pretty serious recommendations that I've made over my term, and that's as far as I'm going to go as Inspector General. Otherwise, I'll be commenting on government policy. But you know, in my term, I've made 122 recommendations. I expect by the time I finish, that'll be close to 150. The Director of Biosecurity, the Secretary, has agreed to 103, 114 if you put ingredient principle. So there's a very substantial body of work there. And funding decisions do enable the department to address more quickly or more comprehensively or de novo quite a few of those recommendations. And as Inspector General, I need to be pleased about that.
I'm just going to go back to lumpy skin disease, and it may be that this is, you know, you did say that you haven't had much to do with it, but I have noted that the Australian dairy farmers stated that, you know, the threat of lumpy skin disease far exceeds the $61.6 million over 4 years provided to address that and other biosecurity risks. Are they wrong, though, in terms of the adequate funding for that?
Well, thanks, Senator, but I'm not going to comment on that. I mean, the Inspector General's role, as established under the legislation, is one of reviews. Mr. Metcalf, Director of Biosecurity, Mr. Tung and team have got the operational and forward-looking response. My role is to see if what has been done and is being done is adequate. I think it's too early for an Inspector General to begin to look at matters such as that. But early in Mr. Klump's term, Dr. Klump's term, he may choose to look at that. That's a matter for him in consultation with the Minister, the Secretary and others.
Have you had to brief the Minister at all on lumpy skin disease?
No, I haven't.
term finishes towards the end of July 2022. Well, what are your priorities for the next few months with your term as Inspector General finishing?
We have two current reviews, one on Xylella, Australia's #1 plant pest. That review is in its fact-checking phase, so it's with the department, and I'll be talking to the department's people about that tomorrow. I do anticipate providing that final report to the Director of Biosecurity, Mr Metcalf, around the end of the month or early May, and to be able to publish that report about the end of May. We are in the middle of a significant review of the department's use of detector dogs and X-rays, and that report will be completed a little later than that. I have a little time left I think, in my term, and I'm currently considering a short review, which wouldn't require detailed technical examination, completing that in the run-up to the 24th of July.
So you mentioned earlier the different reviews and recommendations you've made. Which of those do you think has gone towards improving Australia's biosecurity system and the department's key role in those reviews?
Well, I think they all have, Senator. I mean, every one of them has got significant number of recommendations. Every one of them, they've been largely accepted and agreed to by the Director of Biosecurity at the time. A number of them have been, I think you can see key elements of them in major pieces of work. My operational model review, I think, underpins or reinforces quite a lot of the reforms that are underway at the moment. The review that looked into, on request from Minister Littleproud, to examine departmental issues associated with the Ruby Princess and other related matters, a large number of recommendations and substantial improvements and changes have already been made with that. So as I head towards the end of my term, I think there is a lot of work that has been very valuable to the department and therefore to Australian biosecurity, and there is a lot of work which is underway by the department which picks up on the work of the Inspector General. And I think at the last estimate session, I made complimentary comments about that, and I make those again. There is a major body of reform underway in the department, which goes a long way to addressing the recommendations that I've made, including some, very blunt and candid recommendations. And Mr Metcalf and his team are making progress on those. Today, I have to be happy about that.
Mr Delane, thank you for your time and also thank you for your service. If we don't see you again, all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
And I've just got those two questions, Chair, for the department, and then I'm finished. The two questions I did put at the beginning. If they wanted to answer it, then we will have moved on from this.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, terrific.
Senator.
Thanks, Mr Metcalf.
And Chair, I should note, I think that farewells were given to Mr Delane when we were here a few weeks ago, but I don't think there are any more estimates planned before his retirement in July. So can I put on my record my appreciation for his advice and extreme professionalism, and I know the committee has also valued his contributions over the years. So.
Thank you, Mr Metcalf.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Senators.
Mr Delane, I would just like to add that, yes, as the Chair, our thanks as well. You've been spoken of very highly, your professionalism and now, these final recommendations around the biosecurity plans, I think are, a great note to finish in this role on. You've done a terrific job, so please go with the committee's thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks, everyone. Very best wishes to you.
Thank you.
So, Senator McCarthy, Mr Hazelhurst is back at the table, and he
Yes.
chaired the selection and sort of ran the selection process, which ultimately provided advice to the Minister, who in turn took the matter through government processes. So happy to answer any questions you have. So.
Sure. Look, the question that I had asked, which we needed an answer to, if that's possible, was how many candidates were considered in total?
Sure, thanks, Senator. I might just describe the couple of steps that we had in the process. We initially advertised for the position on the 7th of January, and that was in the Financial Review, the Australian, seek.com.au and LinkedIn. And the Secretary also canvassed his state and territory counterparts. We received 8 applications at that time. We felt as a panel, I chaired the panel, that we wanted to draw out some further applications. We thought we could get a stronger field. And so we re-advertised, albeit a little more narrowly, through APS Jobs, Seek and LinkedIn, from the 11th to the 20th of February. And then a total of 12 applications were received. We shortlisted 3 candidates, and interviews were held on the 7th of March.
And were any of the 8 in the 12?
Beg your pardon?
From any of the 8 in the first round in the 12? In the second?
That's that is the no, the 12 were an additional 12 on top of the 8 that we got initially.
So,
Okay, and can I just ask, just finally, so what special qualifications or experiences does Dr. Clump offer that made him the right pick as Australia's next Inspector General for Biosecurity out of that 12 and 8 applicants?
Sure. As a panel, and indeed in the material that was put out in terms of selection documentation, we had a focus on a mixture of things, some background in either biosecurity itself or in the review of large regulatory systems, and an understanding of the administration and review of those sorts of systems. Dr. Plum has a background in biosecurity and is now has been an independent consultant, but previously worked extensively in the Victorian and Tasmanian governments in the areas of biosecurity. And subsequent to that, he's been holding a range of related positions. So, for example, he's the chair of the National Fruit Fly Council, and has been an independent director on Victoria's Strengthening Biosecurity System program, and related but not directly to biosecurity, he also chairs the Standards and Technical Committee of the National Association for Sustainable Agriculture Australia. So the panel was very comfortable that Dr. Clump had a range of both specific to biosecurity but also broader administration and review experience that made him eminently qualified to be the next Inspector General.
And and just finally, the panel, could you just tell us who was considered? I know Mr. Delane mentioned
Sure.
a few names, but could you just finalise that?
The other members of the panel were Dr. Marion Healy, who's a consultant who provides strategic, technical and regulatory advice, particularly around food safety and plant biosecurity. She was, Dr. Healy was also formerly First Assistant Secretary of the Biosecurity Plant Division within the department. Sharon Starrick, who's the Chair of Animal Health Australia, and Rena Bruinsma, who's the First Assistant Commissioner of the Australian Public Service Commission. So she was the Public Service Commissioner's representative on the panel.
Okay, and along with Mr. Delane?
That's correct. That's correct.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McCarthy. I believe that now brings us to the end of our examination of Outcome 4 and the Inspector General of Biosecurity. We're going to return with the Australian Fisheries Management Authority. If those witnesses who were coming on after AFMA could make themselves prepared to be in the building. We're going to break for lunch now. It is 1:25, so we'll be back at 2:30. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, and welcome to representatives of the Australian Fisheries Management Authority. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Sheldon, over to you.
Good, thank you, Chair, and welcome you all this afternoon. The note in the budget, the resourcing for the department has gone up from 61.7 million to 64.2 million in the 2022-23. It's an increase, of course, of about 5.7%. At the same time, your average staffing level, ASL, has gone from 154 to 177, which is an increase of about 15%. Can you tell me why you've increased staffing levels so much this year, next year?
Thanks very much, Senator. Wes Norris, Chief Executive Officer. I'm afraid I'm not sure where the average staffing level of 154 has come from in the portfolio budget statement. It was 177 as budgeted. Sorry, let me start again. 154 is the actual figure throughout last year.
Yes.
We encountered, as a number of other departments have reported, quite high staff turnover throughout the year. And we put a hold on recruitment for a short period of time during the early days of the COVID pandemic. So that's why our actual ASL was lower than budgeted, and we're now anticipating rebuilding numbers.
Good, thank you for that. So that explains the change in staff numbers. So it was 177 prior, and you're going back to your previous staffing levels, is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
I note in the budget that $24 million over 3 years from 2022-23 has been committed to improve the long-term sustainability of the southeast trawl fishery and support fishing communities, including by providing a temporary partial waiver of Australian Fisheries Management Authority levies. Can you provide any detail as to how that money will be spent? And who is getting the levy waiver?
Thanks very much, Senator. Yes, so as you say, of the total of money that's been provided, $3 million comes to AFMA over the 3-year period. That is to provide, as you say, partial waivers of the management levies that we charge of all commercial fishers. And essentially what that is to account for is that the other components of the money, the bulk of the funds which will be administered by the department, is to remove concessions, so to remove the number of active players in the fishery. And so this $3 million over 3 years is in recognition that there'll be a smaller industry base that would not be able to sustain the same level of management costs that are being borne at the moment.
Right. So what proportion of the $24 million is going towards sustainability, and how much is its levy waiver?
$3 million, Senator.
Sorry, $3 million towards sustainability, is it?
Sorry, no, Senator. $21 million will be administered by the department. $20 million is for the removal of boat statutory fishing rights in the southeast trawl fishery, and $1 million to do the necessary fleet dynamics and sort of industry understanding to guide that program. So that $21 million is the direct sustainability outcome for the fishery, and then the $3 million over 3 years is to assist the viability of the remaining operators over the estimates.
Good, thank you very much for that. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Sheldon. Can I just ask you, Senator Whish-Wilson is logging on and having some trouble, so I'll just ask some questions in the meantime. I'm aware that in Queensland the fisheries management is changing again, and the commercial fishermen tell me that they will not be able to fish for Spanish mackerel. I don't eat a lot of fish. I come from a long way inland, and I'm disturbed
We
to
need to
hear.
correct this.
Yes. Do you understand what are these in conjunction with the federal government, the changes to the Queensland quotas, fisheries program? It's not something that that the feds are linked with?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. No, certainly very familiar with the situation and what's happening there, but it's not anything that AFMA or the Commonwealth Government is directly involved in. It is a case where the most recent science is showing a very significant decline in the stock, and so the Queensland Government is having to move to reduce the catches to accommodate that.
Oh, well, that's no good at all. Because you know, because we've been doing a lot of work on, you know, country of origin, and certainly the fishing industry has been struggling with being able to identify that for their retail sites, and so I followed that with some interest. But oh well, that's bad news for Queensland, and no doubt we'll explore this further in the fisheries inquiry that we're doing, and we'll restart after the election. Just go, yes, Senator Mirabella.
One while we're bit of an interregnum. I'm from Victoria. I saw a headline recently that says that the Victorian government will be closing the Port Phillip fishery. Bays and inlets, is that something that comes under AFMA? As in, is it in your purview in any way?
Thanks, Senator. No, that's the Victorian Fisheries Authority.
Too close to the shore.
Thank you, Senator Mirabella. Well, unfortunately, we've not been able to raise Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister, did you?
I was just going to make a brief comment. I do want to put on record my thanks to the team at AFMA, who for the last couple of years, alongside the department, particularly in the fisheries section, have done an amazing job supporting the fishing industry. It's been an incredibly tough period of time, but the responsive nature of the team at AFMA, led by Wes and Anna, I think needs to be recognised. So I just want to pay tribute to a team who's worked very hard in difficult circumstances to support an industry that has a tough time at the best of times. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. That's lovely tribute. Yes, Senator Mirabella.
May I just ask another question or
please.
two? Again. Sorry, again, perhaps opportune questions. I come from a fishing family. I've watched down south progressively the bays and inlet fisheries closed. I hear of catch, quota reductions everywhere. Every time I go to a fish market, I assess all the product on display, and there is less and less local product. At the same time, I see recreational effort increasing. Where are we going? What is the future generally? Is AFMA, do you have, studies going on that looking at the future of Australian fish?
Yeah, thanks very much, Senator. And so
big question, I know.
That's the $24 million question that we're grappling with at the moment. I'll perhaps just point to a couple of general trends that might assist to inform a general picture. In some of our fisheries, we are seeing increased vulnerability of fish stocks. We're seeing fish stocks that haven't reacted to our traditional ways of managing them in the way that we would expect. And so that's the situation we find ourselves in with the southeast trawl fishery that Senator Sheldon was asking about, where we have a number of species that we hold very significant concerns for. The AFMA Commission has had to take very difficult decisions to reduce the quotas for those species, and we are consulting with industry about introducing quite large-scale closures for additional protection. So that, in that particular case, it points to a smaller fishery producing a reduced amount of target catch. And that's an unfortunate reality about the way that the marine environment is changing that we're dealing with, and our need to make sure that we build really high degrees of precaution into our management arrangements. In other aspects of the Commonwealth fisheries, which is what we manage, we see some of the opposite trends. We see some fish stocks that are going very well, and where fish production is increasing. Where we don't come in as a fisheries management agency is the fate of that fish, and obviously, as a commercial operator, if you can get a significant premium on your catch by exporting it, then you've got the commercial incentive to do so. So we've got a big challenge for us as a regulator to make sure that we deliver sustainable stocks that are in a suitable shape to support an economically viable industry. And then other elements of governments, both at the state and Commonwealth level, will need to play a role in terms of some of the associated issues that you've raised. What is the status of recreational fishing, and what impact does that have on those stocks? And what is the market destination for that fish that's caught?
I'll just follow up, if I may. We're still...
Yes, still waiting.
Yep. What is the New Zealand experience? What are they doing? What's happening in their fishery?
Thanks, Senator. There are some very good parallels between Australian and New Zealand fisheries, and then some also very big points of departure. By and large, Australian waters are classified as of low productivity, which sounds strange, you know, when you think of the Great Barrier Reef and things like that. But in terms of not having these cold water upwellings which bring nutrients from the ocean floor as you have in other places, not having very large scale river systems that flush biological material into the ocean, we don't have fisheries that are highly productive. New Zealand is the opposite. With its cold water upwellings, it does have very large fisheries compared to anything that we have. But in terms of the parallels, we have very similar management approaches in terms of our reliance on best available science to set a total allowable catch for our key species, and then allocate it into individual transferable quotas as a way of being able to deliver on two of our key objectives, which are the sustainability and the economic returns to the community.
He's on, rightio. You done, Senator
Okay.
Mirabella? Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm sorry if I've missed some questions on this already. I wanted to follow up questions I asked to the department yesterday, to Ms Campbell, around the budget item on page 15, Regional Ministerial Budget Statement, $24 million structural adjustment package in the South East Trawl Fishery. So have you already been asked some questions about this?
Yes, thanks, Senator. Senator Sheldon asked some questions on it in terms of the breakdown and what individual components would be used for.
Great, okay. Look, I got some information from the department the other day, so I won't go over that. But the department said, obviously the budget item says it's to improve long-term sustainability in the South East Trawl Fishery and support communities. And Ms Campbell said the other day, we think it's, when I asked her why, she said we think it's environmental factors including climate change. And she said we know the area does have climate impacts. Could you give me a little bit more information about the research that's led to this decision and who's provided that?
Yeah, thanks very much, Senator. In terms of the research that has led to the decisions that the AFMA Commission has taken, it's very hard to point to anything individually because there's literally dozens of contributors. What I will point you to, and we can provide this on notice, is a document we call the Species Summary. I'll warn you in advance. It's pretty tough going. It's 186 pages of quite technical work. But that's where our team draws together all of the information, starting at the stock assessments done by CSIRO and our other science providers, the advice from the resource assessment groups as they've considered that, the advice, the recommendations of our management advisory committees as they go through it, the advice of AFMA management as it comes to us as the Commission. And that goes through all the 34 quota species in the fishery that we're talking about. So that helps to explain the basis for the decisions that we've made. In addition to that, and I know we've discussed this in this committee before, AFMA's been investing quite heavily in climate change related research over the last 8 or 9 years. And there are some key projects that have come out that help to inform us on at least understanding why some of these trends are occurring that we're seeing. But there's a couple of key projects that are just winding up now. And I'll just give a little plug for a project that was completed last year and announced by CSIRO and AFMA at the World Fisheries Congress, which is called a Climate Change Adaptation Handbook. And that is really our guiding piece moving forward as to how we will build issues such as climate change into our management decision making so that we can have a higher degree of confidence than we do at the moment that we are going to be resilient to further environmental changes.
Okay, so this is a structural adjustment, so it's a long term. And the information, once again, I got the other day was that you've seen a significant reduction in catch, especially for the Morwong, 60 to 70%. I didn't get a time period that had occurred over. Was the Morwong the main species that's had a significant reduction in catch?
Thanks very much, Senator. So, no, there were 4 species in particular that the AFMA Commission focused our concerns on at our March 9 meeting. Jackass Morwong is by far the most significant because it's the one that the latest science has shown the most concerning decline on. But redfish, John Dory and silver trevally are also stocks that we have taken specific decisions to reduce the catch of. In addition to those reductions in the available catch levels, we have also indicated to industry that we will need to implement these large-scale closures. Simply reducing the TAC by themselves is not likely to actually reduce the catch of these stocks, and so we believe that closures will be needed to accompany that.
Okay, so just in terms of precedents, is this the first time that climate change and, I suppose more broadly, environmental factors have led to a direct structural adjustment in a particular fishery, or a large-scale closure, as you frame it?
It's the first case that I'm aware of, Senator, but that certainly wouldn't be definitive in terms of global experience.
No, okay. No, I was particularly interested just for Australia, if that was the case. So you've indicated. My next question was going to be: is it possible we may see more closures? But I think you've just indicated that is a possibility.
You never say never in fisheries management, Senator. So yes, it's a possibility. But I think the actions that the AFMA Commission has taken and now supported with the announcement of Government of Structural Adjustment is a very robust response to the situation that we find ourselves in. It would have been quite easy to sort of fiddle around the edges and make some small decisions, but the Commission decided that it was time to really take those hard ones, which are difficult for us, difficult for industry, in the expectation that we will be setting up a long-term sustainable fishery.
Okay, and as the fishing communities, I mean, from my experience with the Senate inquiry that's ongoing in this committee into quota management, my limited experience is that fishing stakeholders are pretty cluey about the changes they've seen in the ocean. Have they been receptive? I mean, not receptive, I suppose they'd be disappointed with this, but are they accepting that there have been climate and environmental impacts in their fishery?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Yes. So first of all, on the specific case that we're in, industry has been very proactive and very receptive. It's been quite heartening that none of our consultation to date has been a discussion about whether there's a problem or not. That's widely acknowledged. It is widely acknowledged that fishing has played its role, particularly in the last, particularly sort of 2 decades ago, but that environmental factors are a very strong driver. So that's been a really strong point to start the discussion with industry on. Of course, the magnitude of the measures that we're looking to take, and in particular those closures, is quite shocking. And so you can understand that industry will be quite concerned about what those look like. And again, that's where the announcement from government of structural adjustment assistance is particularly useful. In terms of a more... Sorry?
Sorry, no, please go. Please go on.
So in terms of a more general statement about whether there is acceptance of the impacts of climate change, the project that has delivered that climate change adaptation handbook that I spoke about had a very heavy industry involvement in its development. And again, there was quite good acceptance and really good intelligence coming out of the industry about what they've seen changing and how that's impacted things.
Okay, excellent. Look, without going into 186 pages of detail, could you give me some rough, just very brief environmental factors, just like a kind of pub talk summary? Are we talking about loss of habitat here? Are we talking about invasive species? Is it a warming oceans? Is there anything that particularly stands out in the research?
I think there's a couple of macro trends that that do stand out. One of the big ones that is easiest to quote is the flow of the East Australian current that's pushing further south by I can't remember the number, but it's more than 100 nautical miles further south. And so when you have that warm water coming from the tropics further south, then that has some quite expected implications to things like larval distribution and survivability rate, the distribution of prey species and so on.
Okay, so that would be related to ocean temperatures then, if it's East Australian current and nutrient temperatures and nutrient changes.
In that particular case, there is quite a famous saying in fisheries science that counting fish is just like counting trees, except they're invisible, they move and they eat each other. So you know, trying to draw all that together is a pretty significant challenge.
Okay, it's a significant challenge. Yet you obviously feel strongly enough that, as you say, something shocking needs to happen in terms of the magnitude of action that you've taken.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. I'll put more detailed questions on notice, but perhaps while I've got you, I know it's only been a few months since I asked you the same questions back in February, but has there been any more thought or consideration given to looking at Centris Stephanus, more research funding, looking at the spread of Centris Stephanus, and it's obviously related to what we're discussing now in terms of East Australian current, loss of habitat and impact on fisheries? Has there been any more thought about research funding going into projects to deal with that issue?
Thanks, Senator. I think, as I said in our last discussion, we haven't been directly involved in any of those urchin discussions. They're primarily between Victoria and Tasmania, being in areas where Commonwealth fisheries don't tend to operate. But I think, and I can't recall, I'm afraid, whether I made this connection last time. As you say, there's a real connection in terms of the broad concept that we're talking about. How do we make sure we're investing in the appropriate research, but also routine monitoring and assessment to be able to detect the issues that are climate or environmentally driven, and how do we respond to them. Our next meeting of the Australian Fisheries Managers Forum is not until June, but I plan on putting that up for discussion at that meeting. And as you say, it's about how do we make sure that we're investing quite limited funds that we have available for everything into the right area.
All right, excellent. Well, I'll look forward to that with interest. Thanks for your responses today.
Thanks very much, Senator Whish-Wilson. I'm pleased you're able to join us. All right, I believe that brings us to the end of the...
Sorry, can I just say one more first, Chair?
Sure, Senator Mirabella.
Thank you. It hasn't been a topic in the media in recent times, that it is the issue of foreign fishing vessel effort. Can you update us just briefly what you're monitoring and the extent to which AFMA has a view on the impact of foreign fishing vessels and the impact on fish stocks, or their efforts on fish stocks in our waters?
Thanks very much, Senator. So AFMA participates with Maritime Border Command, which is a multi-agency task force under the Australian Border Force to prevent, deter and eliminate illegal fishing in our waters, illegal foreign fishing in our waters. Our current assessment is that there is only one significant area of risk of illegal fishing, and that's in the northwest of Australia. And as you say, reported in the media over in late 2021, we have experienced a quite significant influx in illegal foreign fishing vessels, primarily from Indonesia. A number of drivers for that, mainly COVID related, and that has required Maritime Border Command and all its partner agencies to significantly pivot to address that. Maritime Border Command is achieving fantastic results out on the water as a result of their aerial surveillance and the deployment of surface assets. They're intercepting large numbers of vessels and achieving large quantities of legislative forfeitures. In terms of the risks that poses, that is an open question at the moment. It's one that AFMA and Parks Australia have discussed a lot. The areas that these vessels are typically targeting are Australian marine parks, and they're primarily targeting trepang or sea cucumber, which are species that are quite vulnerable to overfishing. And so it's important that not only we continue to put that whole of government effort into the detection and enforcement side of things, but also into trying to work out what that means for those relevant stocks.
Okay, well, I assume from that answer you believe you're adequately resourced for that.
So, Senator, we're a minor partner in terms of resourcing. Our role is to place officers on board Navy and Border Force vessels when they're out there and to assist in the caretaking and destruction of vessels when they're seized. We're very well resourced to do that task, and I won't speak for Border Force in terms of their deployment.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Mirabella. Unless anybody has any more questions for AFMA, that brings us to the end for that agency. Thank you for your time. Please go with our thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
We should have Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority on standby, virtually. No, or in the room? Virtually. Terrific. Very good. Ms. Croft. I quote your story so often, being a regional person who is able to be back holding this fabulous job with the agency in a regional place. So if your ears are burning, it's my fault. I'm talking about you.
Thank you, Senator.
And who else do we have? Rachel Che. Have I said that correctly? Terrific. Thank you. All right. Welcome to you both. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Senator.
I can hear a bit of feedback. If there's anybody who doesn't have their microphone on mute, that might be part of our problem. Seems to have stopped. Thank you. All right. I will go to Senator Sheldon for questions.
Good. Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to you all. Just a series of questions relating to the Governance Board for the APVMA, which I understand will be announced soon. The government agreed to provide the funds for the costs associated with the establishment of the board and also funded for first 2 years. There are at least no additional costs pushed onto the farming sector as a result of the cost of establishing the board and its operations. Can you confirm whether the entire sum of the announced funds, the establishment of the board, has been gone directly to the APVMA for that purpose?
Lisa Croft, CEO of the APVMA. The funds that are used to establish the board for the first 2 years are coming from funding the APVMA already receives from the agricultural white paper funding. So yes, we have those funds.
So they're not additional funds, is that?
That's correct.
Can you confirm what process was followed by the appointments to the committee in drawing up a list of candidates to populate the new board?
Senator, the APVMA did not manage the appointments process. It was managed by the department, so I might refer back to the Secretary.
Secretary, can you assist?
Thank you, Ms Frost. Rosemary Denninger. The board appointment process was managed by our Enabling Services Group, who were appearing under an earlier outcome. So I'm not able to go into a lot of detail in relation to that, but happy to take your question on notice, Senator Sheldon, in relation to the process for the board appointments.
Thank you. I'll just run through a few others you might be able to assist me with or take on notice. Were there any key farming or industry associations consulted by the department at the stage of the selection process?
Thank you, Senator. We'll take that on notice and refer it to our colleagues. Thank you.
And was a panel used to draw up the recommendations to the minister?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the question. Was a panel used?
Was a panel used to draw up the recommendations to the minister?
We'll take that on notice as well. Thank you.
You probably have to take these other ones on notice, but I'll just run through them. How many people were considered for appointment to the board? When was the recommendation for the board membership delivered to the minister?
Yes, we'll take those on notice.
Were there any changes to the original list of board directors either before or after the recommendations were signed off on by the minister? If you take that on notice.
Yes.
How will members of the board be remunerated for their participation? Take that on notice.
Yes.
Unless you're able to answer those now, like
Senator, I may be able to assist with that one. So there has been a remuneration tribunal decision in relation to remuneration of the chair and other members of the board.
Thank you. Can you just step me through what the sum was that was determined?
Yes, so for the chair, the determination was $95,512 for the first year and $85,920 for each subsequent year. And then for the board members, it was $47,256 for the first year and $42,960 for each subsequent year.
And if I understood correctly from your previous answer, that's a remuneration level that's commonly applies across various boards of government. Is that, or did I misunderstand it?
Well, the remuneration tribunal determines the remuneration, but I understand it's broadly in line with other similar boards of government agencies such as the APV.
But thank you. I just want to go to some other questions on some other matters associated with the committee, with the authority. I note on page 4 of your 2021 annual report, in the section entitled Regulatory Performance, that there appears to have been an improvement in the number of assessments undertaken on time for AgVet products and permits. It states that for 2021, 94% of applications were completed within timeframes and 99% of pesticide veterinary medicine applications were completed within timeframes. This is a marked improvement from 2019-20. The on-time assessment applications was completely within timeframes just 88% of the time. Certainly well done for the Centre for its improvement. I'm going to ask a couple of questions about it. How have you gone about securing this improvement? It's quite a significant thing.
Yes, Senator, and so the timeframe performance improvements have continued year on year. So I think 3 years ago in some areas we were in the 60%. That lifted into around 85% around 18, 19 and has continued to grow since then. I think it's been a combination of factors. Certainly early in my time in the APVMA, we commissioned a review about timeframe performance and looked at some of the key drivers causing some of that timeframe performance. Some things went to, for example, application quality. And so we have, for example, put in place a pre-application assistance program to assist applicants to come in with all the information up front so they're clear about our requirements, and that certainly has improved the quality of applications we've received, and that means that we can, of course, do more in terms of getting them done within time frame. I have to, at this point, pay enormous credit to the staff that are with us in the APVMA, particularly in our registration and risk assessment areas. I have to say I can attest personally to the effort that they have put in recent years to absolutely bring those numbers from those numbers in the 50s and 60s right up to, I think in the most recent quarter, we were very close to 98% overall timeframe performance. And I have to say the vast bulk of the credit goes to those staff who have worked very hard for that improvement.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. That's a very, very good way of explaining it, saying it's a team effort. I appreciate the very hard work you and, of course, many of your team have done to achieve those outcomes. Now that you've begun to consistently achieve the performance levels demanded by legislated statutory timeframes, what procedures or KPIs have been put in place to ensure pesticide and veterinary medicine assessment continue to be assessed in a timely fashion?
One of the things that we certainly had, certainly when I came to the APVMA, is we had quite a backlog of overdue applications, and we've now cleared that backlog, and we've put in place systems within our registration and risk assessment areas to make sure that we are continually monitoring applications through their life cycle. We're making some IT improvements that will help us ensure that tracking continues better going forward. And also we're continuing to do that engagement piece with applicants to make sure that the applications we're receiving in the APVMA have all the information that we need up front so that we can process them in as timely way as possible. The other thing I would just add to that, in addition to the improved timeframe performance, we're actually currently consulting with industry as part of our cost recovery process to actually reduce the timeframes and fees associated with certain application types. And so for some applications that currently, for example, require a 6-month chemistry assessment, that assessment might come down to just 2 or 3 months. And so we're looking now, having stabilised the performance, we're looking at how we can further improve that and offer further fee relief, but also timeframe performance improvement for industry so their applications can be processed more quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. I think you've answered partially what I'm about to ask you, but you may want to expand a bit. Is there a plan to continue improvement in assessment timeframes so that they are completed more efficiently than the legal minimum?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So as I just started to talk about, we're consulting with the industry now about how we can further revise our assessments. So we essentially have 5 core assessment areas that we must consider as part of applications. And so at the moment, for some of those application types, as I said, for chemistry, the minimum timeframe is currently 6 months. And we've currently got a proposal out that we will increase the modular structure so that some of those applications could, that the chemistry component of it at least could be completed within 2 months. Similarly, in the toxicology, work health and safety, the current minimum assessment modular timeframe is 4 months, and we're again looking to have a 2-month timeframe associated with that. And in both those cases, that would probably also reduce the cost to about half for those modules that fit into those new modular descriptions. Similarly, in the residue space, the minimum timeframe currently is 4 months, and we're looking to bring that down to 3 months. Same in the environment space, and then I think in our efficacy space, the modules are largely remaining the same.
Thank you very much, Ms. Croft. I just might move to another series of questions just regarding enabling technologies, the Enabling Technologies project. I noticed in your annual report a number of references to the Enabling Technologies project. I'm correct in assuming that this is a replacement for the online services portal?
Sorry, I should just clarify, the replacement of the current online services portal is one component of a broader enabling technology program.
All right, Mike, can you just expand a bit on that for me?
So there was a couple of components to the enabling tech program. One was as part of relocation, we had a very large store of physical files, and given the relocation, it was very important that all of those physical files could be digitised so that they could be accessed either from Armidale or Canberra. And so there was a very, I think about 4 million of that $10 million was in fact related to the digitisation program and digitising all our historical files, of which there's 25 odd years. The other part was really about enabling our information communication technology equipment to be capable to undertake the relocation from Canberra to Armidale. And then there was a component for improved overall IT, as well as one part of that was the application transformation project, which is the services portal that you've been referring to.
Good, thank you very much. As a note in your financial statements, the original date of completion for the project was the 30th of June 2022, and just 1 year that's blown out to the 30th of June 2024. What's caused that delay?
No, so the current, there has been an extension to the time required for the application portal redevelopment, but it is until December 2022. We're anticipating to have that component of the enabling tech finalised.
Right, so I've got that date's wrong. It's on the 30th of June 2024. I wonder where I got that from.
No.
What now is the current time frame for completion? You said December, did you? 2022.
December 2022. Senator, perhaps if I could just clarify, I wonder if that 2024 is, we do have a contract with a IT service provider, of which originally we had talked about it being a 5-year contract. We only exercised the first 3 years of it in the original contract, and we've recently extended that so that we have coverage for the final 2 years. So we've exercised our option essentially, and so that may line up with those other dates you were just referring to, just for clarity.
Good, thank you for that. I think that might be correct, Ms. Croft. Thanks for that assistance. How do you expect this? Does that affect that extension? Does it affect the overall cost, or is there obviously cost benefit? How does that play for you?
Yeah, so the original 3-year contract was in the order of $12 million, and in AusTender you'll see there's been 2 increases on that published recently, and that is that 2-year extension that I'm talking about, one for year 4 and one for year 5. And so the total contract now is in the order of $21 million over 5 years. So it was about $4 million a year for the first 3 years, and slightly above that, 4.2 million on average over the 5 years.
So just
there has been an increase.
So there has been an increase in the actual budget for that work, is that correct?
Yes, and I have to say though, that's not entirely unexpected. We would expect the costs in year 5 of an agreement to be higher than they were in year 1.
Is this project expected to bring about time monetary savings?
We are certainly expecting it to be more efficient, both for our staff. The system that we are currently working on is quite dated in terms of when the original technology was developed, and so we are certainly hoping that it will streamline processes internally for our of the work they need to do to assess applications, but also importantly, we are hoping that it will be a much more streamlined system for industry to be able to submit their applications. So we're working for efficiencies in both those areas.
Right, thank you. With the slight movement in timeframes to December 2022, what's your feeling on, does that, considering that slight timeframe blowout, do you see an impact on the intended efficiencies at all?
I think obviously we would like to have it done as soon as possible. I think in terms of extending to December, it's not, I'm not sure there's a way I could quantify whether or not what that lost efficiency might be, so to speak. But I do know that the way that it's being developed now will certainly have a greater ability for industry in particular when they're submitting their applications. It will be a much more efficient system, and so our view was it was important to get both the internal and the external aspects of that system right so that we could realise those efficiencies down the track. And the other thing about the sort of mechanism that we're doing now is that it will allow us to retire more of our old legacy systems, which will actually reduce our costs by about $300,000 or $400,000 a year once we're able to retire those systems. So it was worth doing the investment now in a better system so that we could retire some of those legacy systems that we've had for some time now.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Ms. Croft, you mentioned the extension of the contract to the part that goes to 2024, you took the option up. Is that, was that option, is that a blowout in time? And if it is, does it have an effect on efficiencies and potential cost
Sorry,
savings?
Senator, that just broke up for me a little bit. Could you just repeat the question?
Okay. You mentioned that there was a 2024. There was an option taken up, which took you for a 2-year option that was taken up by the authority for an extension of a contract. Does that extension of the contract, has that blown out any time schedules for work to be completed? Is that the reason it was taken up? Because it wasn't done as quickly as hoped?
No, it was, we had always left ourselves the option. So this was a new service provider for us. And so when we went to market, the total length of the contract could have been 5 years at the very beginning, but we chose to exercise initially a 3-year contract, make sure, I guess, that the service provider could provide what we required. And then we had always envisaged, subject to satisfactory performance, that we would extend for the remaining 2 years. And during, obviously, this next 2 years, there, as I understand it, there's no more extensions beyond that available in the contract. So over the course of the next 2 years, we will obviously go to market for a provider beyond that time. But I think it's fair to say originally the intention always was a 5-year agreement at the time we went to market.
Look, thanks very much, Ms. Croft. I really appreciate your fulsome answers, and congratulations. Some very great work done. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks very much, Senator Sheldon. And I don't believe we have any more questions for you, Ms. Croft. And thank you for your time preparing for today. And please go with the committee's thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Senators.
All right. That means that we now call Dairy Australia, representatives of Dairy Australia.
Thank you, Senator.
Terrific. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Good to see you in person.
Good to see you. Yes, I know, back in the real world.
That's right. It's good fun. Yes, Senator, just very briefly, dairy industry's been going along quite comfortably in many places. However, really tragic floods in Queensland and northern New South Wales has impacted on many farmers up there. 190 of them, which is roughly half, have been impacted one way or another, and a good chunk of them severely, which is very tragic if you happen to be one of them, and knowing a few of them, you watch with actually, you know, it is very average. And then secondly, the levy poll has been completed. We've been around the countryside informing farmers of their options and being available to ask any questions so they can make informed choice, and that finished on midnight on Thursday. We're engaged in the legislative process now before we can report back on it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for reminding us about that tragic impact on southeast Queensland and far north New South Wales dairy farmers. I saw some of the footage and it was incredibly distressing, and my heart goes out to them, and I know everybody in the committee would feel the same way, and you know, yeah, it is just devastating, and whatever we can do to assist, you know that we are open ears. I wanted to ask Senator Sheldon if he was going to lead the questions. You do too?
Senator Ciccone.
I'm sorry, thank you, Senator Ciccone.
Thanks very much, Chair. And yeah, I just wanted to echo, I guess, the sentiment that you just expressed too. It's really distressing to see some of the footage that came out of the floods, and obviously we send our very best wishes and thoughts to all the farmers who have been impacted.
Thank you.
And it's really good to see you here today at the table. You know, obviously a bit of an improvement from the the Zoom or the Teams experience, but thank you for appearing before the committee today. Could I just take you, Mr. Matt, to the opening statement you just provided the committee about the dairy poll? When do we expect to have the results of that poll made publicly available?
Thank you for the question. In the next 48 hours, Senator. I could ask David if you'd like to go through the exact process, but we respond to
I think that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Nation?
Happy to, Senator Ciccone. So the poll closed Thursday evening. The poll was undertaken last week,
Yep.
Thursday evening, and the poll was run by an independent agent, Link Market Services. We'll get the official audited results from Link, and one of the obligations under under the instrument of which we're running the poll is that we inform farmers first. We intend to do that in the next 24, 48 hours, and then our second obligation after informing farmers is to inform the minister. So we're all set to...
So you receive the results, then there's an audit process?
We wait for the Link Market Services to give us out their final audited results. There's been 2 working days since that.
And what's involved in that auditing process?
That's their process to satisfy themselves and sign off on the poll as being a reflection of the poll, and then they provide a signed statement of the poll outcome, and we communicate it. Our first priority under the instrument is to communicate with farmers, which we intend to do in the next 24, 48 hours.
So you're not aware of what their processing is in terms of that auditing side of things, why it takes them so long to turn around the results? Because it's an online poll, isn't it? Or is it hard copy, just to clarify?
It's a...
Postal?
It's post, email, fax and online.
Fax? All right, wouldn't be too many fax machines, I wouldn't have thought. But anyway, good to know, good to know. There might be some people listening to this who don't even know what a fax machine is, but that's another story. So then once you receive the results, how then do you communicate that to the farmers?
So we will email and we will post a letter to every farmer in the country that's a levy payer.
That's a levy farmer. All right. And then you then inform the minister?
Then inform the minister straight afterwards, and then we'll
How do you do that? By
results.
fax as well, or...?
That would be a novel way of informing the minister, Senator Ciccone.
I don't know, Minister, you might want to just take that on notice, but not you, but...
newfangled technology.
Yeah. And then at what stage do you satisfy yourself to let the public know?
As soon as we've undertaken those tasks, which we've been asked to do, we will make public the results.
All right. Have you undertaken any plans, or I'll put it this way, has Dairy Australia developed any plans in anticipation of the various positions that might come out of the poll?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, Senator, we've thought about all options, what come out of the poll, but we'll solidify those plans as we know the result of the poll. So we've put preliminary and very preliminary big sky thinking into it, that is all.
And can you just remind me, what were the different outcomes on the poll? What was put to the levy holders?
0, 15% increase, 20% increase and 25% increase.
So maybe, Senator, to clarify for Hansard, the base option is no change to the levy. That's what's implied by 0, not 0 levy, and then 3 increase options of 15, 20 and 25.
So should the result of the poll be that of no change, how are you equipped to respond to this outcome?
So, Senator, and especially in regard to your previous question, the way Dairy Australia operates is we prepare a strategic plan. We've got a current 5-year strategic plan, and then each year we also prepare an annual operating plan. And that annual operating plan is really the key next document for us. So it will be published going into 1st of July next year, and it will reflect what we believe we can achieve in the next 12 months based on our capacity to invest on behalf of the dairy industry. So if it is a no change to the levy, we'll prepare an annual operating plan accordingly. We have already, there's a whole lot of processes that we do to make sure we've consulted with farmers. We've already started that process with farmer representatives, and we will make sure that our annual plan reflects the priorities that farmers set out for us to achieve. We've also had some very positive feedback that regardless of the outcome of the poll, the areas that we've been talking about as priority areas like labour, areas like improved services on a regional basis, areas like climate, and areas like policy development, they're the 4 areas that we've been talking about with farmers. They've been well received through the whole process, and we expect our annual operating plan will reflect investments in those spaces, as well as the priority space, as well as the priorities that come through consultation and the priorities to deliver our strategic plan.
And I guess where I'm going with this, just to see if there was a decision, and obviously up to the levy holders to make this decision of no increase, are you able to commit that there wouldn't be a reduction in the delivery of services by Dairy Australia? I mean, how do you manage that when you're being told that you can't increase your levies?
Senator, we will have to cut our cloth, cut our suit to the cloth that we're given, obviously. So if over time our priorities change, our strategic plan changes, our annual operating plan changes, but we can't spend more money than we have.
And in terms of the poll and the dates of this poll, are they set by the board, or are they set per regulations? Who makes a decision about when the poll is set, the dates?
There is the legislative instrument says that a poll process must be completed at least every 5 years. So we have to report back to the minister. Our 5-year deadline is in April, and we will report inside that 5-year duration, and that will satisfy the levy poll process.
So by the end of March is when the poll needed to be conducted?
So we work backwards from that 5-year mark of we must complete a process. So we started this process back in February last year, 2021, and we've mapped forward what it will take to achieve a complete levy poll process that can be completed by April 2022.
You wouldn't have thought to have set the date just before estimates, so we were able to maybe ask some questions about that a bit more. Anyway, I'm just being cheeky. But, could I also just turn to another matter? At additional estimates, we discussed the efforts that you'd made to secure financial contributions from the Australian Dairy Products Federation and its members to Dairy Australia. How's the matter progressed since then?
Yeah, thank you. So the matter has progressed to some extent. So this week, Fonterra Australia indicated that to us that they would like to contribute to industry good activities in a meaningful and financial way. We are continuing to have discussions with ADPF, and we would hope that they become fruitful.
So there's nothing else that you can provide us? You're still hoping?
Sorry?
You're still in hope?
I live in hope. Yes, Senator. David, you might wish to add.
Further to what you've explained, James, our main point of contact in negotiating with processors has been their federation. You used the acronym earlier. For completeness, it's Australian Dairy Products Federation.
Yep.
And our understanding is that they've met a number of times since the last estimate, Senator, and they do have a revised policy position, and I would encourage yourself, Senator, and other parliamentarians to write to that Products Federation and seek their new policy position. I think it is a positive development, but I do believe it is their policy to express and report back to yourselves.
Yeah. I know you said you'd like to or would like to, but I'm just trying to understand the practicalities here, how much...
Our sense, Senator, is we are making positive progress. It's slower than we would have wanted. As we reported last time, we had really sought for this to be resolved before farmers had a say in the farmer levy poll. It wasn't. I think there's a high level of awareness amongst farmers and amongst processors that it is time to resolve this. I do encourage you to seek their policy position. I think it is a positive development. And we do look forward to the next estimates if this question's asked again to have
I'm sure there'll be
much
many
more
estimates,
positive
don't worry
breakthrough.
about that, many questions. In dollar terms, what is the amount of the financial contributions you regard as an appropriate amount for the processors to pay?
So our sense of the, if you like, the core activities that Dairy Australia does that benefits the whole supply chain, where we see relatively equal benefit for farmers and for processors, is of the order of $5 million a year. So our negotiations with processors are on the basis of what is an appropriate cost-sharing basis for that level of investment that Dairy Australia undertakes.
I mean, I note, for instance, in the previous financial year, the levy pays contributed around $32 million. So from what you're saying, you'd like them to make that contribution, but not the same amount.
Yeah, that is correct, Senator. I think most of what we spend is looking at farmers and productivity, and whereas the process, the industry good stuff is away from that.
As an organisation, we've always been designed primarily as a R&D corporation to invest to improve the productivity and sustainability of dairy farming businesses, with dairy farmers paying the levy. It's always been held that there's value to dairy farmers in the activities we do above and beyond research and development, areas like sustainability, areas like trade development and support, areas like market insights that really help farmers to make better business decisions, but it's always recognised that it enables the whole supply chain to make better decisions. And it's really that portion of our business that we're talking about, our investment, that we see as a live debate about the relative contributions of farmers and processors.
And that's sort of my interest about the supply chain. It's not just the farmer, it's also the supply chain. At the end of the day, the industry benefits from the R&D work that Dairy Australia produces. So I think everyone in the supply chain probably should cough up and, make a contribution, their fair share. I think that's all that dairy farmers are asking for. So I guess how would you characterise the nature of your discussions with the Dairy Products Federation to date then?
I'm happy to answer that if you'd like, James. So I think it's fair to say that we all understand that that we need to bring this to resolution. I know on their part, we've had multiple opportunities now to progress this forwards. As I'm describing, I do believe it is their news, and it is for them to just, to announce what decisions they make.
Yep.
But I know you mentioned earlier that some milk processors are making really clear positive statements on their own. One was mentioned earlier, and I really think clearly we would have loved to come here today and say this is a resolved matter, Senator. I really do believe we are now getting very close to processors making positive statements in this matter.
Yeah, and it's good to see some processors are. Obviously, the organisation, the ADPF isn't. But are there any particular issues that we should be aware of, or why it's taken them such a long time to get to where they are, dealing with you and your organisation and its members?
My sense, Senator, is this is seen as a significant change for processors. There's a long history of farmers paying levies. And this is a significant decision for how processors might contribute and on what basis, and how that might be an enduring basis rather than us having a temporary conversation about the matter.
Have you given any consideration how government can play a role? And I'm not talking about trying to reintroduce regulation here, but how government might be able to make some changes, whether it's tweaking the relevant legislative instrument, whether they participate in some of the discussions. Have you had any consideration to that point?
Our sense is that for example, if a levy mechanism is the chosen mechanism, so that farmers pay a levy and processors pay a levy, the levy mechanism is very well set out by the department, and I think the most important thing a government could do of the day that considers this is to follow that levy process, but also expedite it wherever possible. If the processors demonstrate their willingness to pay a levy, then clearly what would be advantageous is for that to move as quickly as possible through all of the steps of constructing a levy and getting to a point where farmers and if a levy path was chosen, that farmers and processors feel like there's a degree of equity and fairness in both paying a levy in fair terms.
I guess you wouldn't want to see changes to, or would you like to see changes to the relative legislative or regulatory frameworks to enable you, when you do engage in such discussions, with greater ability to compel the processors to cooperate with you?
I think that, Senator, again, the levy process is really clear and set out by the department, and it is based on bringing an industry together and bringing an industry committing to paying a levy. And I think we're well on the road to success in that space. And for me, I see that as a superior outcome because that's enduring, and that's the industry. That's the industry committing to the ongoing success of the industry and committing to following a well laid out, well trodden path for establishing an industry driven levy. So that, for me, that's the way the conversation has always been framed in this matter, and I think that is the best path to an enduring arrangement that works for both farmers and processors.
And I note in this committee's report following the performance of Australia's dairy industry inquiry that recommendation 2 was that, and I quote, government amend the Primary Industries Excise Levies Act to require processors to pay levy to fund Dairy Australia. Government noted this recommendation, stated its response that it would consider any levy proposal put forward by industry members. Have you had a chance or thought about putting forward a proposal?
I think that refers to processors putting a proposal together. That's our interpretation of what that recommendation is.
I don't know if the department has any updates on that recommendation or not. If the secretary or one of his officers is able to enlighten me in the committee, I'd much appreciate it. I'm sure she can. Hello.
Hi, Senator. So just in relation to the recommendation, I don't have the exact wording, but the discussion's correct. It would be up to industry. If there was to be a change in the levy, it would be up to the industry, not Dairy Australia, to say that they would like the government to legislate a levy. That's what we're seeking to enunciate, if you like, through that recommendation and that response.
Are you aware of anyone in the industry to date approaching the government?
Proposal.
All right, thank you. Can I just turn to another matter before I hand back to the Chair? The Australian Dairy Plan expected growth in milk outcome 3% per year over the plan period, and I think 1% once fully implemented. Yet since its implementation, we've seen a decline. Now, I just want to say, is that a bit of a concern from your end? Or have you got any concerns about that decline?
Senator, another really timely question in terms of where the industry sees itself.
Yeah.
And also, I think, an interesting example of foresight from an industry perspective, because the Australian Dairy Plan makes really clear that it's not focused on what is the growth outcome in the industry. One of the things that brought the whole industry together is to say there's three primary things that the industry needs to do to be really successful. It needs to have profitability up and down the supply chain. It needs to have confidence in itself and the future of the industry. And it needs to be able to address the big issues of the day with a sense of unity. So all of the key measures of the dairy plan are about profit, confidence and unity. And then what happened after that is we asked our market insights team to say, if you reach those thresholds of profit, if you reach those thresholds of confidence, and if the industry works with unity, what growth is possible in industry? And the market insights team at that time foresaw that a profitable, confident and united industry would grow to the order of 3%, as you described. Our challenge, Senator, which is an amazing challenge of our times, is that the industry is clearly demonstrated to be profitable. confidence as measured, the last time we measured it was last February, was recovering remarkably well. We clearly, as an industry, still have work to do on Unity. But in general, the industry is looking at another profitable year, probably not as profitable as last year. Our challenge as an industry is that agriculture in general is growing. Agriculture in general is successful, and the big challenge of the dairy industry is what's our part of that success versus alternate agricultural uses on dairy land, particularly beef and lamb as relevant examples.
So what have you learned from the previous 2 years of the plan's operations? Has it informed future service delivery?
We very much see the Australian Dairy Plan as the plan we're working to. We still see it as a plan that brings the major parts of the industry together, the leading farming and processing organisations, Dairy Australia, Gardner Foundation. We still very much see it, report on it, and work together to look at the 5 commitments made in the plan and to work across the 5 years of the plan to achieve them. Clearly, the 4 of the 5 commitments are progressing well, and the first commitment, which is about industry structures and working better together as a whole industry, that is the lagging commitment that requires significant work across all lead dairy industry organisations.
And look, I might just end on this one, but given COVID, has there been any negative impact on the progress of trade agreements or any trade issues from your end that you're aware of?
Maybe I will swap roles, Senator, with my colleague so that he can answer that question.
Okay, sure.
Thanks, Senator.
Hello.
Just really quickly...
you might want to state the name for the record.
So, Charlie McElwain, General Manager of Trade and Industry Strategy. So in terms of the impact with COVID on trade agreements, in terms of negative impact, none that I could speak to. Obviously, there's been a key focus on the India trade agreement over the last week. Clearly, the dairy industry was disappointed about the position and the outcome in relation to dairy. But in saying that, we recognise the heightened sensitivity from the Indian dairy industry about dairy within that agreement. So listen, but in terms of the operations and how those negotiations are playing out in this environment, there's no negatives to speak of from a perspective of our engagement with government and through that whole process. Obviously, it's more clunky with shutdowns and lack of travel and ability to get there in person, but it's still operating efficiently.
All right. Well, thank you. And I'll end on this one too. Sorry, Chair. Just one last. Sorry, there was one last one. What changes have you or are you making to ensure that levy pays are abreast of the work that you deal and feel as though they are securing value for money from the organisation's work? And I guess this has been an ongoing issue that comes up, just to make sure that they feel like that the work that your organisation does, which is good work, but that they feel like that they are getting bang for buck.
Yeah, it's the continuing. I was going to say to you, it's a continuing conundrum we have, Senator, where we do lots of productivity stuff and on-farm stuff, and as a farmer that interests me and I'm excited by it and happy to talk about it. And when we deal in the regions through the RDP network or through the state dairy farm organisations, then farmers enjoy that side of it. When we start talking about trade and social licence and market insights and things which are slightly drier, quite a lot of farmers aren't quite as keen as they are on the farm gate stuff. So continue to have those conversations wherever we can. David and myself and the rest of the leadership team and other members of the board have just completed probably 80 meetings in the last 7 or 8 weeks since COVID has allowed us to be back out in the regions. It's great to have engagement with farmers in face-to-face, and we continue to really have a conversation with them about what we do, but also about what they're asking us to do more of.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you.
Thanks, Senator Ciccone. And Look, I don't specifically... Oh, Senator Mirabella has questions.
It's just a quick one. Gentlemen, topic looming large today is the discussion of lumpy skin disease. How widely understood is that throughout the farming community, and was that a factor, do you think, in your poll? I say that because, of course, at some point you might need some more money.
I suspect for the duration of the poll, Senator, it probably hasn't been top of mind in the dairy communities, to be honest. The poll,
The reality of the poll is it opened on the 24th of February and closed last week, and for the majority of that time, I don't think anyone was talking about lumpy skin disease in terms of general conversation with farmers. So I think you're right, Senator, that this is a topic that's come very late in the day and is going to be real and is going to require resources from livestock industries.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence today. I'm really heartened by the sense of optimism in parts of Queensland, which I know is not normally the focus of the dairy industry, but it is great to see some of the operators investing again in their properties and in technology, automated milking, and seeing prices improve a little. So congratulations on the work you're doing for investment into the productivity of the industry. I share Senator Cicconi's views on the manufacturing side committing to levies, but coming out of the beef industry, I also know that is a long path. So good luck with that. Thank you for your time today. I look forward to seeing you at the next estimates.
Thank you,
person.
Senators. Thank you.
We now call representatives of the Meat and Livestock Association. Oh, there you were, hiding behind other people. You sick?
No.
That's what they were saying. Welcome. Seems like just yesterday I saw you all in Darwin, so...
I was going to say the same thing, Chair.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thanks, Chair. Alan Beckett, Chair, obviously MLA. I was just going to share with the committee that we did go to the regions 2 weeks ago to hold our board meeting, you'd be pleased to hear. And it was an opportunity for those non-producers on the board to actually see what goes on and talk to stakeholders. So we had a board meeting there. We went and had 4 site visits out of Darwin, and then we attended the Northern Territory Cattlemen's Association's function. So I think for the non-producers, they found it, well, all of us found it really beneficial, something worthwhile. And finally, I'd just like to acknowledge the death of one of our former colleagues and that tragic helicopter crash in Victoria, Paul Trojan. Very sad news.
Terrifically sad. Yep. Yes, thank you for that acknowledgement. All right, I think Senator... Senator? Yes.
Troja worked very hard for the process organisations and to MLA, and Australian Meat and Livestock, and it was very tragic news to see that unfold when it became apparent of who was on that helicopter. And I just also wanted to express my sort of condolences as well too, and hope that you and your members in the organisation are doing all right after that very sad and shocking news.
Thanks, Senator.
Thanks, Senator Cicconi. Senator Roberts, I know you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for attending. May I start by complimenting Meat and Livestock Australia on their Australia Day TV advertisement. So, I loved it. First question. In your letter to me dated 27th of October 2021, Mr Strong, you acknowledge the data I quoted in the last Senate estimates from a report published on the CSIRO website titled Australian Cattle Herd, A New Perspective on Structure, Performance and Production, dated 2021, was correctly quoted. I thank you for that and accept Meat and Livestock Australia consider the figure I used is higher than you would use. The lead author of that report, Dr. Jeffrey Fordyce, works for Meat and Livestock Australia on your NB2 herd pillar feed-based program. Is that correct?
It certainly has. I'm not sure if he's currently contracted, Senator, but certainly he has worked with us, yes. Definitely.
Okay. So my decision to use that data that I used was logical then, wasn't it?
Partially, Senator. Yes.
Thank you. So turning to Meat and Livestock Strategic Plan 2025, you're familiar with that. On page 4, this is in your own words, Mr Strong. With a whole of industry strategic plan in place, Red Meat 2030, that's the name of your plan, there is an opportunity for Meat and Livestock Australia to drive transformational change. We have to find ways to support the industry to deliver on its ambitious vision of doubling the value of red meat sales. That's the end of the quote. Could you please specify what percentage of this 100% increase in sales revenue will come from price rises and what percentage will come from sales volume increases?
Thank you, Senator. The Red Meat 2030 plan is actually the industry plan that was put together by RMAC. It's a 10-year plan that the industry collectively put together. Our 5-year plan then fits behind that, and we've adopted the same overarching goal and the 6 pillars.
It's got your MLA.
That's our 5-year plan, and it draws on the Red Meat 2030 plan, which is the broader industry plan. It doesn't specify what component of that growth comes from price or volume, and it's probably speaking from opinion being involved in that process, but the setting of that target was to be ambitious for the future of the industry in creating and capturing value, but also making sure that we weren't, as an industry, limited to price or volume. And the industry over the last 30 years collectively has invested in a significant range of activities, not just with Meat and Livestock Australia and our R&D and marketing, but in a range of other activities as well, for us to produce a higher quality, more consistent, traceable, guaranteed product, but also taking advantage of or participating in the preferential market access that we also have available to us as well. So there's opportunities for us to increase productivity, but there's also opportunities for us to create and capture more value in higher quality products where we have preferential access to high quality markets. So it's a combination of both, Senator.
Well, pardon me, but it sounds like waffle. Because who are you trying to convince here? Because the farmers, surely, the producers, need to have some kind of faith in what you're leading. And yet you're telling me now it's just an ambitious plan with no limit on price or volume. So surely this has all been modelled.
So there's a number of things sitting behind it, Senator, but I think it's quite the opposite to waffle. It's providing opportunity in multiple areas rather than restricting it to one.
So hang on. Opportunity comes from knowing something about it. What you're saying is here, we haven't done this. It's an opportunity because it hasn't been modelled.
Senator, the opportunity comes from the investments that the broader industry's made over the last 20 or 30 years in having a consistent quality traceable product with a quality assurance program behind it that is being sold at higher prices into markets where we now have preferential access.
So I accept that, but you're still talking very generally, because to double the value of red meat sales, you need to increase the price. You need to double the price if the herd stays flat.
If the volume stays the same. So the volume can increase if the herd stays the same size. You can have increased carcass weight or increased productivity.
13% you'll increase carcass weight.
Yep.
Doesn't seem to be any real meat in this.
So, Senator, there's an outcomes report. Oh, sorry, Chair. there's an outcomes report, Senator, which actually lay out some of the progress that's already been made. So if you look at something like Meat Standards Australia, which is the eating quality program, that last year added an additional $158 million in value to Farmgate revenue for producers, and over the last 10 years that's created more than $1 billion in value at a Farmgate. So we can share with you the extension adoption report, which does actually list out some very specific areas like Meat Standards Australia, like the Profitable Grazing Systems programs and the producer demonstration sites, which have quantified increase in Farmgate value, but also increase on a per hectare basis of benefit to producers of adopting the things that the industry's invested in.
Okay, I'll accept that, if you'd like to send us that. The fundamental figures, though, are 100% increase in value with flat herd size.
No, it's not, Senator.
Well,
there's nothing about a flat herd size, and it's 10 years, so it's over a 10-year period. It's doubling the value of red meat sales over a 10-year period.
So in the last Senate estimates, we had a difference of opinion on the direction of herd numbers, and we've still got that.
Yep.
I maintain the only way to meet net zero carbon dioxide targets, why you'd want to meet that is beyond me because no one's given me any proof, but the only way to meet those targets under Meat and Livestock Australia's CN30 program, Carbon Neutral 30 program, was to hold herd numbers at the historically low numbers experienced during the recent drought. And I'll quote your reply. We are very aware that there have been discussion that things like the carbon neutral goal are reliant on limiting livestock numbers or reducing production or profitability, and we completely reject those. That's the end of your quote. So I thank you for the answer on notice regarding herd numbers, and now reference the document you sent me. A Meat and Livestock Australia publication titled Industry Projections 2021, Australian Cattle July Update. On page 4, there are herd numbers. Herd size, slaughter and production are all flat, arguably slightly decreasing in the last few years across the period indicated 2000 to 2023 and down from their peak in this period. Am I reading that right?
You may be, Senator. I don't have that one in front of me, but what I can do is provide you with the updated projections from earlier this year, which show the projected increase in production and output. So increase in herd size, increase in productivity. We can provide that to you.
It's a 4% increase, I think, to 27 million.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes, if you could, please.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
So carcass weights, coming back to what you raised earlier on, carcass weights are showing an increase in the bottom graph of 13%. This does in part reflect the work done by Meat and Livestock Australia on genetics, feed base and transport. So that's correct?
In part, yes, Senator.
And only in part? There are other factors involved, are there?
Yeah, other factors like the producers' willingness to adopt new technologies, but also I think part of the increase in carcass weight comes from the increase in turn-off through the feedlot sector. Mm-hmm. There's been an increased number of animals come through the feedlot sector as a finishing mechanism in the last year or two, and that also contributes to increasing carcass weight.
Either way, it's a good job because 13% is a significant increase in productivity and profitability.
Correct.
So, page 2 of this report, the average herd number for cattle for 2016 to 2021 included a substantial drought influence was 26,619, with the best year being 2018 at 28,052. Meat and Livestock Australia's projection for 2022 is 27,223 and for 2023 is 28,039. This is down from the CSIRO's figure of 30 to 40 million before the drought, which was the point that I was making in the last Senate estimates. Even if the CSIRO figure is higher than you would accept, I fail to see an increase here in these figures. And for clarity, I'm still trying to see where the increase in herd numbers component of the 100% increase in red meat production is coming from. Is it true that unless the herd numbers recover to around 30 million, then Meat and Livestock Australia are projecting a permanent reduction in the Australian herd?
No, Senator, it's not. So the paper you're referencing is not a CSIRO paper. Dr. Fordyce is the lead author, and he's previously worked with CSIRO, and it was present on their publication site, but it's not It's not a formal CSIRO paper. But that.
But he
that's
did
a
work for
side.
you?
He did, absolutely did, and still has done in a range of different areas. He's been a very prominent researcher with the Queensland Department of Primary Industries in Northern Australia and has done quite a bit of work with MLA and our predecessors.
So he's
over
pretty
the years.
competent?
Doesn't mean we have to agree on everything though, does it? So we could also quote other
No,
papers.
there's got to be a reason for not agreeing,
Yep.
if he's competent.
Certainly there is, yeah. But there's also other papers that are produced by independent analysts which say the herd's even smaller than what we project. So
Even smaller?
yes, yeah. So by private, commercial analysts, that's widely read, that gets quoted to us as much or more than this paper does. But Senator, the herd size isn't the only driver of productivity. So being able to, as you say, increase carcass weights, increase value, increase productivity. So one of the things that Dr. Fordyce has been involved with is the NB2 program that you mentioned, and the ability to increase cows that get in calf, decrease cow mortality, increase calves that survive and increase weaning weight in reasonably modest levels, only a couple of percentages decrease in cow mortality, a couple of percentages increase in fertility, 10 kilos increase in weaning weight, has a material impact on northern productivity, not just in numbers but also in value. So the herd size is an important number to help us with our planning and projections when we look at a range of things, but it's only one of the contributors to productivity and profitability and to how we get to a doubling of the value for the red meat sector.
Yeah, looking at agricultural producers, whether it be livestock or crops, there's certainly a huge increase and improvement in the use of science to guide, and that's become a wonderful productivity improvement tool. But it still comes back to basic arithmetic. If herd numbers are not growing, after allowing for improved carcass weights, the only way to increase the value of red meat production by 100% after allowing for the 13% carcass weight increase is for price increases of 87%.
No, Senator, it's not. So last, Chairman Beckett mentioned about our trip to Darwin 2 weeks ago, and one of the great things we heard about was the use of knowledge that's been gained over the last 10 or 20 years by the industry, and there was a couple of fantastic examples of the use of phosphorus as a supplement in phosphorus deficient country. And same herd size, same cow herd size, halving cow mortality and increasing weaning rates by 30%. Same cow herd size, halving cow mortality, increasing weaning rates by 30%. So herd size is not the only way, and when you think about those ways to make significant improvements in productivity, it actually becomes a minor factor. So being able to produce more from what we have regardless of what we have, and creating and capturing more value from that is much more important than the herd size.
So I accept that it's a laudable goal to increase the productivity, capturing more from what you have.
Yeah.
So if herd sizes stay flat, then are you able to provide me with the breakdown of where the 100% increase in red meat value will come from?
Well,
we can provide you.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Senator Roberts, I've got questions on this, so perhaps if you stick around we can talk about it.
Good, yeah. Okay, I've only got 2 more questions, but you can provide that breakdown.
We can provide some. There's not like I say, that's an industry, broader 10-year goal. In our 5-year plan, we've laid out a range of areas that we're investing in, so we can certainly provide you with a range of activities that are currently underway, and like I mentioned before, the outcomes report, which will give you some evidence of where that progress is already being shown.
So what I'm trying to, just to summarise it, okay? I'm concerned, and hopefully your figures will alleviate that concern, I'm concerned that what you're relying upon is a huge increase in price, which will hurt the consumer. And the second thing I'm concerned about is why this is being done. So let's listen to the Chair's questions. Let's get the figures from you. And my last 2 questions. I acknowledge from your letter reduction in carbon dioxide production of 53% since 2000 by the Australian red meat industry. Again, there's never been any evidence produced that carbon dioxide needs to be cut from human activity. This has been driven by measures that are now in place. How will you get the other 47% other than calling the permanent herd reduction numbers a net zero measure?
So there's a range of things already underway, and a couple that we can point to straight away is feed supplements, for example. So there's two good examples of that.
Changing the nature of feed supplements?
No, additional feed supplements that will go into a ration, for example. So the Red Asparagopsis seaweed product, which has been demonstrated to reduce the production of methane by more than 90%. And there's also a synthetic version of the same type of component, which so far is demonstrating the same type of effect. So feed supplements are certainly a key opportunity in reducing the amount of methane being produced. One of the other areas relates to the things we've just been talking about, is increasing productivity from the herd that we have. So through improved genetics, improving productivity through the things we were just talking about. So there's a number of areas in addition to a stable herd, which are already largely proven and underway, and we're only a couple of years in to the path to 2030.
The last question. WWF in America has been on a concerted campaign to kill the beef industry. The same organisation is doing the same here in this country, and cattle graziers have told me that. So there's a lot of pressure on the beef industry itself, its very existence, for political reasons, not economic or scientific reasons. Do you, as the MLA, just accept the mantra that we need to cut the carbon dioxide produced by humans or human activity, or do you actually have scientific justification for accepting that?
It's not our position to enter into that discussion, Senator.
Do you accept it?
It's not the environment to have a position either way. This is an industry goal which is ambitious, but what's really important is that we don't think about CN30 in the absence of profitability, productivity and intergenerational sustainability. So there's nothing that we're doing or investing in that doesn't have a lens on profitability and productivity of the industry at the same time as thinking about its impact on the environment.
I would beg to differ, because it seems to me that you need to have a sound rationale for why you're doing these things, and I have yet to see any proof of that. Seaweed, feeding that to cattle, feed supplements, surely there's a cost in there. You're asking farmers to change their practices, which could increase cost further. So it seems like the doomsayers that have been hitting our electricity sector, our transport sector, our regulatory sector, are now hitting our agricultural sector in many ways.
Question, Senator Roberts?
No, that's a statement.
Statement? Terrific. All right. Good note to finish on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strong.
No problem.
All right, let's talk about what the beef industry is doing. I'm yet to see a farmer spend $1 on anything that doesn't add to the bottom line. So I want to talk about some of the projects that I'm seeing developed out of JCU. Senator Roberts just mentioned the seaweed one. Let's start with that. So that research project, I think, is now being taken up by people down in your neck of the woods, Minister, down in the great state of Tasmania. And that program is expected to lift production carcass weight fairly significantly. Do you want to talk to that project?
Thank you, Senator. So the research to test the effectiveness of Red Asparagopsis to reduce methane was conducted between JCU, CSIRO, so Northern University, CSIRO and MLA, and it's been licensed to FutureFeed, is the commercialiser of that technology. And the initial driver was around demonstrating the ability to reduce methane, but one of the side impacts was also an increase in productivity in a number of the trials. So that's now being tested in larger commercial trials, and the further validation of being able to reduce methane, but also looking at the production impacts as well. And the two things which had been focused on were increasing growth rate of performance and as part of that, improving feed efficiency.
Okay, so another sort of trial that's been operating is in the northern beef herds about increasing fertility, so reducing your number of empties. And so when you talk about managing your herd numbers, it might be managing out animals that aren't productive and replacing them, selecting for females that are productive. Is that a project that you've been involved with the northern herd?
Certainly it is, Senator, and part of the productivity assessments of the herds in the NB2 project, so the Northern Business 2 project, which is the one I mentioned before, also allows those groups to look at other performance characteristics or activities, how to actually drive increased performance within their herd, and that's getting greater productivity out of the livestock they have and making decisions about ones that aren't productive as well. So absolutely, it's about making sure that we get more from what we have and make decisions about the ones who aren't performing better.
And so that's two examples of productivity increases without significant cost. I'm excited about what's happening in the beef industry, and whilst prices are high, they're better than the terrible below cost of production situation that we had until relatively recently, and I hope we don't ever return to that. The work that you're doing, or how much engagement are you having with the department on biosecurity issues like lumpy skin and lobbying to see if there can be the production of vaccines in Australia or mRNA technology in Australia? Is that something that the MLA is engaged with?
So we're obviously not involved in any of the lobbying.
No, not lobbying, I'm sorry, that was a terrible word to use.
To make sure
exactly, you don't lobby.
We have been closely involved in those discussions, particularly the last couple of weeks. One of the advantages of being in Darwin with the board recently was being able to see the Berrima Scientific Precinct, which the Northern Territory Department's developed, and they've got some fantastic facilities there, which are in many cases frontline activities and the ability to do monitoring. Obviously, the effectiveness of that monitoring is reliant on other decisions being made around access to information on the virus and the decisions that need to be made by the department and others. We've also engaged directly with the industry organisations, but also parts of the department to ensure that we're across where the current situation is with lumpy skin disease, but also making sure that if there's anything that we can do in our supporting capacity, that we are doing that. So it's very much at the moment around communication and filling any gaps as far as available information is concerned, and then making sure we're available to respond to any of those shortfalls.
Senator Ciccone was just asking some questions of the dairy industry, and it just prompted me to think about the whole of industry supply chains. I mean, one of the greatest challenges for agricultural businesses is that terrible seesawing of where the profit margin sits within the chain. And is there any work in progress being done on supply chains, transparency of costs and prices, or I'm not sure. And I'm reflecting on the challenges with the cattle train business at the moment, with Horizon locking the loading ramps on the western lines. I mean, how appalling is that? Public use infrastructure. But what sort of work is being considered or could be considered around supply chains for the beef industry, or the red meat industry?
There's a number of projects that we're involved with that include multiple participants in the supply chain, but directly related to this lumpy skin disease issue, the red meat sector, I think, over time has had some challenged relationships up and down the supply chain. I think we've seen an incredible level of maturity in that in recent years, and as late as this week, specifically around this discussion, as the industry support organisation, I was an observer on a conversation that involved the whole supply chain about preparedness and need and action in this space. And it was an incredibly sensible, collaborative, inclusive conversation involving the whole supply chain about the importance of understanding and being prepared, and how collectively we make sure we're in the best shape we can be, and what steps do we take going forward. And it's something I don't think we would have seen 5 or 10 years ago, but it's a real credit to the industry leaders that they're prepared to work together on these types of issues, and I think it's a good demonstration of our capability of getting in front of some of these things as well as we can.
Oh, it's very heartening. All right, Senator Davey, do you have some questions?
Just a few questions. Thank you for attending today. Just wondering, can you just give us a brief overview of the MLA's current market access and diversification strategy?
Our current market access or our current market support activities are pretty broad. So we have, if you think about resources, we have resources in 15 countries. We have regional offices in 8. We have about 45 staff overseas that provide support for exporters and importers, so Australian exporters going into those markets and customers in those markets connecting back to Australian supply chains. And that group has done quite a bit of work in the last couple of years to develop more consistent and very focused programs in the way that we work with our exporters, particularly in the way that we support them. On the market access side, we have a small team that work very closely with the department and the industry in a support capacity around market access issues and opportunities, and are very closely connected, and I think they're a key knowledge source, particularly in the market access discussion. So something like the UK FTA, which was a incredibly big success for the government and the department, that was a big component of work for our market access team in supporting the department and the government in that process. So we're certainly focused on supporting current activities in the best way that we can, help relationships on both sides, both from here with information but also in the markets, and then from the market access point of view, connecting with the market access team, with the industry and the government.
Thank you. You mentioned the UK FTA, which was a huge success. We've recently had the announcement of the Australia-India free trade agreement. Did the MLA make a submission into that process?
We did, yep. And the staff member who heads up that market access division for us was quite involved in that process, and great to see the outcome for the sheep meat sector with the immediate reduction of the 30% tariff on sheep meat going into India being a fantastic result for the sheep meat
So that's
sector.
an immediate reduction.
Yep.
That's
yep.
very handy. For how much sheep meat do we currently export to India?
I don't know, Senator. Not a lot at the moment. I'll find out and get back to you. I'm sorry.
But it will be more after this.
Absolutely. Yes, there's a lot of excitement from our sheep meat exporters about that additional, and particularly the tariff-free access. That's very important. It's not just access, but it's tariff-free access.
So it's tariff-free. So
correct.
Right. My understanding as well is that our current focus of exports to India has been to sell 5-star, the top quality product. Do you think that post this agreement you will work on expanding the market size and access by opening markets for other grades of sheep meat to India?
It's a good example, Senator, of the limitations where we have reasonably high tariff rates of the value you've got to capture for product that goes into those markets. So going into those high-end components, so high-end food service, allows the exporters to capture enough margin to cover their cost. Going into a market tariff-free certainly opens up other opportunities, but it will definitely depend on available supply and the willingness or level of excitement from our exporters to build supply chain relationships into other channels in the market. And that's certainly something that we might, for example, put together some market information on, but it's certainly not something that we would try and build or create an environment unless there was support from exporters here in Australia.
Are there any other opportunities within this India Free Trade Agreement for our sheep meat producers?
It remains to be seen at the moment. I think the initial success of that tariff reduction is certainly one that allows us to build on that.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Davey. Now, Senator Ciccone has about 5 minutes of questions, so we're going to keep going and then let you go. We'll go to a break after that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Now, I've been reading with some alarm about the prospect of lumpy skin disease. So some of the images I've seen are pretty horrific and gives you all sorts of goosebumps. Should this... pardon? Really? Thank you. I'm glad you found it funny, but should this disease arrive, what impact do you anticipate it might have on the red meat industry? On a much serious note, I should add.
Yes, Senator, it is a much more serious note. The discussion of the last few weeks, particularly as this issue's escalated, I think it highlights a couple of things. It's really important in this sort of environment for us to be prepared and well prepared. And I think the evidence over many years in this space says that Australia is very good at that. We're very good at being prepared. But it's also trying to do that in the context of not panicking. And the potential impacts if we had an outbreak of something like lumpy skin disease would be quite significant. And the reason why it's quite significant is we export 75% of our beef and 75% of our sheep meat, and we export it to a whole range of countries. And the types of discussions we've already had about value, creating, capturing more value, preferential market, higher quality markets, we go to a lot of markets where it gives us the opportunity to capture or create and capture more value. So we are exposed to a lot of markets, and a lot of those markets have high levels of requirements. So as it sits today, if we had an outbreak of something like lumpy skin disease, the impact would be significant and would restrict our access to a large proportion of our markets. There's a lot of ifs that sit behind that. And I think what that does, Senator, is highlight a key component of our preparedness in firstly, how do we prevent it actually getting here? And then how do we be prepared to manage in a way that it allowed us to respond in the quickest possible way, but also allowed us to protect or recover in our markets as quickly as possible.
Have you conducted any specific modelling to, I guess, assess what the potential financial impact
only at a very high level, Senator, and looking at the number of markets potentially that would be impacted. And
so what would be the impact?
That would be significant. So
have you got a dollar figure?
Not a dollar figure, but it would be a significant percentage of our markets. And
so you can't share any more concrete figures with us?
I am being deliberately cautious, Senator, because I think we've got to be careful that we don't create an unreasonable discussion around something which is, there's a lot of decisions and actions between here and that potentially happening.
But it's unreasonable for us to talk about this in anticipation if it was to come here. Shouldn't we be planning to protect the industry?
And we are, and the industry is in that right at the moment. But it's early days, so it's early days as well. So the industry, is very focused on pulling this information together, quantifying which markets are. So at first pass, it's a large percentage of our markets. The second, much more detailed pass is exactly how each of those markets would be impacted. Would any be more or less likely to be impacted than others? Potential value of those markets. So it's very early days for that, Senator.
So what planning have you done to prepare for this prospect?
So the planning that's done specifically for this relates to the industry planning for any incursion. So and whether it's lumpy skin disease or something else, the same approach applies. How do we be best prepared for what we understand about the potential risk, and then how would we manage that with the market? So the challenge of this is not a new thing for agriculture, and particularly not the red meat sector. This is just the latest of the threats that we need to respond to.
Well, I guess then how do you characterise our biosecurity regime? Do you think it's strong enough to withstand or deal with lumpy skin?
Oh, it's not a judgment that we should be making, Senator, but what I can say is that our industry and our government and our departments are incredibly focused on biosecurity, and it's recognised around the world as one of the best, and in many cases the best programs that exist. And the amount of discussion in this space in the last couple of weeks, I think, or last week particularly, really does highlight the level of awareness, level of preparedness, the willingness for people to engage on making sure that we are as well prepared and able to respond as we possibly can be.
And look, just on that note, I guess the National Farmers Federation has been quite vocal since the budget, saying that there was insufficient investment to address the imminent biosecurity threats, particularly about the lumpy skin disease. I mean, they're the peak body for agriculture and farming in this country, and yet they're raising concerns. Does that not alarm you?
Senator, I don't have a view on it either way. What we're very
about the disease or about the NFF's position?
About the comments and the positioning around that specific funding. What we're trying to focus on is where are the gaps and where's the information that we could potentially help or add to that would better support the decisions and discussions in this space, and we certainly don't want to.
But they obviously represent a number of organisations that would obviously make contact with your organisation.
Johnny, you might not be aware, but these topics have been well canvassed today already with the Inspector.
Thank you, Senator. I am aware, but obviously my questions are to the Meat and Livestock Australia. I guess I'm interested to know what their attitude is towards this very serious issue. We understand that we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but at the same time we can't be ignorant or ignore the fact that it is on our doorstep.
Absolutely, Senator, and I don't think you would have any of that concern talking to the red meat sector about the level of focus and awareness of the challenge and the willingness to work with whoever necessary to make sure that we're as well prepared as we can be. Our role very specifically is in supporting that process. We obviously can't get involved in policy. It's not our role to have a position on
I'm aware of
whether
that.
these things have the right resources or not, and we want to leave those discussions to the side and make sure that we're as available as we can be and that we engage with the right participants in that process to be as supportive as we can. So, as I mentioned, we've sat in on those industry meetings and made sure that it was very clear that we're available to help however we can. We've also contacted the department specifically and asked if there's anything that we can be doing in addition within the restrictions that we have as an RDC, and we'll continue to take that approach.
I guess that's my core focus here, is about the preparedness. What it is that you're doing to support the industry, support government, to get ready should the disease come on our shores.
So right at the moment, there's not a lot that we can actually do. So our core functions being R&D and marketing, most of the roles and responsibilities around ramping up activity in this space sit with others, and we're just making sure that if they need support that we can provide, then that we're available to do that.
Okay. I guess I'm still just intrigued why you're not able to share with us what the impact would be.
I just don't think we've got enough detail on it, Senator.
Do you not have data, or you're not prepared to share that data with us?
So a bit of both. It's only a high-level data to start with, and
so why not share that with us?
So I'd hate putting a stake in the ground at the moment and that becoming the number that gets quoted when we know that there's actually more that needs to sit behind that. So more than happy to provide that to you and the balance of the committee offline as that gets more substance
if you could,
behind
I'd
it.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Chair, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Senator Ciccone, and yes, I would recommend the discussion with the Chief Inspector for Biosecurity. It was his last estimates today. We had a really good discussion about biosecurity efforts and with regard to... Oh, great, you heard that. That was
Unfortunately, the
terrific.
National Farmers Federation had their conference earlier on too, so...
No, well,
So,
fantastic.
A lot going on here in Canberra.
Fantastic. Don't.
It's a great industry.
We all wish we could be off at conferences and not,
Announcements.
inside.
Some of us have to go out there and talk to the farmers.
We'll leave that one right alone. So we're going to go to a break now. Exactly. And return in. We might just do 10 minutes, hey? So that will bring us back at 4:36. We'll work for accurate. Thank you very much to the MLA for your attendance today and preparations. Look forward to seeing you at the next estimates. Thank you. All right, we have now resumed. Thank you and welcome to representatives of Australian Wool Innovation. Do you have an opening statement to make?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. First of all, I'd just like to notify the committee that John Roberts has taken over the...
Oh, you've frozen. Mr. Roberts, you're going to have to say what you've taken over. Are you back, Mr. Laurie? There you are.
John, I think that with Jock,
Someone's going to have to fix
Jock's freezing on us, John. So.
Well, maybe we're frozen. $656 million package today. If Labor gets elected.
There you go. Mr. Roberts, perhaps you could take over while
no laughing matter.
Mr. Laurie sorts out his connectivity issues.
Can't connect.
Your
Okay,
sure.
Thank you, Chair. I think there seems to be some rather large background noise coming from perhaps from one of the microphones there. I think that might be the problem.
Right. Can I just check if you're online and you're not speaking, if you could be on mute, that will assist.
All right.
Has that helped?
I think that has improved. Thank you. Shall I give the chairman one more try? Or, Jock, did you want to go? No. Okay. So yes, thank you. I as the chairman alluded to, I have been appointed to the role of permanent CEO, which was instated a couple of weeks ago, which I'm feel very privileged and honoured to take on that mantle and serve the company and wool growers as best I can. So that's the first thing. In terms of our other priorities, at the moment, the industry itself is in reasonably good shape in terms of demand. Unfortunately, some of that demand is being stymied by heavy logistical issues, primarily in the ports of Shanghai, but shipping globally is a problem. And a lot of our exporters are faced with funding a lot of inventory with orders they've already committed to and are not able to receive payment simply by the virtue of the fact that they can't get the wool on a ship. So that's an issue the industry is facing. In terms of other priorities for us at the moment, we're focusing now on writing our next strategic plan, which we will have ready and rolled out before the end of this financial year. And there's a number of key priorities there that we're focusing on, and primarily on wool harvesting, on shoring up our supply chain and market access, on growing value at a consumer level, and obviously promoting wool's sustainable qualities and characteristics. And at the core of all this will be a very robust and meaningful consultation platform, which we intend to grow and implement. As I mentioned before, the shearing is certainly wool harvesting is at a real crisis for the industry right now. We continue to train our shearers, and we're very happy to have 150 young shearers who have been trained through our program in the last few months, and that program will continue. We are also looking at alternative avenues of shearing, including upright shearing modules, catch and drag delivery units, and other mechanisms which can help help reduce some of the stress on the body for shearers and hopefully attract more people into the industry, but also retain them in the industry. Our work on Fly Strike continues, and we're quite encouraged by some of the support we're getting in the industry in that sphere. The product and environmental footprint issue in Europe continues to be a real challenge for our fibre, and something we want to get right, because we understand if we don't get it right in this jurisdiction, it can move to other jurisdictions around the world. And I think it's important that wool is positioned fairly when comparing it with synthetic fibres. Look, in the absence of the chairman's comments, I might park it there, Chair, if that's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, and congratulations on your appointment. That's very exciting. The committee looks forward to seeing a lot more of you in estimates going forward. I'll go to Senator Davey for questions.
Thank you very much, and I share the Chair's congratulations, Mr. Roberts. I look forward to seeing you frequently through the estimates process and hopefully always hearing positive updates. Before I move on to my list of questions, you mentioned the product and environmental footprint in Europe. That is an issue I have raised in the past. It's of grave concern to myself and many others that a product that is as sustainable and environmentally friendly as wool is being treated as a second-class citizen through this process and substandard to petrochemical products and products that require an awful lot of energy to process and manufacture into a wearable product. Can you give me an update on what progress you're making in the negotiations around the PEFs, and are you getting a fair sounding board from the powers that be in Europe who've dreamt up this scheme, which is developed for good intent, but actually in practicality is having some unintended consequences?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and thanks for your interest in this. You're right, it does beg a belief that a fibre such as ours should rate so poorly under the current methodology. Look, we launched our campaign some time ago now, and since the most recent campaign we did, which was about the meaning behind the mark, we spoke about the sustainable characteristics of wool, and we had a number of speakers attend that launch of our campaign. One particular speaker, it was an environmental researcher who's quite well regarded within Europe, and her name escapes me right now. But certainly that her words about greenwashing and what's happening in this space, and the fact that should this methodology go ahead in its current form, would be a complete form of greenwashing, certainly resonated. Got the attention of a lot of people, including the chair of a technical panel for the product environmental footprint standards. So she is now engaged with us directly and is now listening more closely to us in terms of our view on things, and not just ours, but other natural fibres as well. We've also been successful in garnering the support of, I think, 27 European parliamentarians who have all raised concerns in the European Parliament in relation to this. We continue to attend the workshops, and we think we've certainly got the attention that we didn't have 6 months ago, if I could put it that way.
That is very good news, because I think 6 months ago everything we were trying to say was falling on deaf ears. Would it be possible, is there a transcript of that e-researcher's speech to the event that you could table with or send to us, take on notice, and get a copy to provide to the committee?
Sure, certainly. I'll follow up on that, and I'll be happy to provide that.
That would be great. And I wish you all the best in continuing to try and progress some common sense through that process, because it's vital, not just for our fantastic wool products, but for wool around the world. I don't know why a natural product that is so renewable and sustainable falls foul. Moving on to other topics, I've been interested in the Australia-India Free Trade Agreement. In terms of market size and market share, how important is the Indian market to the Australian wool industry?
Oh, look, I mean, every market's important to us, Senator, but I'd say India has always been the second or third biggest market for us in terms of volume and dollar value. That said, they've always taken somewhere between 4 and 8% of our wool clip. I think at one point they might have got up to 12% some years ago. They've got a great textile culture. They know our fibre well. The formal suiting market is probably the backbone of that demand. So more of your fleece wools, your longer staple wools, going into formal wear, wedding wear. I think with the big push for a lot of markets to diversify their sourcing of their semi-processed wool, like wool tops particularly, I think India is probably a logical market. I think this reduction in the tariff of 2.5% can only help. What I would say about India is that it is a slightly closed shop at the moment, dominated by 4 or 5 key textile businesses, and it's hard to break into new markets there. The tariff they have on processed wool is up to 40%, I believe. So, but certainly for our fibre, for our raw wool, this is good news.
So sorry, you did mention. Did you mention what the current tariff is and what it will be under the interim agreement that we've entered?
I think it was at 2.5%. I believe that's going to be removed.
So what, with that reduction, you mentioned that the market at the moment is a fairly closed shop. Do you see opportunities, and how will AWI be trying to maximise the opportunities that come from this free trade agreement?
I think the first stop is probably to have another catch up with DFAT and get their take on things. Certainly, we've actually got a meeting tomorrow scheduled with the largest top maker in India to talk to them about how this is impacting their business. Traditionally, most of the greasy wool that goes into India has been consumed in India at a retail level. I think if this now makes it easier and cheaper to process wool in India, it may be that India can become an early stage processor for markets globally. So I think I'd like to explore that opportunity. I think that's something that could be very interesting indeed.
So just for the benefits of people and for myself as well, at the moment we sell greasy wool to India, they clean it, process it, spin it, and then produce products for sale in India. What you're saying is there might be an opportunity for our greasy wool to go to India, go to that phase 2 processing, but then be on-sold to other markets for further processing and turning into the final product.
Correct. That's. I think that's probably me personally, and just my initial thoughts on it. I think that's probably the more exciting prospect, because I think there is a finite usage in India. We are working on more breathable products in India because it is a warm climate, as you can appreciate, and there will be some growth there. But I think the bigger opportunity probably exists with the re-exporting of that product from India to mills globally and brands globally.
So if that was the case, what is the current wool processing capacity that India has? And is there a lot of scope to build that processing capacity, particularly from the phase 1 to phase 2 processing, so that they can on-sell it? Because what I'm trying to ask is there processing capacity currently in in full use, even though it's only for the domestic market? Or do they need to expand processing to expand acceptance of our product?
I think the current factories or manufacturers that use wool, and I'll find out more on this tomorrow, but I mean, I think they're reasonably highly occupied in terms of they're well utilised at the moment. In a vicinity of 80 to 90% capacity is being utilised at the moment, from our understanding. However, I think if we talk about that re-export market, that would require new machinery, or these existing plants to actually ramp up their capacity to not only feed their own retail capacity, but also to re-export early stage processed goods. So I think there's two opportunities there.
And when we're talking phase 1 and phase 2 processing, has AWI done any work to look at the potential benefits of actually returning that level of processing or that stage of processing to the Australian shore, so that we can actually clean our own wool onshore and then sell it onto the market to fill that opportunity?
Yeah, this is a topic that's very dear to my heart, because I was very much involved in the running of Geelong wool combing and Australian and Oztops at Parkes for a long period of time, and I was certainly involved in the moving a lot of that machinery offshore, and the mathematics didn't stack up. I think we're at a point now where it's worth revisiting. We've been working with Wool Producers Australia, who got some funds from the government to actually commission a paper on a feasibility study to do exactly that. So that's now in train. We play a role in that, certainly in providing some guidance and some input into how that should be run and the scope of that work. And we'll also be working to try and provide as many contacts as we can to have so it's a really good, robust, informative report that can be taken to government. So yeah, look, I think it's very timely to be looking at that.
Good to hear that more work is being done. Deniliquin has a lot of space. There are very great opportunities around Deniliquin for building a wool combing plant. So always open to have that conversation. That's it. That's it from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Davey. And if I realised that it was a bidding opportunity, I could have bought a list, but I haven't. So we'll have to leave it at Deniliquin as the list.
That's good for me.
Thank you very much for your time today. That has brought us to the end of questions for AWI today, and we will look forward to seeing you at the next estimates.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Senate. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Roberts. All right, we now call forward Horticulture Australia. And I just need to let everybody know that Grains Research and Development Corporation was not required to be interviewed this afternoon, and so they have been released from the schedule. So Horticulture Australia is our last group, and they should be here by video conference. Should. Mr Laurie, we've finished with you. You're released.
See you, Jock. Can't hear you, but maybe you're on mute.
Can't hear him.
No, just shake your head.
Yeah. Next time we'll see you in person.
You will. My apologies. Just don't know what happened. I've been on for a couple of hours, and that was the result. So
that has been.
Sorry about that. We'll be down there next time. Thank you. Bye.
Terrific. Bye now. So from horticulture, we should have. Alison, is it on? I can see. Alison Anderson. Hi, Ms Anderson, we can see you, and we're just waiting for, is Ms Bird and Mr Brand joining us this afternoon? Yes, there's Mr Brand.
Yes. Hello, Senator.
Hello. And Dr Kachenko? You're there? So is Ms Bird joining us? Do you know? Yeah, there she is.
Yes,
Terrific.
let's join.
My apologies, timed out.
Oh, don't apologise. It is the time of day that we're having a few internet issues for people, so don't apologise at all. Good afternoon. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, we do not. We're happy to proceed.
Terrific. Thank you. All right. I've got some questions of you, and then Senator Ciccone will. I want to talk to you about the process of Hort Innovation following when a grower-funded project ends and then becomes a commercial operation. How does that work?
Senator, I'll just throw to Dr. Anderson, who can talk about that, because she'll have some specific examples of projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for projects that are for commercialisation, when it comes to the time that there's a project output that can be commercialised, we will find a commercialisation partner. A good example at the moment is our strawberry breeding program. So as the varieties become available for commercialisation, we recently put an expression of interest to find a commercialisation partner, and from there we appoint that commercialisation partner and they deliver the product to market. We have other projects where the commercialisation partner may be identified upfront. We recently contracted a project to look at TR4 resistance in bananas in that project. That project's only just commenced with PUT, but we do have commercialisation partners upfront. So we follow our IP policy, and each project is considered on a case-by-case basis on the right pathway to adoption.
Is it the same process for all projects that have the potential to become commercially viable, and is this process made public?
So we have an IP policy. I'd have to take on notice whether the IP policy is available on the website. Dr. Kochenko may be able to advise me on that one, but we do have an IP policy and a process is followed for those projects. But as I said, the commercialisation pathway will differ depending on whether a project has a commercialisation partner upfront or whether we wait, say, the strawberry breeding program, where we have the output and we really have interest to identify that commercialisation partner.
Terrific. Dr. Kochenko, do you want to add anything to the IP process, whether it's public?
Senator, thank you. Anthony Kochenko, General Manager of Stakeholder Experience at Hort Innovation. Senator, we have a number of resources to support delivery partners that are publicly available on our website, including around intellectual property management and commercialisation, so tools and templates and resources. The policy itself isn't public, however, the supporting resources are, and certain commercialisation terms, just building on from Dr. Anderson, are also available in our research agreement. So there's full disclosure in terms of that in relation to our contractual arrangements.
Thank you. How many projects have become commercially operational in the last 10 years?
I think, Senator, we'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Terrific, thank you. How does HIA ensure that when a project becomes commercial that has delivered a return on grower investment and continues to meet growers' needs?
Sorry, could you ask that again, Senator?
How does HIA ensure that when a project becomes commercial that it has delivered a return on grower investment and it continues to meet grower needs?
I think through, I guess, continuing to measure and evaluate. So from a point of view of, it could be through the adoption of that technology, or even in our breeding programs where there's a royalty flow back to industry, and it's about us then communicating that out to the growers.
Right, so you'd have a report or something that you report back.
Yes.
6-monthly or annually. Would I be able to find that in public documentation?
Yes, in our annual report, Senator, there is a section that shows the royalty flow. But again, when we send you the 10-year information, happy to provide you with some of that information as well.
Terrific, thank you. How do you ensure that grower levy funds and grower intellectual property is used for the benefit of growers?
Again, I guess it's really at the beginning of the project, ensuring that we've got clear what the objective is of that project that has a commercial outcome. And I guess the key then, is the ongoing challenge of ensuring that adoption of that intellectual property, if it was technology, for example. So it's something that we work through our extension adoption team, but also with the industry bodies to ensure that the growers are aware of their levy in action, and also through our communication programs that most of our peak industry bodies deliver for their specific industry. We really look to try and amplify and drive awareness of those outcomes.
It's an age-old problem, isn't it, how you focus on the D as much as the R. It seems to be a constant topic.
And then rapidly followed by the E, yes.
Yes.
Yep.
If HIA uses a management agreement to help manage the commercialisation of a project, do they seek grower input or direction into the agreement?
I guess from a grower perspective, where the involvement would be when we go out to get advice on an investment. If there's a view that we need to go out and set up a contract with a company to deliver that project, we wouldn't necessarily get growers involved in the actual inner workings of that arrangement, but they'd certainly be aware of the objects or the objectives of that investment.
Do you think that might be a good idea to have a grower or industry committee to ensure that the commercialisation of the project is addressing grower needs?
Well, we do have grower input around that in terms of through our advisory mechanisms. So we've got strategic investment advisory panels. We're in the process, Senator, of reviewing our advisory mechanisms because it's not one size fits all. So we are looking at things like surveying growers. If we've got a group of pineapple growers that are all at a field day, for example, using that forum to get grower input on projects is, for example, another way of getting advice. So we're actually in the process of doing that work, and the business will be running workshops in May to really explore the roles, responsibilities, but also the advice mechanism.
All right, I'd like to talk to HARPS, the Harmonised Australian Retailer Produce Scheme. What is the intended purpose of HARPS? What is it? Tell me about it.
Look, the key objective of HARPS, when it was formed back in 2012, has really been about the harmonisation of the retailer audit requirements. So the idea there is to streamline the number of audits. So instead of a grower having to do an audit for Aldi, Costco, Woolworths, Coles, McDonald's, etc., there is a one-stop shop, if you like, to streamline that audit function.
Well, that is terrific. I hope MLA is still watching this and they might consider adopting the program for audit processes for international markets. But anyway, I digress. So is it an industry-owned scheme or is it a retailer-led scheme?
Look, it's a combination. We've got a technical working group, a retail working group, and we're also looking at an industry advisory group. So the technical working group's made up of industry representatives, so from PIBs, industry associations. The technical working group really looks at the training, for example, some of the training requirements of HARPS. And then you've got the retail working group, which has got Aldi, Coles, Woolworths, Costco, Metcash, HelloFresh, McDonald's, and we also have the NFF Hort Council as an observer on that working group. And the idea is that those three groups work together to ensure that we are working collaboratively and really trying to ensure that we, with all auditing programs, one of the dangers is that you can overcook them, you can overreach. So the idea is, and we've had a lot of consultation in recent times that Dr. Tkachenko has been leading to really ensure that we're meeting not only the requirements of the retailers, but also working closely with the growers to ensure that it's supported by sound, scientific underpinnings, but also making sure that it's not overly onerous and otherwise it goes against the objects of why we set it up.
Is HARPS delivering on its intended purpose?
I believe it is. There has been some challenges around, as I said before, some of the training requirements. So it's just making sure that as we work through potential additional subjects, if you like, that go into that auditing program, that we consult far and wide and not overcomplicate it. So I don't know if Anthony, if you had anything you wanted to add.
Thank you, Matt. By all means, I think the testimony in the program, Senator, is that there is a close engagement with industry members. So the evolution of the program is working hand in glove with industry, retailers, and the other intermediaries across the value chain. So it's a fluid process. The program's just gone through a fairly extensive consultation with external input. Following a change to the version, and that's been going for now 12 months in terms of soliciting further feedback in terms of the robustness of the program going forward.
And is that how you measure whether it's delivering on its purpose, by those stakeholder consultation around?
I think, Senator, there's quite a bit of information that's shared in some of those meetings around the food safety recalls and incidents with compromises, if you like, in food safety. And from the data and the explanation through those working groups, and it's clear that there is a downward trajectory, if you like, in terms of recalls, product recalls, and incidences of food safety. So I think Australia prides itself on safe food, and it's a non-negotiable. So all efforts are made through those working groups with industry to make sure that we deliver that.
So do you have a grower and or industry committee to help provide input and guidance on the management agreement to ensure that HARPS is meeting the needs of growers?
Senator, we're currently working with the NFF Hort Council to look at a vehicle to bring industry closer into the tent in terms of awareness of the program and making sure that it continues to address industry needs. So that's very much a live piece of work. As Mr. Brand highlighted earlier on, there's already 2 working groups which involves industry representatives on the technical merits of the program, as well as the fundamentals around the program when it comes to the retailer needs. So we're absolutely working towards an industry stakeholder committee, Senator.
Okay. Do you believe it is meeting the needs of growers?
Senator, from what we're seeing at this stage, we believe it's meeting the gap which it was intended to deliver, which was the harmonisation of the food safety schemes. There has been an uplift in terms of being able to drive efficiencies in the way that individual businesses are meeting certification requirements. As Mr. Brown alluded to earlier, it's looking at a one-size-fits-all approach rather than having multiple schemes and potential duplication. So, the signals at this stage are demonstrating that it's filling the gap for where it was intended to meet.
Okay. I mean, consistently across this committee, whether it be dairy or red meat or chicken or horticulture, we have this situation of having many growers and few buyers. How do you ensure that growers are not being dictated to by the retailers with unreasonable expectations? So the harmonisation, excellent. I understand what you're doing with that project, but how do you ensure that it is not embedding unrealistic expectations by retailers?
I think, Senator, the key need is to ensure that there is open dialogue between all parties, and that there is a shared understanding in terms of the needs for different businesses across that value chain or the supply chain. So, you know, the fact of the matter is that there is and has always been extensive consultation since the program was launched with existing committees, and further recognition that we need to continue to have open dialogue with industry to make sure that those issues that you're alluding to are considered as the program evolves, to make sure it has the necessary guardrails and doesn't deviate.
And Senator, that's when I mentioned before, the industry advisory group is another mechanism we're looking at, which would have peak industry body representatives, industry association representatives, horticulture innovation, and also retailers. So I think that's another way of ensuring that we ensure that the requirements that are required under HARPS are not becoming, you know, onerous or disconnected from, you know, commercial realities. But on the other side, consumers are becoming more and more aware of where their food and fibre comes from, and we need to make sure that we're providing, you know, continue to provide what our growers do now, which is the highest quality and safe produce.
Yeah, and look, I guess the fact that I'm asking this question would reflect that perhaps there's not, there are some concerns about the grower side of the equation, and so this will be a theme that we'll pick up on again at the next estimates. I want to ask you, how much do retailers contribute to be members of HARPS?
Senator, I have to take that question on notice.
Thank you. How does HIA ensure that growers aren't being unreasonably charged fees for HARPS accreditation, especially when they've funded the development of the HARPS project through their grower levy?
I think, Senator, the actual certification, if you like, and the costs that growers incur are charged through the auditing body, at which there is obviously a commercial rate card, and that's out of our hands. The onus that, or the way that we can ensure that the audit process is appropriate and fair and reasonable for growers is to ensure that the actual standard meets their needs, and the standard isn't a standard that contains unnecessary expectations for growers. So our role is making sure that the standard is fit for purpose. When it comes to the actual commercial costs, that's outside of our hands.
So how is HARPS currently funded?
The HARPS program is funded by a fee, a $275 fee that is paid by growers that are undertaking the program. And that fee is used to make sure that the program, the standard, if you like, is fair, reasonable, and fits the need of the customer. That's the only cost associated with HARPS. All the other costs are associated with the auditing and the certification, which are external third-party costs, Senator.
So how much input do retailers have on HARPS? You did cover this at the beginning on the design of the harmonisation of the schemes, but how much input do they have now, and how much do they invest? What's a grower-funded scheme?
Senator, financially or through time or in contribution?
Financially is what I'm asking, yeah.
Senator, financially, I'll have to take that on notice. I mean, they do pay a fee. I just don't have that at my fingertips at this point in time. In terms of the program, there is a retailer committee, and they ensure that the retailer needs are accommodated, and working with that retailer committee is the technical working group. And that's the group that has a mix of industry representatives from growers through to auditing bodies and others that contribute to the veracity or the rigour of the standard.
Would I be able to find the membership fees and financials of HARPS in your annual report?
Senator, you wouldn't, because it's a separate entity. It's not administered by Hort Innovation. It's a standalone entity, and the only fee that we have is a royalty fee for the program.
Okay.
Aside from that, it's a separate business entity.
So how would I be able to see those financials?
Well, it's a commercial business, and we could provide a redacted copy of some financials.
Let's start with that. Let's start with that. Thank you.
Senator, there's also there is a website, HARPS Online link that we can send you as well, which for a grower, they can then see what's involved in being part of HARPS and the costs.
Terrific. Thank you. All right, my last couple of questions. At the last Senate estimates, you mentioned that HIA was involved in some work with Sefton's consultancy on what does good look like. I wanted to ask how that was going.
Yes, Senator, it's progressing. We've got a working group now made up of 3 peak industry body representatives.
Which 3 is that?
Anthony Kichenko. Sorry?
I'm sorry, which 3 industry bodies is that?
The nursery, blueberry and macadamia. Berries Australia, macadamias and nursery are the 3 peak industry bodies. Their CEOs are on that working group with 2 directors, Professor Rob Clark and Michael Nixon. Michael's a farmer from Western Australia, and Professor Rob Clark is a farmer and ex-professor based in Tasmania. Anthony Kichenko and Fiona Hillstein from the department are working with Sefton's on the working group, and the working group is pulling together the terms of reference and the approach for the workshops that will be happening in May this year.
Right, so we've got a scheduled date, May?
Yeah, we're just finalising those dates at the moment, but yes, yeah.
Oh, terrific. All right. Well, that's the end of my questions. I look forward to following up with you on those projects at the next estimates. Thank you. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very quick, probably maybe 10 minutes to go, and then I just wanted to follow up on some of your excellent questions actually about HARPS too. What grow input do you get into HARPS now that it's being commercialised?
So Anthony, I'll let you go.
So, Senator, as we mentioned previously, there is a technical working group which involves grower representatives that provide input onto the standard. And as I mentioned in January last year, there was an extensive consultation around the version 2 update of HARPS, which was a public consultation, which, as I said previously, it's been ongoing for over 12 months with quite extensive input to make sure the standard is fit for purpose.
And who are they, and how are they determined on this little working group? Those growers go through an expression of interest, if you like, from the commercials of HARPS to fill the positions. I think there's a charter that governs the group and an expression of interest process for membership. And who are the growers?
I don't have that information on hand, Senator.
Can you take that on notice?
I can take that on notice.
How much does HARPS audit cost a grower?
Senator, as I mentioned earlier, the audit cost is outside of our control, and it will vary depending on the site, the location, the certification body, and the complexities of business. So it's a dynamic figure, and I don't have a number for you.
Can you take it on notice and just see what you can provide the committee?
Put a range forward, Senator, yes.
All right, just interest of time. I guess where I'm going is that the grower has paid for the creation of harps, but then still has to pay for the audit costs. Is that correct?
Correct, Senator.
All right. How much do retailers contribute to harps if it's designed to support them?
Senator, I'll take, as that question's been asked, I'll take that on notice.
Right.
I think it's a simple previous one.
And I don't know if, just looking back at some of my notes too, but is it correct that the industry consultation group has been rejected by the Hort Innovation Australia?
It hasn't been rejected. The terms of reference is still in negotiation. So it's currently on the table between Hort Innovation and the NFF Hort Council, if we can find it.
And Senator, what we're looking at with that industry advisory group is it would have peak industry bodies, retailer representatives as well, that then can work in with the retail working group and the technical working group. So we haven't rejected it. We're just working on how to ensure that we get the best possible team, I guess, and to ensure that we get the outcomes that we're looking for around that collaboration.
Yeah, just also following on from Senator McDonald's line of questions, I understand that the strawberry breeding program has a committee of growers which allows growers to ensure commercial programs meet the needs of growers. Is that your understanding? Am I correct about the strawberry breeding program?
Yeah, the strawberry breeding program, I'd have taken notice and absolutely confirm, but most of those projects have project reference groups or variety committees, and they're used to refer the grower input into those types of programs.
So how's that different harps? I'm just trying to understand what the difference is.
Well, I guess the difference is that the harps piece is that the objective of it when it was set up 10 years ago was to harmonise a raft of different auditing standards and approaches and harmonise that so it becomes one size fits all. So that I guess that's why we've got a technical advisory group, because it's underpinned by science. As food safety continues to be a key issue. So I guess that's why it's slightly different.
All right. And look, and how do you ensure that growers are happy with the return on the investment? I guess how do you get direct feedback from growers regarding harps?
Well, there's a number of ways. We get feedback through our peak industry bodies. We get feedback when we're out talking with growers, but also through harps. They get feedback through the auditing process. So there are opportunities for people to provide feedback. And I guess again the key objective of it was to ensure that we did have a program that worked across all the retailer in the sector to try and reduce duplication and cost.
Now, Chair, I just wanted to turn to a question I noticed that was provided by Hort Innovation Australia, SQ22, number 47. You stated that 40 voting entities participate in the election of office bearer roles at the organisation's most recent annual general meeting. It's 40. But I do note that you have almost 2,400 members. Are you satisfied with the degree of participation, or are you concerned that such a low participation is indicative of a membership that's poorly engaged?
Senator, I think, so just in terms of figures, we've got 2,387 members. There are 196 individual member entities with registered voting entitlements at the 2021 AGM. The proportion of voters to members was 8%. Obviously, we would love to see it a lot higher. It does reflect something that the board of Hort Innovation are exploring, which is we do have I guess a quirk, if you like, in the constitution, being that by being a levy payer, you're not automatically a member of Hort Innovation. Now that occurred when HAL Hort Australia Limited became Hort Innovation Australia Limited a number of years ago. So people now have to register to become a member. So that I guess additional step could be seen by some as an issue, which does impact people's engagement. but we had a quorum. The quorum's 25. We had a quorum for the last AGM, but yes, there's always an opportunity to get more members, and we'd definitely like to see that have more growers engaged.
I mean, I do note that this figure also includes entities that had their entitlement exercised via proxy as well too. So I think you've got a bit of homework to do there. Look, just one final matter. I do note you've appointed a new CEO, Mr. Fifield.
That's correct, Senator.
I'll hand to the chair.
Yeah, I was going to probably best direct to the chair. When will Mr. Fifield commence in the role?
He's starting on the 26th of April, day after Anzac Day, so a few weeks' time.
How many candidates were considered for the role?
We did an open process, a recruitment process, and I believe we had over, off the top of my head, over 60 applicants. We went through a series of interview processes. Both the recruiter individually narrowed down the field for us. We then went through recruitment interviews. Then we went through 2 rounds of interviews with the selection panel and then the board.
Okay. And look, I'm not asking you to provide me with a specific figure, but are you able to provide a salary range for the role of the CEO?
I can take that on notice,
Or a
Senator,
band?
and provide that to you.
Yeah, okay. And what are the main objectives that the organisation is planning for the new CEO to focus on when he commences in the role?
Certainly. So I guess for us, key is we've spoken a lot about what does good look like, the stakeholder engagement process, where we're looking to co-design a new approach to our advisory mechanism and our working relationship with stakeholders, including peak industry bodies, which we've also referred to quite a lot. We're looking at the sort of internal team and organisational performance, so a range of those areas. As well as, our investment strategy. So, quite a few areas for the incoming CEO to be looking at.
Thank you, Ms Bird, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. That brings us to an end of your time with us, Horticulture Australia. Thank you. Thank you for your time preparing, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the next estimates. All right, that concludes today's proceedings. The committee is due to recommence its examination of the budget estimates on Friday, the 8th of April 2022. And I thank Minister Duniam, officers of the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, and all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today. Thank you also to Hansard, Broadcasting and the Secretariat. Good night.